Howdy folks, this is some very chill music in the background. Is my camera working? Currently not. Yay! I will have to do a thing where I turn it off and turn it back on again. I can do that though. There we go. Hi folks, how's it going? Good morning, or evening, afternoon, whatever's relevant to you folks. We have JDG vs AL today. And as we mentioned earlier, winner of this goes to finals. I need to do some social media stuff in the background actually. Because, yeah, because I need to do that, and also I need to get myself a cup of tea and stuff as well. Do I leave it as a chair stream? Christina's great. Christina's also just a really nice person too. I managed to spend some time with them out in Xi'an for 23 summer finals, because she was part of LPL English crew back then, which was all very cool. Yeah, Sam will be here in a bit. Right, yeah, I'll leave you with the chair strip for just a bit, folks. I just cut my mic off there, and then we'll get around to seeing whatever we get in store here. Oh, whatever, I'll turn my camera off if there's interesting stuff on screen. One of my predictions for JDG versus AL, I think anyone's Legend looked really good. I think they look really good. They slaughtered NIP, and JDG went through a TT that didn't look nearly as good as they did in the group stage, sadly. So I think anyone's Legend have had stronger strength of opponents. And I think that Tarzan and Tarbe as a duo between jungle and coach is absolutely irresistible to me. That stuff is absolutely insane. Right, I should put some adverts down now. Thank you, Blade. Yes, I know you're just pinning the message. You are great, so I appreciate you. Okay, right. There's a thing I have to do here as well, isn't there? Hang on one second, I'm gonna go to my other scene where the epic pen is. It's cool, that's working, good. Who do we think will win, guys? I think anyone's Legends are my favorites today. Look, I think Shun and Scout have some very special stuff to them, and Pays is obviously a very strong player too, but I think that Tarzan Tarbe, such an incredible strategic duo, and I think that they had stronger strength of opponents and looked better versus them. Cool. I'm sorry JDG Scout is best, I'm sorry, but I do think AL look really good. Thank you, the Analyst, by the way, for the hello, and I hope you're doing well. And Solo Puppy and Blade Trinity, I noticed you were all saying hello in chat with your channel points. And this is our bracket. So the loser of this goes down to the bottom right. So the loser today goes to that, and the winner goes to that. So, yeah, big stuff. My single bachelor heart is crying seeing Christina. Give me some advice, love guru. I am not a guru in love, I am sorry. I completely luck my way into any romantic scenario. I am the master of missing easy signs. However, keep at it, champ. I'm glad that Christina got a job on the LPL proper after the English broadcast. Christina's fantastic, so I'm very glad too, for sure. Well, there's your JDG roster, folks. You know him and you love him. I have had some issues with Shun and missing. I think that Analyst, Scout, and Pays have largely been very, very good, though. And anyone's legend. Who do we think is winning today, Violent Zebra? I think anyone's legend look really good. Flandre was first pro all team. I think Shanks is continuing to, you know, add steam to his momentum. That's not how momentum works. Tarzan, I think, is one of my shortlist for MVP. Yes, I know DMB won it, but Tarzan was one of my shortlist. Kyle was first all pro as well. They had a tight 5-game series versus NIP, but they've looked really good on the whole. And I think this is a team that is going to keep growing. Yeah, I think AL look really, really good. Does the winner of this match advance to finals? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. In fact, it is in my Twitch stream title. The winner goes to finals. Sam, where is he? He's look. He'll be here when he's here. I'm not gonna rush him. You know what's really crazy? Chaotrix, thank you very much for dropping into chat, by the way. Good to see you. Love the music vibe. Yeah, we're just using some chill stuff for today. By the way, I'm completely winging it on kind of... This is the Sessions Diana stuff. So this will be a bit more chill, and then I need to figure out what we're going to do in Champions League. I think I'm going to use some of the Valorant music, because actually that's really cool, and it's and it is royalty-free, I think. Happy times, that's a great message. If AL win, I'll give 5 subs. Well, I better hope that AL win now, don't I? And that was Hope versus Pays. That's a fun matchup, isn't it? Alright, I gotta get myself some caffeine, folks, so I'm just gonna go quickly into the background. But if you'd like to, if you have any things that you're excited for... Wow, that's incredible, actually. What is this? Is this top 5 finish? Is this how many times they finished top 5 in LPL? Huh. Knight's done that fit 80% of the time, Jesus. Nymaera, do you cast anywhere? Yes, I do. I cast in the LEC. I was casting... Well, I was on desk on the second day this weekend for LEC, and I was casting on the first day. And then next weekend, second day, I'll be on desk, so you can catch me there. Do you think AL have big chance to win it all? I think so. I think AL are a very good team. This is a very divided... I do think this is a divided series, though. You know, I think that Pays is on great form. Shin and Scout do have a very high upper ceiling. We just haven't... I don't know whether I put that against Tarzan and Shanks, you know? Wasn't Leave the toxic ADC from EDG? There's been a lot of stuff said about Leave, but I don't know how much of that stuff turned out to be true. It's quite hard to tell, I think, for me. What's your go-to Ari build? Malignant Shadow Flame is pretty good, but Lichbane's also good. Hang on a second.
那今天这场比赛将决定我们第一赛段的第一张决赛的门票的归属。Missing 在赛前对于这场比赛的信心和期望是怎么样的？
今天对阵 AO 的话，我觉得我们的信心是很足的吧。然后期望的话就是我自己能在比赛中打出好的表现。
今天对面啊，这个老队友有点多啊，应该是有3位老队友啊，包括上单的这个圣枪哥、Shanks， 包括 Hope 都是你的老队友。赛前有没有什么话想对他们说的？
想对他们说，希望他们好好打，然后别被我们轻松拿下吧。
OK， 那就让我们一起来期待这场精彩的较量。
好
的，欢迎来到赛前采访环节，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 AL 的中单选手 Shanks， 欢迎来跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 中单箱子。
欢迎。那第一个问题，今天这场比赛至关重要，在赛前你们应该也有做一些针对于对手 JDG 的研究。在你看来，怎么评价他们在第一赛段此前比赛当中的表现？
就是
因为 JDG 的比赛我们是一直在看嘛，就是他们前面打得不太稳定，但他们现在打得越来越好了，已经算是一支强队。
知己知彼就能百战不殆嘛。那第二个问题，香克斯希望今天让所有的观众看到一支怎样的 AL？
就今天比赛拿下，没什么好说的。
好的，比赛加油，谢谢香克斯。
Nice to hear from some of our players, of course. Man, that was a very different change in energy, wasn't it? Right. Okay. Sam's just in the background. Someone's asking, what are the weaknesses of each team? JD, I think that missing is very inconsistent for JDG. Very inconsistent. I think that support difference can genuinely lose you almost any given game in the meta right now. So that's one thing. Yeah. In terms of JDG, missing, Yera highlighted that. I think that Shun can also be inconsistent too, though he's largely been better.
I don't know, I've seen some dodgy games. We've seen some dodgy games out of Shun too.
Sure, I think Shun and Missing can have dodgy games. On the side of AL, I think that they can sometimes just lose their minds a little bit in mid game after a good early game. They can get lost in the sauce a little bit, where Tarzan's got this master plan, but it's very complex. Sometimes they can overcomplicate things. Where's my dope hairstyle duo guy? Well, if you mean Sam, he's just through in the other room. Yeah. But yeah, for me, I'm personally, thank you for the follows, by the way, I appreciate it. Personally, I'm on the Annuals Legends hype train. I think that Tabe as a coach is one of the few that you can really attribute a lot of success to. And I think that Tarzan is an incredible strategist, and I think that having both of them is an absolute cheat code. I think that their lanes are on very good form right now. I'm a huge fan of Shanks on his current form. I do think that Scout is absolutely awesome for the side of JDG, of course. Just joined. Are JDG favored to win this? I think it's very close. Now, in my opinion, I think AL should win, but I don't know what the crowd opinion is. I've seen a lot of different stuff coming through because, JDG have, I think Pays is on awesome form. I think Scout's on good form too. You rebranded from Warriors and Chill, right? Well, I hope you could rename to 1001 Kites, so you'd let me fly one with you. Thank you for redeeming the compliment in Twitch chat. And I hope you're doing well. And an Oreo by any other name would still be just as sweet and savory in that mix that Oreos have. Okay, folks, I gotta get. I think this kettle's on in the other room because I desperately need some caffeine. We've actually run out of coffee today, so we're down to tea, and we do have a lot of tea too. But sometimes you need the coffee, don't you? Rizzing your own chat? Yeah, Grey Matters. Hey, well, if you have Twitch points, you can spend it on stuff there. By the way, folks, hi. In case you're less familiar with us, my name's Nymaera. My brother Initialise will be casting with me today. We are brothers. We've cast a lot of League of Legends. You might hear our voices in the LEC if you like that league. We're currently streaming on my personal Twitch channel, my YouTube, but also restreaming over to Onivia highlights as well. We are... yeah, so we're currently looking at like three chats, basically. And yeah, and absolutely rats are allowed. I'm a big fan of Mark. You know, I cast a best of 5 with Mark once. I only got to do it once, but I got to cast a best of 5. It was Fnatic XL back in 2022 spring. VOD review request? Yeah. It's 50,000 points, but I did say I'd do that. Deadly Ghost actually redeemed one the other day. I can't always honor all of that stuff, but yeah. But no, I cast Fnatic XL in 22 spring with Kedril. It was a very fun time. Why is BLG in the lower bracket? Well, that's because they lost a best of 5 to Thunder Talk Gaming to go second in their group, not first. All right, folks, we'll start to amp up the energy a little bit now because the teams are about to walk out onto stage. Have I ever cast for Captain Flowers? Not yet. I would love to at some point in my career. This is one of the goats. TSM Obi followed. Welcome.
JDG Intel Esports.
Oh, JDG. We did not see them internationally at all last year. They had a rough old time of it, didn't they? Changed some members out. Lost a bunch of core members. Kanavi left. Yagao retired. Ruler left the roster. And still here they are with a chance to go to finals. I think JDG have an awful lot of good form to play off of. Yes, I worry about their jungle supporter points, but their carries are absolutely top-notch here for the LPL. However, they're against some top-notch players. Maybe some nouveau top riche carries. Nouveau riche, that's the one, isn't it? In Anyone's Legend, you know, before we used to call them awesome logo, and that's all we used to think about it. Anyone's Legend, they have cool pandas, and now they have some cool gameplay to go alongside it. Tarzan joining the roster has revolutionized this team. Flandre as well. Replacing Arlo, who joined for just summer last year, going from top-tier top laner to top-tier top laner. Anyone's Legend are my favorite pick win the series, but it does not mean it will not be one heck of a fight. They have had some inconsistencies. They have been asleep at the wheel in some of their games that they're winning. But God, they're so good at their peak. There is just a sense of potential here. Not a roster which a lot of people have that much familiarity with, but this team is something very special. And folks, if you have favorite memories, if you have things you're excited for in the series, we are paying attention to various Twitch chats and YouTube chats. Put your opinion in there. We'll look through the comments as we're casting. Come and interact with us. And we'd love to hear your opinion. As Kyle walks the wrong way around the stage. Good job, buddy. Right. Good stuff. I wish I knew more about Kyle's duo. Yeah, me too, because they've been on an awful lot of places together, haven't they, now at this point? Okay, there we go. And I gotta go find myself some of that more hype music now, don't I? Because it would feel just a little bit lacking if we'd go into that. Hey Sam, how's it going? Sam joining us now.
Got tea brewing, it's all going well.
Cool. Okay, right. I'm gonna go get myself tea as well as we get ready for our first game of the day.
Okay.
I'd like to know why Mercedes killed off their V8 engines in C63. Well, you know, I thought that they sounded really cool, and I'm just sad that we don't get the cool.
Because they've it's you know, season like, 15 now. They're on V15.
You know, like people, there's a niche part of TikTok which just posts about straight cut gears as well, because they sound a certain way.
Oh, do they sound good?
They kind of sound more like a jet engine than an engine. It's really cool, actually.
That is quite cool.
Good stuff. All right, folks. Sam and I are going to be here in the background. I'm going to get myself a drink, and then we'll be ready for our... this series brings us to finals. Cannot be more hyped.
You heard it here, folks. Get ready. There we go. Now in front of the screen. Ready to go. Wasn't hope on JDG for you? He was. He won the LPL with it. Into draft we go for our first game. We're a little disorganized today. The weekend has fried us just a touch. But that's okay. Because it set us up very well here. To have a nice prepared brain, such as it is, for today. Doesn't mean tea and stuff is a little late on incoming, but that's okay. Finally only get one series a day. That means we can focus on what's in front of us. So we've got some very specific bans here. Interesting to see Kalista banned on blue side, Caitlyn and Renekton on the other. Aurora is up. That's a fairly big one here. So red side bans aren't as locked as they normally would be. Does, however, leave a Jace first pick up, as often is the case when those blue side bans start stealing some of the red.
And both of these top laners are really big players of that Jace. The Ambessa is fine into it. You lose the matchup a lot of the time, but you can play better in the team fights. That's the constellation that you have. Kyle going towards, I would argue, his best pick in the Leona 2 opens up a Ziggs to take away from Hayes. If you want to deny that from him for the rest of the series, that would mean that you could go for higher AD elsewhere on the map. Maybe you could go towards Shanks on a Yone at that point, even though you would not normally go towards that because you want a bit more magic damage elsewhere. Both of these players too, also incredible Nidalee players. You would kind of want to take that away from the Leona now, actually, as anyone's legend. And the Nidalee for Shun, he gets his chance to play that and denies Tarzan the chance to play it in the series.
Feels like Shun has been more consistent on Nidalee of late as well. We saw a very odd Nidalee game the other week from when Tarzan played it, tried to play for dives topside and gave up a lot of kills. It was a bit silly, guys. It was not what we were hoping for from this squad. It's a bit better than that if we can. Cassante now being looked at would then flex the Jace mid.
I would be a little bit surprised to see that because Jace wins the top lane matchup. Now the thing is, Scout is a really good Jace player, so you have to question that, right? And sometimes these coaches have some different ideas to us. This is, of course, folks, a battle in Tabe versus CV Max. In terms of our coaches, Shanks goes Ryze. Ryze has been the LPL mid lane pick of this split, it feels to me. This one has ruled the Rift. It allows you to roam, it allows you to start up fights, and it allows you to start fights in different timings than people are used to. You're just farming away and suddenly the Ryze pops up. Opens up stuff like the Viego if you want to play it. Opens up stuff like Jinx if you want to play that too. Lots of good ability to start fights.
And a lot of our best mid laners have really turned on, but Doomby had it permabanned against him, never got to touch it in playoffs because of how broken he had been on that champion in regular season. Scout has had a good timing on it too, so I can see why I'll decide to lock it in. Between the Ambessa, the Leona, the Ryze, you've got a good brawling combo there, whereas JDG, at least off first 3 picks, are going to want to keep their distance just a touch more.
Yeah, so, JDG, they need some CC right now, don't they? They've got a bit of range. Corki's less to a poke champion nowadays, but really does want to play through that range. Whereas Anyone's Legend, they have that CC. A very short range as it stands right now, though. JDG might just play for outrange. You could, of course, chuck the Jace into mid, get a tank top lane to help with that. We've talked about some of the flexibility earlier into that draft. Okay. Tarzan does get some more CC again for AL. JDG are going to really struggle to keep their range.
You've got the public execution combo that works so well. Cease and desist into public execution, and you get some real brutality happening on the Rift there. And in the Leona, it is very hard to keep this Ambessa from hitting the target she wants to. And that will prove pretty hard to manage, I think, for JDG. Cassante still up and available. Might just be the choice. Flex this Corki bot, flex this Jace top. It is locked in. So they're just saying we need to move this around. The Jace into the Ryze is now the choice. Scout was historically something of a Jace player. If you lock in this Rel, put yourself a pretty decent CC combo yourself. Alistair similarly able to find those combos. Missing probably a better Rel player than he is the Alistair player. Kyle also a huge Rel player, so would take it out of his hands for the rest of the series. Instead, they do decide towards the Alistair. A bit more front line between now the Cassante and the Alistair. They have actually got pretty solid front line there. Kaisa now be a consideration. Is good with the Leona. Locked in. There we go. So, AL, they have got themselves the mother of all dive and brawl comps. JDG flexing that Jace mid, moving that Cassante up top. Have gone for a bit of a more of a poke comp with a big front line in the Cassante and the Alistair, but they are going to need to be a very good front line because access past it is doable for AL with all of these tools.
So JDG, large responsibility on Arla and Missing to protect their long-range backline. They have the range advantage. AL, though, they have the go buttons, and it is in the hands of Tarzan and Kyle, who have been on incredible form here in our first split of the LPL. I think both of these teams have clear goals. I think they have clear strengths, and they need to avoid some of those from the other team, of course, on the other side. So, winner of this series, folks, goes to finals. Loser of this drops down into the lower bracket and awaits BLG or Top Esports from that side of things. Best of 5 Fearless. You will not be seeing these champions more than once in the series.
So, prepare for yourselves for game 1 of this one. Upper bracket. Winner goes to finals. Avoids that massive grind through the lower bracket. Loser does have a second life, but it makes it a lot harder for themselves. We've had those conversations already. It is a very, very long climb up that mountain if you fall off the cliff here. Skins for game 1. Once again, it is that Kaisa skin, courtesy of Jackie Love way back in 2018. Everyone seems to love that skin. Can't blame it. It is such a cool version for Kaisa. How are you feeling about these drafts? I feel like Anyone's Legend, a bit more on theme for me, but we'll have that conversation after the Jose. Couple spears have now landed. Tarzan and Kyle eating a javelin toss. But yes, thoughts on the draft as you see so far?
For a second, I said Tarzan and Kyle.
Kyle? No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you've got one side which is obviously longer range. You have a Ryze who's low range compared to a Jace, and the Corki is long range largely than the Kaiser until she gets to 3 items, and then the game changes around a little bit. AL have the way to close that gap though. So JDG, their front line needs to be absolutely on point. You do have early power in the Nidalee as well. Vi can't fight at level 1. Nidalee absolutely can. I think this is something which has not been used as well by some people over time. And we do see top laner going mid because there is a lane swap coming through initiated by JDG. We saw that from level 1. And this is what I'm saying. Vi can't actually fight that well at level 1. Arla actually takes a chunk out of him.
And then another Q. Actually, it's going to be a Q3 available. Gets a grass proc as well. Doesn't quite hit Kyle with the Q3. Shun continuing to farm. Gets a nice angle there for the javelin. You can see good Nidalee players will finish one camp at a really good angle to throw a max range javelin for the next. Yeah. That's where you get a lot of that damage from in your initial parts of your clears. And efficiency is the name of the game with that Nidalee.
Whereas on the other side, taking it away from the champion more to the player, Tarzan for me has been the maestro of pathing for such a long time. Ever since his debut, back on Griffin in 2018, Tarzan has been at the top of the tree in so many ways for the brains behind jungling. If you can disrupt him in his early clear, make sure he doesn't get off to the perfect start, that is a big win, because the damage this man can do when he gets a good angle into the game is very, very hard to match. Do you currently have a bit of an... Oh, Spirit lands unassisted.
A big chunk there onto Shanks and helps even out the mid lane where Scout had eaten some pretty ugly damage. Ooh, second javelin goes wide. Conqueror stacked and Shanks a little bit annoying to have a Nidalee turning up in his lane out of nowhere.
I think it's really important for Shun to have a comfort pick for his first game too. For me, JDG, the points where they fall apart is where Shun and Missing are having bad games. I trust their laners, actually, I do. But I do think that Shun and Missing have had inconsistencies, and particularly with Shun coming into the roster after a strange exit from BLG, even making a Game 5 Worlds Finals, it's important to make sure that the ship is steady. You don't want to be kind of floundering about in terms of confidence. Shun on the Nidalee, his most played for many years of his career, and something that he has had a lot of proficiency on the past. It's a big pickup.
And I think if you're looking at when Shun has looked at his best, it is on things like the Midley and the Kindred. Yes, it's comfort, but it's also just excellence. It's not something we just see a lot from, we see a lot of success from. And where sometimes some of these other champions haven't been as clean as we would have liked on JDG and even at BLG towards the end as well. No doubt about this one. Now, with Missing, one of those players we raised a question or two about. Invades come on through for some wards to come on down. Kyle will now be spotted. Actually, now he gets hit by a javelin. Will not be able to clear out that ward as a result.
So, JDG, managing to get some really good vision down on top side. Anything particularly important happening with these lanes? Well, I suppose you escape the Leona lane as the Alistair, which can be a bit spooky early on, despite the fact that Corki is good themselves. The Cassante tends to get more in a lane swap than the Ambassador, but it's not, you know, game-breaking advantages. We have a minute and a half till the Grubs. This is where things get actually quite important. So watch to see whether any of those resets come in. Pays and Missing, obviously, on top side right now. We'll need to see if AL respond.
Andre tries to get a little bit of buffering done there. Manages to get a swipe out as Missing goes in. Kyle now up here is level 2, so not with the full combo as yet. She might give Missing an opportunity to step forward, because of course the Leona being only level 2 means she's missing a key full ability. Flash for the Pulverize. Kyle now having to flash out himself. Stun onto Flandre with the trample, so will cost the flash, but it gets a flash for flash, and you get the better trade.
Oh, Missing very nearly gets himself the double knockup. Doesn't quite get it, but does get himself Summoner out of Kyle. He'll have to reset just before Grubs are spawning, means he's not around to, you know, support people walking in towards that side of the map too.
It's a minion off level 3 as well. Very frustrating. Hex flash under turret, gets himself the Nimbus cloak and go for the dive, and that is just a dead Ambessa. Missing!
Hey, we were saying that Missing's inconsistent, but that does not mean he doesn't have an upper ceiling. Missing was even on our fraud wall, folks, in our podcast that we do for the LPL. We rate some players and how we think they're doing compared to expectations. Missing, for me, has been missing in action for a long time at this point. His 2024 was disastrous for his standards. But here, great combo back-to-back. Gets the 2v2 and then into the 1v1 to get the kill under that turret. And JDG will use that now to make sure they have a better entrance towards this Grubs on the top side.
Well, that we will. Hope. Gonna throw out a bit of a W there. Can't quite find it. Onto the resetting scout. Shun going to have a lot of members turning up in the topside river here when Grubs are spawning. Would have liked to be able to play for this, but actually looks like anyone's actually hearing quite a lot of force. Might be quite difficult to play for now.
Yeah, whereas Arla, look, Arla's going to get plates on that bot side and he'll be able to use Demolish. Oh no, he uses the shield bash on Cassandra, doesn't he? So either way, be able to get some damage onto that tower, we'll be happy to do so. So JDG do give up Grubs, but they get the more immediate gold value out of it, and they make sure that the Cassante is ahead of the Ambessa. The Ambessa doesn't always like playing against the Cassante in that 1v1. Often the all-out from Cassante is more powerful than the Ambessa trying to go for the public execution onto them. Arla been given a lot of resources.
They are, of course, the other side of that is Missing getting a kill for his AD carry. So it's pretty good for Pace on this Corki. Pace, I think, has had a pretty good old debut here into the LPL. It's been 1 or 2 games we've gone what's going on, but that's just JDG in general. On the whole, I think Pace has been pretty consistent. Had a great first series.
He's been down
great series in the first upper bracket match they had, and looking to continue things with aplomb.
Guy's an MSI champion. Yes, he was on an incredibly stacked roster. I think a lot of people held that against him, but it does not mean he wasn't successful over there too. Heck, I mean, he won the LCK and, well, his replacement, the person who he replaced in the first place, Ruler, couldn't do so. Pace, of course, Pace and Ruler changing teams.
Yeah.
Ruler going over towards Gen G, Pace coming over towards JDG. It was a trade which a lot of people thought that Gen G won on paper. I think for actually a lot of this split, that was in contention. Pace has been fantastic here in the LPL, whereas Ruler has struggled at parts in LCK on the other side, despite his incredible track record and some incredible games here and there.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair to say there's parts of Gen G in general struggled. I thought Canyon was not at what we expected to see from Canyon. Chovy wasn't always Chovy this split either, despite turning it on in playoffs and dismantling Showmaker and the like. It still hasn't been the Gen G we've come to know and love in terms of the level performance. Scout slowed down by the Rune Prison, not rooted up though, because of course you do need to have that spell flux on to get the full locked in place moment.
Shanks, I really need to see a good game out of him. Shanks is someone that has been, you know, he has really been an elite tier mid in the LPL, but he's never had, and I think he actually does deserve that now. He is an elite tier mid, and he's been on the cusp of it for a while, but he's not had the results to go alongside that. The eye test checks out for this guy, particularly in this split. He's had a great run of things. Now the question is, can he get himself to that point where people respect him in his trophy case too? He's against Scout, one of the greatest to ever do it. Across from him, Shanks has the Rise, and this Rise is pivotal to this composition. You want to use that Realm Warp, and if we don't see good Realm Warps, then we start wondering, well, what more could have Shanks done?
Yeah, I think he may have a point, and he is in a very good position in this game to be a bit of a nightmare, because you can bring an Ambessa, bring a Leona, bring a Vi to a location that can really mess with JDG, because you've got so many ways to pick a fight, to pick a target. JDG will have an interesting time in fights for disengaging all of that engage, adding a Realm Warp for those kind of creative angles, and very scary indeed. In fact, when JDG faced off against Thundertalk, it was Scout's Rise that really broke the back of one.
Missing has flash, here comes Scout.
Quite in range, good call though. You can see what they were looking for.
With Missing's aggressive plays earlier, you just have to keep your eyes on that. Players can really erupt. And now, really good play here from Missing too. As he came in from mid lane, you just think, oh, he just came from there. But actually what he did beforehand was walk up here, put down some wards, and then walk down to mid lane as well. So they had really good topside vision to make sure that Missing was coming out from Fog of War. Now, as we said, folks, really looking at this, really looking at that Realm War. When is that actually going to be used? Haven't seen a big fight just yet. 10 minutes in, no big fight. However, we do have big ultimates coming across the place, particularly with supports about to hit level 6 with the grub spawning in 20 seconds. That will be pivotal. I've used that word a lot, but pivotal is what it is.
A fulcrum of sorts.
Yeah. Give me a long enough lever and I'll move the rift, said Pythagoras famously.
Yeah, he's a great league player.
He was a wonderful, yeah, you know, he was really
former rank 1.
The first Vel'Koz main in many ways.
Oh god.
Knowledge through disintegration. Socrates. That's not even... Look, probably not even
Yell
relevant.
Socrates really loudly and it all works out. Is that the plan? Tarzan might need to go over the wall here. He is less about that philosophy and more about the violence. Flash away from the solar flare though. 3 grubs secured. The cost of only a summoner. Just a touch late there for anyone's legend. Can't quite get there in time.
So, even in objectives now, slight gold lead to JDG, most of that on top lane. Jungle's not fallen apart in terms of individual matchup. That is important for anyone's legend. And anyone's legend not overplaying their hand. I do think that's important. I think that we see this a lot with, say, the Yasuo Diana combinations we've been seeing recently. We saw one in of course, we saw one Yasuo combo in NIP's games yesterday. We saw one in LEC as well with the Yasuo Diana. If you mess up a dive combo, the combo gets worse, right? Because you're then further behind the game. You need to be very careful about how you pull the trigger and just cut your losses if you don't actually think it's going to be successful.
It has to be a consideration, for sure. Instead, we find ourselves looking at Dragon going down, full side of everyone's side, the second objective for them. It's been a relatively slow early game, I think it's fair to say. 1 kill in 12 minutes means we are unlikely to see a ruinous Atakan unless something utterly bizarre happens within the next 2 minutes.
What it means also is that we're likely to get to 1 to 2 items for our first big fights on even gold, which is kind of cool. On an open field, Ned. However, while...
It's a rift, Alex.
On an open rift, Ned. A Dothraki horde as a teleport comes into top lane. This is the Scout special, folks. If you're not aware of this, this is the Scout special. You teleport one solo lane to the other solo lane to make sure that it is not a vulnerable 1v1, but you do this for the purpose of killing turrets. Scout, for me, is the maestro of macro from the mid lane in a lot of ways from the LPL. He is very, very good at killing towers, and yeah, AL, they're not ready to deal with this teleport into the other solo lane.
Tarzan now in a 1v2, Javelin toss lands, but TPs from anyone's legend now
K'Sante teleported bot, they have no
That's the
K'Sante.
Ambessa coming across the wall with the public execution, but Missing can make their will unbreakable. So they force JDG off this topside push. And you're right, there was no K'Sante.
Yeah, K'Sante went down towards bot lane and is now pushing that out, so K'Sante will not be present on the rest of the map. Very interesting use of teleports there. Scout teleports up towards top lane to secure the push. Doesn't actually get to hit the tower though. But then K'Sante goes down bot side to kind of fill the gaps of AL leaving that open for a little bit. You need to be very careful against Scout's teams, and I do attribute this to Scout because it was exactly the same on LNG, and he was the only member, which was similar between them, where you need to be very careful around protecting your side lane outer turret. Scout is the demolitionist. This guy loves taking down towers, and he's very effective at doing it.
Worth noting here as well, just on a slight side note, that hope on this Kai'Sa has gone towards this static shiv first. We saw something like this the other day, I believe, when this the Essence Reaper and then the Shadow Flame.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying, we've obviously got the Ambessa and the Vice. We've got a fair amount of damage in there already, but we'll see exactly what it turns into. You're also a little shy on wave clear if the Rise isn't there, so maybe just wanting to be able to deal with the Corky shove as well. Might not turn into that Shadow Flame build, but, you know, keep your eyes on it. Kai'Sa does build weird things.
I mean, the problem with the Shadow Flame build is throwing that stuff into a Cassante feels awful, but if you're accurate with it, there's not... I mean, there's a Nidalee for sustain, and that's it. It could be very powerful. It doesn't necessarily fit the rest of your combination, though, because there's no other range on your team. You'd have to be the one-person poke machine at that point.
Which you can be, in fairness.
She can be, but not many pro players feel like they want to go towards that. They prefer to go towards the higher damage kind of dive build. We saw that from Leave, who had an incredible Kai'Sa game today.
Good.
Was really the main character despite going out yesterday. I think that what a performance he had. If you haven't watched all of playoffs, by the way, folks. Okay, I believe after this,
we are.
After
we
this,
need to pick our series to watch.
After this game, after these games are finished, Sam and I are going to do a second episode of our podcast where our goal is to make sure that even if you haven't watched the games, we can at least recommend you some individual games to go watch and catch up on the league. And yeah, some of those games from League are absolutely worth watching. We'll curate a shortlist for you folks. Join us after the stream here today. For whenever we do that, we'll be still here on this stream on Nymaera on Twitch. So you get to learn yourself some LPL.
That will be the plan. Yeah, in fact, we probably do need to, in the break, just think about, oh yeah, what games do we want to talk about? Because I think the thing is, after the weekend, we've both been a little fried in terms of
everything.
So
yeah, this is our 7th best of 5 in 4 days.
That's quite a lot.
And we have done all of them.
I did a lot of solo casting this weekend, Al.
Yeah.
It's quite a lot.
You did quite a lot, Sam.
You did LEC too, so it's not like you've not been doing anything, to be fair.
Wait, what? Of course not.
so what you're saying. It's been, I think we've managed a fairly equal workload. It's just, there's been a lot of it.
The competitive instincts are coming out here, Sam. 6 AM starts, setting up the stream, doing the socials. It's okay, it's fine. It's alright.
I knew what
all things equal under God. Hope into the mid lane. First item hit by everyone now. Black Cleaver on Vi, going to help with that damage as well going to that first target. You can see that AL aren't really getting that easy access into pulling the triggers though. Real credit towards Missing for just shielding the rest of his team in the right moments. If the Alistar is too far away from the primary targets of anyone's Legend, the engage will come through and the game will flip.
I think anyone's Legend are happy enough to wait at least a little here, because again, this Kai'Sa's not going to be that high damage right now. The Rise is waiting for a Seraph. Yes, you got the Eclipse on the Ambassador, and that's a good combo. And they might even look for that here right now as the publication comes down onto Ale, takes a fairly decent chunk. Flash for the Q, sorry, just a straight Q, didn't even need anything more. Cease and desist after Ale now all outing, flashing away from Shanks, and has enough move speed to get away with the Realm Warp, bringing a couple minions with them as well. Under the tower they go, the W out, Ale trying to get as much work done as he can. Q misses the overload, not quite in range, goes forward for a lacerate, and a sundering slam will ensure that finally the Cassante dies.
AL pull the aggressive combo for the first time. However, they have left their side lane unattended on the other side, and we'll see what happens in mid lane too. Herald goes down, Turret's being pushed by Scout, and Ala takes a long time to die. Turret does go down first to JDG, and because they took that top lane out of Turret, of course, I think it was a little while ago now, but AL, they get a kill. I don't know if they win the grand scheme of things though, because JDG got a good 2-lane push to respond.
Ala here as well, of course, going up against anyone's Legend, who he was on last summer, had a bit of a revival for the team with it. Doing pretty well on the whole in his individual matchup. Has up about 20 so CS, did well out of the lane swap, and then they tried to jump on him and do, at least to begin with, what felt like a fairly decent chunk of CC.
No, and this was good. It's just, you know, Cassante gets to reset his abilities effectively when he ults, and he's popping his biscuits at the same time. That's why he's got so much HP. He goes into the W for the... Hang on, there's a bit of a fight happening now in live. Scouts had to flash. There is still now a solar flare. AL got the dragon at the end of that play too, so they're now double stacked on dragons. JDG, they don't really want to pull the trigger aggressively that much themselves. They want to keep playing this siegey long-range style if possible.
A bit of poke landing on the Shanks there is valuable. Wave goes down, but they can just stand there and tank it. Flash away from it as he went forward, eats a room prison, but will survive. turret traded, and Bessa, with the wave shoved up to nearly at tier 2, can't really afford to trade for the other side of the turret. We'll have a look in the picture-in-picture as to what happened. Shanks just stood and delivered, and then missed, and then there's a Vi around the corner.
I mean, it was a good enough trade at first. Oh, has to flash out. Bit of a strange cue there, not gonna lie, but gets a good chunk. Herald now summoned a mid lane, and the range starts to the range starts to sit to really show itself. Missing, threatening, and engaged too. This is the power of JDG's comp. If they get to start throwing out shock blast, they get so much work.
And again, Shun's just hit. As I say that, misses one, but missed like hit like 2 or 3 spears in a row onto key targets. Did on Shanks in the bot lane, hits Hope in the mid lane as well, and half HP at the Kaiser's goes, and now they can keep the siege on. Solar Flare is going into public execution. They decided now is the time to go Tarzan over the wall. Cease and desist after onto Scout, who's trying to run away, but he's already burned his flash. There's no way out. Missing. Headbutts Hope away, but it's still not going to be up. Zala cannot go all out enough. Shun flashes forward to at least get Tarzan. Realm Warp. They can't run far enough away. Don't pulverize from Missing though, but everyone else will still die. It's an ace. And Shanks and Hope pick up the majority.
Hope does Herculean work there in that fight. He gets a full stack lethal tempo, doesn't even need the barrier, and I'd imagine he got like 4,000 or 5,000 damage down across that team fight. Anyone's Legend get themselves their fight. They live through the siege, and they'll be able to break out the mid lane outer turret too. This is a huge strategic win for Anyone's Legend. Watch how much work Hope gets done in the entirety of this fight. Watch how much uptime he gets. It's a good solar flare. Somehow the perfect execution, not perfect, public execution, works onto the Pays Corki as well. But look how many auto attacks Hope gets throughout this fight. Gets the full stack of the Shiv, and then just has to keep railing on this enemy team. Well, no one has the ability to close him down.
Oh, and Shun went trying to kill Flandre, couldn't quite do it, has to flash out, and the Realm Warp after from Shanks is excellent. Shanks himself actually didn't get in the Realm Warp. Well, he went the other way just in case they walked up.
I actually thought that Realm Warp might kill them all because the headbutt does a lot of work, the Pulp does. So they're thinking, wait, hang on, you don't really want to be going into, it's like, teleporting into a shockwave is probably not the most healthy thing you can do, right? Alistair does the combo. But now, Anyone's Legend do have themselves gold lead now. They break up in the mid lane outer turret, which would have been very hard to get otherwise. I think Anyone's Legend have a huge strategic advantage now.
And it's also meant that Shanks now has a fully stacked Rower and a Seraphs. Just bought a Rage Blade for this Kaiser, who's got a Blasting Wand in inventory too. You've got damage coming through elsewhere as well. This Ambessa not miles off what will likely be a Sterak second here as well on the dive combo. And yes, we saw JDG, if they just get to stand there and Anyone's Legend twiddle their thumbs, can do a lot of work. There's been some good spear hits and stuff from Shun. The problem is the moment AL pull the trigger, it's very scary, and one of the things we've given a lot of credit for AL is their ability to pull their triggers successfully, decisively. They are good team fighters. They are exceptional skirmishers. Sometimes the decision-making between those moments in the mid-game can be a little bit questionable, but if they start a fight, damn well are they going to win it, it feels like, in the LPL right now.
So, Minutes or Dragon, can AL find themselves another fight, and how much health are they going to have to do that, because one spear has hit already.
Fighting over the vision right now. 45 seconds for Soul. Mountain Cell would be so valuable into the poke comp, has to be said. More mana not quite transformed for Pays, but should be done on this wave. So that will then likely be double more mana transformations, in fact, just is.
Unsweeman has a great comment in Twitch chat, by the way. By the way, if you're on Twitch or on YouTube chat,
say hello.
Say hi. Apparently there's a funny Chinese community meme where a bad Rizal is known as a hearse, which is so funny. That is so funny to me. The thing is that this is the thing, folks. Once he hits level 16, remember he gets damage on his combo from that too. He's level 15 because of the Rod of Ages. Shanks, having 1,000 gold lead, having so much HP, and then of course the stasis coming through from the stopwatch as well. Very, very powerful. Missing, going in, pops the ult aggressively.
Missing, gonna try and buy some time. The problem is he's eating so much damage now in Traders Arlen Oli nearly with the Q3 option. Tarzan will Q away, missing down that ultimate though. Pretty significant. I think with that blasting ward as well, there's hope with a reset on the W available.
I don't get that play. I don't get that one. I don't understand why Missing went in for the play at that time. Maybe they thought they could get an angle with the teleport in from Scout very early. Could have been called by Scout, I suppose, because he pulled the global early. Atkan is available. I don't know if you really want to force this, though. I think what they want to do is just push out the lanes as easy as they can. JDG, I don't think AL want to sit on an objective getting poked.
No, but they might want to drag JDG over here is the other thing. There is that singular ward that's spotting things out. They pull away. It's slightly odd sequence of events, but then we all go back towards Dragon. All the while there was a wave shoved in mid lane that anyone's legend aren't there to collect, and that means mid tier 2 does fall.
It does fall, but there's no local gold. So the actual gold out of it, not that important. It's just map pressure from that. Mid lane inner, I feel, is a bit decorative sometimes. Doesn't really change the way that you play around it, because it's the outer one which gives you most ability. Scouts, he's a bit separated from his team. Missing does have flash, but he doesn't have his ult now, which means his actual frontline potential lowered significantly. AL don't want to take a front to back if they can help it. They need to find a way into the backline. They need to get past these tanks.
They have got a lot of tools to do that. We saw it in that last fight pretty successfully. A lot of what it feels like right now is fighting over vision. Everyone is wanting to get wards in. That little section there, Mountain Dragon still up. That would be soul point for anyone's legend, but I think with Atakan up at the same time, neither team wants to allow a trade.
It's very tentative. Very tentative. See, AL don't want to take a fight and just allow Pays on his 2 items to go absolutely ape on their backline. Same with the Scout, Jace, actually. Good damage coming through from Shanks. Now, AL have managed to brute force their way into River. They need to play Dance Dance Revolution, though. They cannot afford to get hit by too many skill shots.
So that speed shrine there, really helpful for doing
Flandre is on the flank. I mean, he is looking for a good perfect execution angle. Scout is on his control. What he knows he's unseen. Dragon started up.
There's Tarzan sees Shun. Go over the wall, gets a Q onto Arlo, gets Q
Oh,
himself, and
Arlo.
dragged all out. That's beautifully done. Flash away, Q over the wall, gets out into the backline. There goes Missing. Trying to make sure Tarzan's a bad time, but he dies. Public execution on the other side of Arlo goes all out.
Smite's dead.
The public execution finds the top laner. Cassandra can do nothing. There are no presents to deliver. He's out. He's down. Hope picks up the double.
Okay, there's no smites anymore, but I don't know whether AL can really do much more than this. Spears are still raining through. Hope gets another great Kai'Sa angle. AL, we'll see whether they can do anything about the Dragon. I wonder whether JDG have to leave this. Hey, what's the plan here, AL? You don't have that much to work with in terms of smites. Shouldn't he has to get over the wall?
He does. Pays coming over. The TP's going back. That's what they were buying time for. Hope goes forwards! And a lot of damage. Realm Warp being considered. Does not taken. Pace has to leave. Fiendish Codex comes in, and suddenly you've got a lot of AP for that passive.
Jesus, man. Yeah, once you get that Fiendish Codex, you get yourself your W upgrade. You need both the blasting one and that one. Means you can get yourself the 3 stacks from it. Gives you your passive that much easier in those burst trades. Hope goes back and goes for a full Nash's Tooth. Of course he does. 2 bad plays in a row now from Missing. First one before this, he lost his ult. This is great from Arlo to combo out of Tarzan. I think after this point, this is going too far. You are not anywhere close to your damage at this point, and Missing is completely shredded. Ult or no, I think Missing makes a big mistake there. Arlo gets good work to make sure that the smite is dead and it's no longer about just getting the dragon. It forces AL to actually take the fight afterwards, because they know, if it stays even after this point, we cannot go for a smite fight. But they have just the ability to do that with a follow-up of the Kai'Sa.
Soul point secured after that. 3 items now on the rise, and the Kai'Sa both in a great position this game. 2 for the Vi and the Ambessa, and it does feel like JDG struggling a little bit now to make sure their poke turns into objective wins in a way that you would be liking with this comp.
I think particularly, yeah, I think particularly when you've got a lot of bruisery, high HP people. Of course, it's just a single Mountain Dragon. It makes a lot of difference. Of course, it makes a difference to someone like Cassandra if it gets it on the other side, because it actually affects its damage to you, but that's besides the point, really. Anyone's Legend, they get themselves a full set of outer turrets now down, which will really help them in their ability to approach into this river. It'll give them extra options, and they're also at a point now where, because of the Rage Blade and the Nash's Tooth, this Kai'Sa will absolutely shred objectives. JDG need to be very, very careful about leaving these black spots on the map.
Little note here as well, very unusual. We pulled it. Away there is Shun and Scout. Do force him out of that river. Little note that we had a little pop-up on the side bar there from the official stream. This is 100% kill participation top laner, by the way, for Flandre. He's been involved in everything. That's very unusual. Top laner often join a little bit later. The early action isn't around them. This time around, Flandre really has been a catalyst in making a lot of this stuff happen.
Yeah, and I think you can see that in the way that they've moved around the map. Arlo's been left alone in side lanes to hang on. Here comes the ult. Jace is going forward. Here comes the Kai'Sa, maybe.
Hayes flashes out, stays alive. Tarzan now in danger himself, and they can go all out. That's very deep, folks. Shanks! Dice is... What?
He gets headbutt under the turret. Missing got him under the turret. He goes forwards into the Realm Warp, and now suddenly you have no rise. A moment of madness from AL.
They absolutely send it. Tarzan jumps on pace, gets the flash, but does get bulk flashed miles away, and the Realm Warp after is pretty ugly. You've now got no smite and no mid laner and Baron.
It is all about the W poke from the Kai'Sa and a cheeky ultimate. Missing has no ultimate. He might die quickly. How good are these Kai'Sa Ws going to be?
Well, this would be really scary. JDG, you need to be aware. Public execution lands onto Missing, does die. That's one down.
Here comes Hope!
Opens the backside onto Scout. Could do a lot of threat. Are in danger. Goes all out. Try to bite it down. It's going to be taken as the Baron. But what about the rest of the fight? They need to extricate and extract themselves from this danger. 4 men strong with the Baron. They get out, and anyone's legend. Pulling anyone's legend, sometimes in the mid-games, they do things like that, folks.
What the heck happened without engage? I didn't see all of the setup Paze jumped onto, but Paze has done a really good job of making sure that he's not just completely blasted. They push up very heavily in mid lane, and as you're saying, high kill participation top laner. Tarzan spots with the sweep it that the top lane's out of position and goes for the ult, but, I mean, there's a flash, as you rightly said. Big thing here is actually just the headbutt pulp onto Shanks, because it means that the Rise gets put under turret. You say, oh, he's going super deep, and he was, but really Missing really is the one that punishes it.
It was also a really good chain CC comp because it was Pathmaker from Kazante into a headbutt is a lot of displacement. And we're looking at the Atakan. JDG back out on the map, but if they fumble this one, all those Barons will mean nothing. They need this to work out.
Okay, how much can Hope do as well? Hope has been the knife in the dark, really. He has been so much damage to anyone's legend. If he gets a good angle again, he can absolutely turn things. Atakan, though, I don't think this is even going to be contested at this point. I think it's just going to go.
No, 5,000 HP. Tarzan on a decent angle. Got flash. Gets jumped on. Can look to get forwards. Q over the wall option. Atakan secured. Realm Warp used by Shanks to get all that much value. Tarzan in the 1v3. Having a challenging old time. In goes Hope, though. Onto Paze. Remember, does not have the flash. Hope continuing to trade up. Missing. Gets the double pull. Hope continues to run him down, though, with a static shiv and gets another. Beautiful takeaways of a lot of those withdrawals.
A 7,500 damage team fight from the Kai'Sa adds another notch into Hope's gun. 405 just before the dragon comes through. Yes, the resets will now mean that JDG are back up on the map and Tarzan is still dead. JDG will probably be able to deny the Mountain Soul, but Hope is doing so much lifting here for anyone's legend. Incredible game from the former LPL champion of 22 Summer. He's been waiting for a time for his moment to return back to the top, and games like this show exactly that he has that pedigree to do so.
Got to a full Banshees now as well. This guy is going to be an absolute menace to manage and will have enough AP to his name to threaten with those Ws as well. Yes, the Mountain Soul is denied. That's a big deal, but this Baron, this Atakan, aren't really going to lead to all that much in terms of actual pressure on the map now.
This Kai'Sa has been absolutely wonderful to watch. We've seen some great Kai'Sa gameplay over the last few days, folks, if you haven't tuned in. Leave had a game yesterday, what was absolutely astonishing on the champion. And Hope in this game can absolutely carry this. The thing is, he's actually not even that far ahead in terms of the core keep. Paze can absolutely, with the arm guard now as well, going towards Zonis, which I think is very intelligent here on the core keep, maybe change things his own right as well. Next dragon will be in 4.5 minutes. AL, I don't know whether they can split the map and play around side lanes a little bit more with this. The whatchamacallit's down, that thing where they do the thing and they split across. Atakan went down anyway. They lost all the revives though, that's nice. Well, not for them.
Yeah, it was pretty sad for them, but actually also Tarzan, who was split off and looked like he was horribly in a 1v3 that was going to be very difficult to manage, ends up buying enough time for Hope to come flying over the wall with the killer instinct. A huge amount of value. And again, that's still 1,000 odd gold towards anyone's legend. They're still actually with a gold lead here, which is kind of hilarious. Still, feeder strength, 3 dragons. That's kind of the advantage anyone's legend have. The Baron power play is minimal. 1,000 gold, if that. Not exactly fantastic in the grand scheme of things. But hey, it did get you back in a game that felt like it was falling away from you.
Hey, the Atakan wore off. Wow, the Atakan's gone, folks. They don't have the revives anymore. Anyways, Legends, I really want to see whether they can get themselves a big split map play and pull someone out of position. I think they do have the ability to side lane now, potentially. Interesting to be Flandre's gone towards the Sterix. It is more for that teamfight dive rather than the individual damage in individual kind of duels. He could have gone for something like a Sorel. There's Tarzan jumps onto Scout. He's a bit isolated, but Missing is there to block the door.
Feels like Missing's actually had a really good Analyst again. It's been 1 or 2 times he's gone a bit too far forward, but I've seen some wonderful multi-man pulverize. It's been really valuable. He turned out a few Realm Warps Did a good job body
He's
blocking
had a
Tarzan
mixed
one.
game. He's had good moments. He's also had some absolute disaster ones
We
too.
saw the one in mid lane.
Tarzan off vision, might be looking for a big play. Kyle takes a lot of damage though before the fight. Was this I don't think they spotted him. I think he's still off vision.
Tarzan now going to look for an angle. Gets the option onto Scout. That's huge. Public execution to Shy though. Scout tries the thundering blow. Glory can't quite do it and dies. Hope picks up that kill.
Tarzan plays so well around the Fog of War. Incredible angle from him again on the Vi. He's not had the best ones this game actually. He's been jumping a little too far, but that one is absolutely crucial. Takes the Jace off the board and means that some of that poke artillery platform from JDG is offline.
2 minutes or so until the next dragon. Rise, shoving up the top side. Doing his best to be as frustrating a side lane as possible, because now I hate this book because Rise is really hitting critical mass. So have another look at this. Tarzan wraps right the way around.
The way he skirts around vision, he uses Fog of War as a weapon, is absolutely insane. Judges correctly where the wards will be. You can see that JDG, they're trying to clump up. Missing manages to get a flash out of Shanks, but it means that he doesn't have the combo now to stop Vi from getting a full combo in, or Hope doing the same thing. You're absolutely right in highlighting that the public execution went short, but the Kaiser has so much damage now, they don't even... It was a luxury ult that they could miss there.
And they got the flash off Scout there as well, which is pretty valuable. And goes
good
Kyle.
hold.
Oh, that's a good hold. Half HP is Kyle. You can do that into Leona as the Alistair. Guys are talking about that recently, is why we often see it at Alistair into Leona.
Yeah, not so great in laning phase, but very, very good later into the game as they start to try and fly in. Kyle, not had the best angles himself this game. Or rather, he's not been allowed the best angles. I think in his case, it's been a little more difficult. He is also now half HP without his own ultimate. Baron started up AL. They just used Flandre teleport. Shanks could realm warp someone into the backline.
On a flank, does get spotted out by that ward. As far as alteration, no one face checks the Alistair at this point in the game, can be a bit dangerous. Shanks though, now at level 18.
Okay. So AL spot that the Baron stopped, and they start to push up that mid lane. They're getting a lot of damage in towards the inner turret because of the wave being pushed in. And of course, Dragon Nest spawning in 30 seconds. JDG do not want to give over a mountain swell, especially when they're a poke comp. It would deny a lot of their damage.
And it would. No one's legend moving on over now. We've got Flandre in a bush, waiting to see if someone is foolish enough to face check.
Using the Fog of War of this bush down here. See how Scout is just hugging away from that bush as far as possible. Pays feels a little more safe though, because he now has that stasis available from that arm guard. That changes things a lot. They have to really jump onto the Jace. You can't jump onto the Corki with as much impunity.
He can't. Tarzan though is on vision this time. That ward and that tri-brush going to cost him a little bit here in terms of opportunity. I think actually what it is
It's a niddly trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just doesn't spawn only unless he gets stands on it. Where is he?
Jace pushing up mid lane. Dragon started. Tarzan, level 15 to Shun's level 17. You can fall behind the levels quite easily against farming jungles later on, but it does mean he's going to have a little less brawl. He's off vision again, and now is spotted.
Missing. No, can try and body block him. Missing has done a pretty good job body blocking out this fight at the very least. All the times this Vi struggling to find an angle. Pays now turns. Dragon starts, remember, because Tarzan's not there, it's a bit dangerous. Trying to come on over, can look to get in. It's a mana dragon taken by Shun. Too slow on that flank, doesn't work out. But I'm scouting
the fight.
Does go down. Missing, tries to save and can't quite do it. On the other side, Pays. Free firing this Olive goes all out, flashes over the wall. Shun looking to get an angle in himself, and Missing's ultimate is timed out. Can no longer do anything as this Alistair. Pays and Ala splitting away. And the Acathian rain hits.
Hope is absolutely mental. A 6,000 damage team fight. Arla will die as well. This game has been about the Kaiser, and the Kaiser has delivered. Hope, the superstar AD carry from AL, back on form.
What a monster team fight. Finds another one, and it's really difficult now to deny this Kaiser.
He hasn't died this game.
No, he hasn't. And like we're seeing it multiple times where they the Leona, the Vi, the Ambessa going forwards, and understandably, Arla and Missing are immediately trying to turn and defend that, but it's giving that second engage, that secondary ultimate from Hope, a lot of space to come in and blow up the squishy backline of JDG.
AL have a Mountain Soul now. They're going to get themselves the Baron. Most of their members have a resistance item, so the Dragons are going to... oh wait, no, they didn't get themselves that. They didn't get that. However, they do get themselves the Baron, and they do get themselves... So, okay, that does change things. My bad. This obviously starts with Pays getting onto Tarzan, and meaning that the Vi is very low HP, but Pays inadvertently kind of puts his team out of position because he needs to be there to do a lot of the work. And what you can see is that AL very quickly just make sure they pick a target outside of the Corki's range because his Valkyrie is down. He can't follow up nearly as quickly. And that means that Hope can start to go through it. Tags with the W, and he does a really good bit of body language here. Goes invisible, flashes and gets himself the passive after that point. Pays not expecting the burst.
Huge pick, and actually credit to Tarzan as well, was low and managed to land a Vault Breaker that stuns up Scout enough to get Flandre in with the public execution. Scout 0-4-4 on his JSA champion that he was really good at not so long ago.
Sasuru and chat. Promotion for these casters, up their pay. Yeah, you can give us some peanuts next time, folks. We'll cast for peanuts.
I'll cast for money too. Pay us money.
Yeah, that would help.
Subscribe.
Hey, just folks.
Put your money where your Twitch account is.
God. AL, how much can they get off of this? They do have a decent Baron power play here. They have, I mean, the Void Staff being completed on Kaiser is absolutely disgusting at this point.
Rough,
because you have so much base magic damage, and pretty much everything you do is magic damage at this point, besides, of course, your Q. You really start to benefit from that huge amount of percent pen. Another chance for Mount Salt, 2.5 minutes. I will say, this game's not over at all. JDG have really good damage. Pays has had a really good game on the Corki too, in terms of keeping himself safe at most of the moments in that game. The last fight, bit of a anomaly in that regard. If the Corki can get good damage onto Kaiser and the Jace onto the Rise, I think this game is still very winnable by JDG.
The problem is, with some people who've not had great games, and I'm looking at Scout, this Jace just hasn't worked. We've seen a few turret shots, but it's just not been there, and he's been picked off every single fight. I've yet to see a fight which Scout has survived the length of.
Kyle has himself those chain-laced crushers, helps him get a little bit of that magic shield, which is, of course, very nice with those feats of strength. AL playing around that Rise now a little bit more. The Realm Orbs haven't necessarily been the macro masterpiece. Tarzan goes on to Scout again. He is caught once more. The Jace has been removed every time he steps out of line. Fantastic punish again by Tarzan.
More deaths and assists, no kills to his name. Scout has unfortunately been the Scout this game. Unfortunately, he's run into the marauding force of anyone's legend, and they have been playing down a member for a little bit at this point. 45 seconds to go before he's back. It's probably game over. They need to defend now.
It is so hard to defend this as JDG. There is no big ultimate combo from AL now, but will that matter?
Man, disadvantage is terrifying. You've still got a public execution. You've still got a Realm Warp, and that can be scary as Pays eats a chunk from Flandre, missing, goes forward, but a public execution brings Flandre right back where he started. The Q3 is decent enough, but missing falls. It's steak for dinner. Hell, it'll be steak for game one. Pays goes down, but Corgi is down. They'll Realm Warp in as a last little hurrah, and game one is anyone's legends.
Fantastic via ultimates onto Scout, determined this late game. Scout, a player that we have so much respect for from his history and his level of play this split. Still not able to overcome Tarzan having a bead drawn on him, and Hope on the Kaiser was absolutely exceptional. Incredible to see that level of play from, of course, a former LPL winner himself. And that will do us for game one. Folks, welcome back. I hope you're doing fine for yourselves, as we are we're very tired as well, we are, because this is LPL playoffs. There are so many games back to back. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers. We've cast together in many different leagues. We used to cast Japanese League of Legends, and we now cast European League of Legends over in the LEC as well, if you catch us over there. And of course, we cast some Chinese League of Legends here on this channel, on Nymaera, on Twitch, YouTube, and then Onivia highlights on YouTube as well. If you're enjoying yourselves, let us know in chat. If you want to interact with us, ask us questions in chat.
Please
I hope you enjoyed that first game, because I absolutely did. God damn, that Kaiser was good. I'm a Hope stan. I'm such a Hope stan now.
He's so good. He's been playing really well. And I think, like, put it this way. I saw a little comment in chat. Pays ended up buying an arm guard later on just to try and mitigate that ridiculous Kaiser. It just didn't work.
Sam, I mentioned that 4 times in the cast.
It just didn't stick.
I mentioned that 4 times in the cast.
How did that not stick?
That's a great question, Sam. Why did that not stick?
I don't know. I think I'm just very tired.
Yeah, that's okay. We forgive ourselves some small things like this every now and then.
How did that not stick?
Onivia Highlights is your channel? No, it's not our channel. We are restreaming it onto Onivia Highlights. Onivia has helped us, basically allowed us to use Onivia's audience to bring this. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, so trying to bring the LPL to as many people as possible is our goal, and to do it in a way that you enjoy, really. So we hope you're enjoying it.
It's co-streamception, basically, is what we're at. You can watch in 3 different places.
Yep.
Nymaera's Twitch channel, the YouTube channel, or Onivia's YouTube channel. So you get multiple options. The co-stream of the co-stream. Even an option there.
Yeah, Onivia's actually co-streaming the co-stream.
We're co-streaming. He's co-streaming squared.
Incredible.
Is it a square root of co-stream or a square or like a
It's squared, wouldn't it? I don't know. Oh no. It'd be, what it would be is like if a co-stream is a square root of the original stream, then it's like a square root of the square root, which is the power of a quarter.
You would know math better than I would.
Yeah. Okay, folks. We've had a lot of games recently, folks, because the LPL. We were saying
Holy moly!
Yeah, like I was saying, man, this Kaiser was absolutely wonderful. 1,000. I mean, that's way over. That's 1.2 thousand damage a minute.
You know, I kind of did call out Scout.
Thank you, Zebra.
Appreciate it. Oh, you were the best pilot. I'm just gonna call it out there. Scout did less damage than his top laner as a Jace. Cassante did 2,000 more damage than Jace.
Oof. Well, he was hitting the best the whole game, right?
I mean, yeah, but even then, that is really sad. When you've drafted a comp that's about poke and your poke is doing that little, yeesh. Yeesh.
Okay, well,
do you want to run to the bathroom first, or can I run to the bathroom first?
You go to the bathroom, it's alright.
That's fine. I shall leave you some headphones. There you go.
Cool. It's just you and me, chat.
I'm sorry about that.
Against the world. All on our own. Left to our own devices. It's dangerous, that. Nidalee was absolutely useless. I mean, the Nidalee did well early and then got some poke later, but yeah, it wasn't the determining factor. Can play out the team fights, for sure. I agree. Surely you streamed the TCL? We cast EMEA Masters, and we've cast TCL teams before, but we've not cast the TCL. Just cast all leagues so I don't have to change Twitch channels? Yeah, maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the grand plan. We're in the timeline where I'm happy to see Rise again. Same. Yeah, I think Rise is a fun pro champion to watch right now. How do you feel about the two different Atacans? Do you feel like seeing Ruinous that much? Do you like seeing Ruinous more than Voracious? I do. I think it's I like seeing those kind of snowbally objectives. Like, well, I think it's a fair snowbally objective. It's still a good fight, right? And thanks for the follows and everything, folks, over on Twitch. And if you're on YouTube, please drop some likes as well and maybe subscribe to those channels. Because it helps us, I guess. But mainly just watch, be here and enjoy yourselves. That's the main thing, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna run some ads during the ad break here on Twitch. I don't know what it. Yeah, need to figure out. Yes, eventually I'll get to the point where we start handling stuff over on the YouTube channels as much as well. But I don't have nearly as much experience in that. Oh, I'm starting to think that deep dive team comps are the best right now. Yeah, I agree. Which is why I'm kind of worried that some teams, well, okay, LCK plays the long range team fights better, but it's why I'm kind of worried that in, say, for instance, LEC, they don't really play the defensive stuff nearly as well. Blade Trinity with the tier 1 sub. Oh, thank you for the gift sub. Over to Jujibiter. Seen you in chat a couple of times. Hope you're doing well. I gather you know each other. Hope had an. I mean, that's an insane amount of damage, by the way. Insane. 41% damage share. That is insanity. Friend from another stream. Cool. Good to know. That's insane to me. Is the game live in LPL? This is live. We have no delay. This is the clean feed. 41% damage share. It's absolutely insane. Holy moly. His angles in fights were insane. He never left himself. So the thing is, if Kai'Sa dives into like a carry and a support, they die because the support CCs them and the carry kills them. If you dive 1v1 onto a carry, then you kill them. Hey, Tak, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, by the way, Tak, I was talking with Law recently over on LEC, and you know Law's favorite gigs she's ever been to as well are Muse, because I know you're a big Muse fan. Why are people still playing Nidalee? Isn't her win rate super low? No, in LPL her win rate's pretty high, I'm pretty sure. I think that yeah. Let me check in Nidalee's stats right now. Let's have a look. Yeah, she's got a 70% win rate in LPL. She's yeah, she's got a 70% win rate. 14 games. So she's actually very high win rate in the LPL right now. If you don't mind, I noticed you liked LPL more than any other region. Any reason why? I know my NA region is the Resident Sleeper, but I think I mean, yeah. Okay, for me it's because obviously I've been working there and I've had the opportunity to work there. You know, at the start of when I started watching League, I was always an RCK fan. You know, I was on the SKT hype train back in 2014. You know, I loved 2014 OGN, 2015 OGN. I love the broadcast there. It's a little bit different if you're on the broadcast or watching the broadcast, right? Because I think if you're watching broadcasts and no, for me it was 2014 for me, because I only started watching live in 2014. I caught up on 2013 and then I watched All-Star 2014 and started following SKT. So the way that I got into League is watching YouTube compilations of things Faker does at 2013 Worlds. So the first things I saw about League was Faker playing Ahri at 2013 World Championship. And I went back and watched their season there, obviously in the future after that point. But SKT was pretty weak in 2014. They were, but that's why I'm not a Glory supporter. I'm not a Glory supporter, folks. They were still a great team. They were just playing in the... Oh yeah, by the way, Sam got me this for Christmas, by the way. So I've got some Tier 1 badges, which is kind of cool. Hey, Akbar. How's it going? Oh, and yeah, 2014 was still the undefeated winter. Although yeah, so that's basically... I got into them around All-Star, really. How are we doing? It's good. It's good. It's good. How long between games? I would say... about, I mean, 10, 15 minutes, I guess. Who's going to stop G2 from winning again? Themselves, maybe? We'll see. Who's winning the next game? Well... AL just won red side, which is quite a hard thing to do. EU catching strays every day. Hey, I'm on the damn broadcast. I'll shoot directly at him. Don't worry. Hey, Mafadwa, long time no see. Great to see you. Is that Arcane from Arcane? I know, that is actually the Arcane from Arcane. I mean, I think that JDG build through series as well. I can't imagine this will be a 3-0. I can't imagine that. And also, you don't have, like, the primary dive combo now. You don't have Vi. Vi Kai'Sa is one of the... And Ambessa. Vi Ambessa Kai'Sa, you don't get that kind of combo twice in a series. See you, Blade. Oh, I didn't realize. Sorry, I didn't check my own YouTube stream, but yes, I see you are now in YouTube chat as well, Mafadwa. Don't worry, Scout just told me he'll play better next game. Right? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Do you know if I can sub with Prime on app from phone? I think you can. I'm not sure. That's a really good point. I'm not sure. I normally watch Twitch when I'm on PC, actually, weirdly. Because I watch so much esports and I want the biggest stream for it. Calist was underperforming yesterday. Yeah, I agree. I think Calist was underperforming yesterday, and I think that the drafting from KC was a bit of an issue. Yeah, a little bit. I'm doing okay. I'm gonna wait.
No, sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Was indisposed.
Hope had 41% damage.
Good God.
So 41% damage share, and a 1.2 thousand damage per minute. Yep.
And that's in a dive comp, it's not like a poke comp either. That's mental.
I know, right?
Kinda gross. Leo the Chosen? Yes. Yes, it is. Hey, Tack, good to see you, mate. When you're watching a work laptop, so not logged in, that's fair. Disgusting. Does he know? Probably not. I don't know a lot. I guess to learn that invades suck right now. Invades work really well if you use them correctly to set up for lane swaps. The thing is, invades are unlikely for you to catch out a single person right now. You're not likely to get kills off. Invades are often traded right now. Invades are largely part of a lane swap rather than as a part of a level 1, let's kill someone and snowball the game. We saw a really good level 1 from BLG yesterday into TT that broke game 4. Knight came out of the level 1 with 3 kills. It was mad. Can we explain how Doomby returned to pro play? Basically, I think his kid is now a little older, so he's not having to be new dad anymore. So basically took paternity leave to an extent, and also gotten offered to come back and play, doing a lot of streaming stuff. I think a lot of the legal stuff had been resolved as well. So basically, a lot of the stuff that was holding him back, both in terms of personal life stuff, holding him back. Like he had other priorities in personal life, understandably. New husband with new kid, valuable time. You want to be taking that opportunity, so that's a big one. So that's a lot of it. I don't know whether he's answered that. I should be unmuting that, but I've been a bit slow. So sorry about that. How's life over on Onivia's channel? Callista underperformed yesterday. Yeah, I mean Alex already had that conversation, but yes he did. That game where he just kept getting picked off without blowing flash was very poor. We expect better from him. I think that is by far the worst he looked. Callista has genuinely looked fantastic this split. That wasn't great. Again, still got another opportunity, but that was a little embarrassing. And I think, I think the other side of that, though, is that G2 are, in fact, really good, and tales of their demise were greatly exaggerated. In fact, hang on. Hey, folks. So I think some of that is G2 also just being really good, and I think people vastly underestimated how good Labrov and Skumon would be. I believed they would be pretty solid. I think Skumon, for me, was a player who, what I saw in ERLs really excited me. I think his flexibility in play is very strong. So, okay, Skumon's story. Here we go. He started as a challenger Yasuo main. He then hated getting ganked so much he became a Nunu main and changed to jungle. But it basically means the guy knows how to play very aggressively 1v1 as a Yasuo style kind of character. Play for yourself, be very selfish, outplay a lot of people. The other side of that is Nunu, which is all about being a rat, being a ganker, being creative and map aware, really. It's part of what gives him a very flexible look into the game. He's very humble dude as well. So I think he's really got it. So I think Skumon is going to be very special as a jungle in short order. I disagree. I think Labrov probably deserved Player of the Series yesterday. I think Labrov last year, for my money, was the best support in Europe. I think Mickey X was too inconsistent. And we all know what Hylissang was like. And I think Labrov is going to be great. I genuinely do. I think G2 losing Yike hurt them harder than expected. I mean, they're in the finals, right? They smashed playoffs. Has it really hit them that hard? They had one bad week. I fully believe that G2 is able to dominate AU songs because Caps is so much. Because Caps is just better. Yeah, I mean that's definitely part of it for sure. Mickey's over hearing that XDD. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I think Mickey was really good last year. He was just more inconsistent.
Didn't catch that. Mickey is what?
I think Mickey is really good, and he's the GOAT support of EU. I just think he was more inconsistent than Labrov last year. For me, on my money, Labrov was the more consistent.
Yes,
like, as a result, the average level was better.
Last year, I think I would take Labrov over Mickey on average from last year's games. But of course, you have to judge. You know, are you going to get that version of Mickey again or that version of Labrov again? And there's a lot behind the scenes which I'll go into that, really.
BB also being better than the U-tops. Yes, I agree. I think just G2 solo lanes are, on average, more creative and better than their opposite numbers. But that's enough about that for now. We've got games to be considering.
That's we do. So, let's get ourselves into that draft.
Oh, yes, we do. Anyone's Legend on red side. Worth noting, of course, that Anyone's Legend were on red side for game 1. And still got the win, which is a little alarming considering the pick rate of blue side in LPL, I believe, has been 100%.
There's been 3 games, I believe, picked of red side across the entire split. It's basically nothing when you look at the weight of games. JDG, they won't have to deal with the prime dive combo again from Anyone's Legend. You're not going to get Kaiser Vite again. That's a big win for them, I think. As JDG banning away a lot of the common suspects, but banning away the cluster on the blue side, you mentioned that in draft 1, and that does change things an awful lot.
It's not like Pace doesn't play Callista, but what it tells me is there's something else they really want to first pick, and it's not the AD carry. Jax is a last ban. Interesting, because then do you just look for the shins out? A Renekton first pick for Arla? I mean, Arla's Renekton is really exceptional. I refer you all to Game 1 versus Thunder Talk Gaming, where he got unbelievably ahead of Hoya on the Ambassador due to some slightly ugly lane swap shenanigans, and then teleported mid and got a triple kill. So we know how good he can be, but is it first pick worthy? That's the question. Of course, the Jax ban did signal a potential Xin Sao lock-in for Tarzan.
There aren't that many things which beat that champion anymore in terms of that laning phase. Dala is an Ala is another one of those kind of one-man army archetype players. I mean, Kanavi is the one-man army, but Ala is one of those guys where if he gets a game lead, does everything well. AL, maybe they go towards a longer range backline themselves this time. They were playing for dive last game. This one is much more about playing for longer range. They have playmaking on both of their carries, though.
Some fun hovers here, but I don't think we're locking any of these in quite yet. I mean, Morgana jungle was a thing for a little while, so who knows? But it feels a little early in the draft to pull out something with that kind of shenanigans. I think the Varus would make a little bit more sense to me as an AD carry option, purely because, of course, it's into the Ashe, and you can sort of match the range, match the poke, and, of course, match the ultimates to an extent, even if yours is a little shorter range. Still allows you to get the similar utility out of those team fights. They'll go for the Taliyah, though, which is still pretty good now in terms of your ability to play those side lanes and get a lot of solid pick off it. Varus as well, and you've got yourself a pretty good skirmishing and team fight combination there. You can turn up with numbers advantages courtesy of a Taliyah and try and make plays from there.
So, very different game from the first one. Scout has some macro plays potential himself as opposed to Shanks on that rise last game. I have to say Shanks' Realm Warps last game, they weren't, I would say, you know, macro masterpieces. They helped mid-fight, but they weren't necessarily opening up the game in the way that some of the other elite mid laners can do. Scout is one of them, and giving him something like that Taliyah can really help him run around the map. Of course, we're long past the days of the Renekton Taliyah jungle, top jungle combo, so I miss that. But still, it's a really good combo if they get in the same place on the map.
I suppose there is a world where it is flexed, I suppose we can keep an eye on it, but it's very unlikely these days. Skewmon feels like was the last person I saw playing Taliyah jungle, but that was last year in ERLs. It's not quite the same anymore.
No. If you do that into Sam, if you do that into a Shinzo,
it's a bad time,
You deserve to lose that game.
I mean, Unraveled Earth, you can stun him up as he eases forwards.
Sam, this is the problem with playing the Devil's Advocate. You are still playing the Devil's Advocate. You will be sent to the 9th circle of hell.
Where it's icy and cold?
No. Well, that one's the worst one, and that was for being a traitor to your team, Sam. You have actually just betrayed your team, is what you've done.
Is that like banning Mel on your own side?
Apparently it is, yeah.
Okay, well now we're looking at potential Gnar lock-in. I think that would make some sense for Flandre. Played a lot of it. It's a matchup into Gnar, into Renekton rather, we've seen a hell of a lot of. And it leaves us with what will likely be that support counter pick for Kyle. does feel pretty valuable here. Something we had those conversations about years ago. People going, well, why is Wolf on SKT being left for last pick? It's because actually you can break games with a support counter pick. Really allows you to colour your drafted away. Few other roles can.
So Varus Nautilus would be very powerful, and also, given the fact that it's a Gnar, I think you can go for Poke Varus in this game too. You don't need the consistent DPS. You want the range to actually match Ashe and Azir. Poke Varus is always good at that. Last pick jungle for Xun. Knows what he's going into. You can't go for the Jax because that's been banned away. Arla, of course, a big player that's top lane, but it's very good in jungle into Xin Zhao specifically. Xun's Nocturne has been incredible. That would actually be a decent go button too. Yes! Kindred comes through. Wow, this is very different now. Playing around long-range backline are both teams. Kindred can brawl a little bit with the Xin Zhao. Anyone's Legend have to deal with a very different archetype of jungler coming out from Xun now.
Xun made his name on 2 champions in the LPL, and that was Nidalee, which we saw game 1 and didn't pull off the win this time around, but the other was Kindred. He and Kanavi were the best Kindreds in the league. There was no doubt about it. They were just better than everyone else, and your ability to get into the enemy jungle, fight over their buffs, fight over their camps, was something Xun took a lot of power and pleasure in. You've got a Renekton and a Taliyah, you've got to have some lane shove, you've got the ability for people to follow up. Gets scary now for the side of AL to defend their jungle.
AL really need good arrows this game. That's their best go button. JDG have much better fair weather go buttons. They have random Taliyah shoves, they have Varus ult, they have Nautilus hook. It's much easier for them to start fights on lower cooldowns. AL will need to be very, very careful because it feels like JDG are the ones which can determine where and when the fights happen a lot more easily. I like this composition from JDG as long as Xun gets off the ground early.
Yeah, of course you are still into a Xin Zhao. Can be a little dicey for the Kindred if the Xin Zhao runs into you rather than the other way around. You have to be a little bit wary that you're still an AD carry, and Xin Zhao's are quite good into those with the dash.
Well, folks, we are going into our second game of the day. AL fought through a game 1 with Hope getting 41% damage share on a diving Vi Kai'Sa comp. Now, the thing about Fearless is that you don't get to play that again. Very different style of comp coming out of game 2. JDG come away with a lot better go buttons themselves this time. And thank you for joining us here on this journey through the LPL. Winner of this goes to finals. 3 wins in this best of 5 would see them through to it as we get ourselves back onto the Rift.
Well, this should be pretty exciting stuff, shouldn't it? Xun on the iconic champion for him. And that Nidalee, as we talked about, and to try and change things around. We head to the Rift for game 2, and the crowd might offer a word of encouragement or 2. Pretty evenly matched stuff here. Anyone's Legend picked up some fans to split off the fact that they have been playing really, really well. We prepare ourselves for potential shenanigans in the early game. Are we seeing another lane swap? Just some wards being put down, not too much more. Missing and pays. Step forward, but that's a large amount of Anyone's Legends players still around here. This could be a bit dicey if they chose to walk on through and decide against it. That is wise. Oh, Scout. Okay, spots out Shanks.
What the observers are highlighting here is press the attack on Shanks instead of lethal tempo or conquer it. You know, I was just looking up an interesting stat because I wanted to see what was happening with his hand. There's a fun level and we'll talk about that later. Basically, Xun does that W start, is spotted out Tarzan, who's going to take that first buff, and now Xun has to probably immediately walk onto the other side of the ref. You need to just go straight over towards here if you can. It's hard to do so, though. You have to get level 2 maybe, but do you have the time to do that? It's going to go to his blue buff instead. Now, what is Tarzan going to do? We said he is the maestro of early pathing. Goes in for an invade here. He'll be able to go in towards the entire bot side. If he can then get level 3 somehow and then contest on the other side of the rift, that is absolutely huge because it means the Kindred, who we said needed to get off the ground early, won't be doing that.
And you can bully a Kindred level 1, 2 pretty well as the Xin Zhao. Without red buff in particular, Kindred is not quite the same champion. Those slows on autos are so valuable for them.
So Ala comes over to the strong side of the map, and of course with the bot lane swapping as well. Nothing that Tarzan can do about that. It just means that they're securing their own quadrants in the right place. Flandre is going to come over too, and Tarzan realizes it's not really about the jungle advantage there. More about just making sure that Xun gets what he's meant to instead of anything more than that.
The level 1 plan doesn't work out exactly as anyone's surgeons were hoping, but they still managed to get themselves a pretty decent spot. And understandably, JDG want to get out of an Ashe Renata lane, as the Nautilus, it's miserable early on in particular.
Yeah, the Nautilus kind of hooks in with the level 1 hook, doesn't have the ability to get through the Guardian and the loyalty program shield, and then just gonna get handshake back into play. Now, this is the stat which I want to tell you, Sam. What do you think the matchup win rate is between these two champions in mid lane? Taliyah and Azir. What do you think the win this year?
Is it like 60% for Taliyah or something?
There have been 7 games between Taliyah and Azir at the top level of play. Taliyah has won all of them.
No, what? 100% win rate?
100% win rate for Taliyah versus Azir at the top level of play.
Wow.
Now, I'm not going to say it's all due to the Taliyah. There's a bunch of other stuff. The hook does land level 3 to level 2.
It's still quite a number.
Yeah, Kyle didn't have the barrier. Did he not have the barrier? That maybe did. It's long cooldown in the early level, but level 3 to level 2 really helps, and Missing comes away with a winning trade. Tarzan is going down towards the bot side again. There is a ward and Tribush that will spot him if he wraps around.
And Shun's unlikely to turn up because the Scuttle Crab with the mark spawned top side, which is great for the split map. Hayes now in danger. Flash away from Missing, not required as yet. Now flashes. Wind becomes lightning lands. You get the flash off the Nautilus. Knight down onto Tarzan as well to prevent anybody keeping going forwards. Shun is just sat on a ward, by the way.
Sat on a ward, just making sure that mid lane is not... Look, Shanks needs to contest the wave, right? Because it's pushed up here. And this is why he's here, because Shanks knows that the wave is in a bad spot. He doesn't want to be losing that much value. He's already down about 5 CS, and will be losing another 1 or 2 here as well. Shun just making sure that if he's recall in a place which also gives your laners value.
Does just that. And of course, they knew where Tarzan was. There wasn't any real threat. Respawn of the Raptors has come on through, though, so Tarzan heads over to them and picks up an additional count.
Poke Varus and Pays doing a lot of work in this laning phase. Poke Varus was a mid lane counter to Azir back in the day, of course.
Hang on, I think Shanks' scout could be in danger here. Wind becomes lightning. Just about stepped away from. Nice shove back. And actually, good at that. Nice hook on the bot side. Kyle now in danger, has a bailout, but I don't know whether it'll keep him alive. They're going to try and jump onto Pace, who goes into the bush. Will not find the moment. Now Hope's in danger. Has flash, has barrier. Maybe forced to burn one or the other.
Arrow getting charged up on both skill shots. Hit the barrier, comes through, but I think Hope has already made the mistake and goes down. 2 kills in the 2v2. JDG off to a flying start.
Wonderful hooks from Missing there. Makes a lot happen. The bailout not enough. Doesn't come on through Kyle. That's 3 summoners blown. And JDG come off to the races in the bot lane.
Hope and Kyle lose 3 summoners. Hope does try and turn things around in the duration of the bailout from the Renata. Get some damage down onto that Varus, but just can't continue that trade, and a couple of hooks land. They avoided the level 1, level 2, which is the danger part of this lane. They get a great HP trade, and then the wave is reset in a really bad point. They stack on top of each other. One of them has to tank the hook. Just so happens to be the Renata. Yeah, Hope ends up stacking the lethal tempo, which is good early damage, but the problem is after this point, you know, Varus even gets himself his own passive reset. You can't win that trade even if you go for the 1v2.
I also want to call out clutch control ward drop from Missing mid-fight to deny the ward in the bush so Paige couldn't keep autoing. Sorry, Hope couldn't keep
Hope
autoing.
could have flashed into the bush to follow, but he didn't want to go into the staggering blows from the Nautilus, I don't think, which is, well, makes a lot of sense, right? But still, now you have really good pressure valve for JDG. You're not going to be able to shut down the Varus lane very well. He's going to be wave clearing for forever. This game for AL is now about when is the great Ashe Arrow going to come out, if it's going to happen at all. Hope came off of an MVP in game 1. I don't know if Tarzan is safe to be doing this. Pays over the wall with the arrow. We find Tarzan is in fact going to be safe to do that as the bot lane roamed up from AL, and it will be a 2-for-1 grub trade.
Now, JDG did have their own bot lane coming, but it was a little bit slower. Skull Crab just spawned on the bot side of the map. Shun already at 2. After Tarzan ended up taking a bit of a trade in mid lane. Kind of gave license for the re-invade from Shun, so he did get that second one. Nice Spider-Man from Missing to deny the handshake. Skull Crab being defended by Scout. Here comes the Weaver's Wall, though. Another great hook puts Kyle in an absolute horror show. He's dead. Nowhere to go. Teleport's not coming on through. Kindred got that kill. I don't know whether it was a mark or not, but that's still going to be Flandre. Nearly at Meganov, having to back away. Flash from Arlet to get a W1. Big shuffle on the turret. Meganov nearly in. They get Meganov onto the turret! Oh no! Anyone's had to pick up multiple members. It looks so good! It's not anymore. Flash on forward. Shun ties and Hope picks up 3 kills. He's going to be donated 4. No, Shanks gets it, but what Oh, what was that?
That was, I don't know, planes, trains, and automobiles. Anyone's Legend give a free ticket to the lucky winners of JDG to do a sightseeing trip under their mid lane turret. Anyone's Legend pull out that victory from a hat. I have no idea how they managed to win that play, but JDG, what starts off as an absolutely crushing victory in the mid lane, falls apart just as quickly. We must get a replay of this. We have to get a replay of this. I have no idea how JDG fumbled the ball that badly. Ala, I thought he was going to absolutely shred in this first ultimate of the game. The Renekton often does. But it really is the solo lanes of Anyone's Legend which come out tops.
It was kind of like that run walk play from last game, right? Where we get one shuffle into
so watch
another.
This, because Kyle is getting absolutely blown up. The Weaver's Wall separates the fight. It's an easy kill onto the Renata who gets no further value. The teleport's coming and you think, oh, bloody hell. The Mega Narbar is here, so you think, well, maybe there's a chance for something, but it's still a retreat. Ala gets the double E, and this hook ends up being what seals the deal. That hook ends up killing 2 people and leads to the chase down afterwards. Great shuffle from Shanks. Great ult from Flandre as well, and the Mega Nar opens up such a HP advantage. They walk through that. Ala does have ult. He's going to be able to not quite secure, sadly, that buff.
Yeah. Shun walks away with the blue buff at least. Only on 2 marks. Didn't get the Skull Crab, didn't get the one in the fight. That could have been 4 marks to the Kindred at this point if that fight had gone a little different. Not anymore. Then we head over towards the Dragon. Shun will have the Dance of Arrows. We'll use it to get out of the pit as 2 members walk on over.
See that Ala behind in goal now to the Nup. That's a problem. Renekton Nar is a very close matchup. It's one of the matchups which determines how good you are as a top laner for me, really. Do you know your Renekton Nar? It's very skill based. And now you've got a 1-0-2 Flandre Nar, who was a first all-pro team top laner for one of the first times in a long time for him. It's been a while since he's been up at that kind of level of notoriety within the LPL. He can start running away with this. And reminder, folks, this was the first pick Renekton. This is the first pick Renekton. Doesn't manage to get the fight which he wants in that mid lane. He's now behind. This Renekton will start to lose value from this point.
And remember the Ashe, who have been put miles behind by what was a really good bot lane 2v2 by Pays and Missing. They played it so well. That Ashe is now ahead of gold. Picked up 3 kills out of that fight. It is so sad to see to the side of JDG.
Just a reminder, folks, if you'd like to talk to us in chat, we are paying attention, by the way.
We are.
There was a comment in chat from our Twitch chat. Of course, we're paying attention on multiple things. About, well, okay, is Varus it? You know, how good is Varus right now? I have to say, I've really liked Varus in the meta. I think the flexibility between builds is completely fine. And I also think that Varus can't push his teammates' keyboard either. So, you know, when your teammates go flying under the mid lane out of turret,
it's not on you.
That's not a Varus issue. That seems like a you problem.
Yeah, the skill issue is not with you, my friend. At that point, yeah, but yes, I agree. I think we've sometimes seen Varus picked because people don't know what else to pick into a draft, where it's like, oh my days, all AD carries here, it's going to be left to the wolves, and Varus sometimes feels like an option which will provide value regardless.
And a question, another statement from chat as well over in Onivia's channel, is AL the dark horse? I think AL might be favourites of this wins. This is the series which gets you to finals. Before the split started, I put AL as my 2nd or 3rd place team. I thought they'd be there behind BLG, with BLG looking a little, hang on, what's happening here? Cal flashes away. Just see that there was Ala hanging off the wave there. But I think AL, if they win this series, you have to call them favourites, right, based on form. BLG looked good yesterday, but we've known that they have to go through the lower bracket. AL are looking fantastic right now.
Nash's Tooth picked up by Shanks, and suddenly this Talir is not having anywhere near as much fun. Second set of grubs has spawned. We saw 2 grubs initially go over to JDG, but that's been about it. You can get a couple more here for anyone's legend. Will really set up the Azir very well on the sideline, and the Gnar that's ahead too.
Gnar gets to hit turrets like nothing else. Missing on the Nautilus. Been quite accurate with the 6 so far. Just missed that last one. Teleport's coming in from Shanks on the Azir. Doesn't have flash for this one. 1 grub taken. Mega Gnar on top side.
Oh, they're going to potentially have to pop Dominus. Does so. Shun now hanging around the angle. There's the seismic shove used, but Tarzan will use the Crescent Guard to deny a lot of the damage.
Where's the scout wall coming forward?
Smite secured. That's another one now over Daniel's second. There's the wall up. But the hostile takeover is exquisite, but Kyle will still likely die. Not quite. Burned down to the bailout. Wants to get something back. Missing. Not dead in time. So Kyle does fall. 1 for 1 as it stands. What's happening at the back of the pit? Madness. Apparently his Kindred gets a double.
It's a 3-for-1 fight, but a couple of grubs. I think there's 1 grub secured by anyone's legend. Pays did so well at just sitting on the angle, raining down arrows onto the backline, and JDG get themselves a much better fight than they had in the previous ones. Shanks and Hope got some damage down, but they weren't really hitting the targets they needed to. And out of that fight, Shun on the Kindred walks away with 4 marks. He gets himself that big break point of the Kindred passive, gets himself the extra range and all the extra bonuses to his abilities.
Really good spot. Looks like it'll be a Kraken Slayer into 24's build. The looks of it. We'll have a look now at this play. It got pretty wild in here.
Just look how Pave's playing. Out of the fog of war. Just raining arrows down. This is great vision toggle here from the observers. Like, Paze now is seen because he auto-attacks in that brush, but the Ash arrow is not great. Flandres just uses Meganar as well, and he's alone in the backline. This is not the shape of a team fight which AL won. The carries are not really supported by their frontline. They're being exposed to poke, and it means that JDG can use stuff like that Weaver's Wall, masterfully placed by Scout, to determine the fight.
And Flandre on that Nora, as you saw, the Meganar had timed out, as you mentioned. He'd been trading up with Arlo on the top side, and it doesn't really lead to all that much good news for anyone's Legend this time around.
The game's not really been about the Talia yet, but I do really want to highlight how well Scout has been doing at placing these walls and forcing AL to think a bit more, deconstruct how they're winning these team fights a bit, or losing these team fights in their case, right? Because those walls, they split away the carries. They don't quite have the range to do the damage. The Azir and the Ashe, yeah, they're pretty long range, but not necessarily the range to stand over that wall and support their front line. So JDG in a better spot than they were just a couple of minutes ago. However, they probably should have been much further ahead than this. If that mid lane play hadn't happened, AL would be in dire straits right now. Now the game is actually very playable because Hope is very, very strong and can clean up fights.
Going to have to try it. Yuntal Wild Arrows, another build here. We've seen a lot of, what have we seen? It was a lot of Kraken Slayer and Static Shiv has been a lot of our Ashes. We saw Yuntal Wild Arrows the other day from, I want to say, who was it from?
Mate, all the games blend into one.
Might have been Leave, actually, was playing some weird
Sure, it was probably, yeah. But the thing about Yuntal is that it gives you, once it's stacked up on the crit, it gives you just really good raw stats. Very good raw stats. Jinx has been building a lot of it because of that, and the Yuntal gives you a lot of ability on the Ashe to kind of play around that crit. Shun going in for a Camp Steal. 2 levels up on Tarzan, level and a half in terms of the raw XP.
Here comes everyone else, though. I think he's going to back away from this one. Doesn't quite have the support he was hoping for, and so leaves that one alone. Would have been another mark. Would have been nice to pick up, but can't do it this time around. I'm the kind of Kindred player who would have stayed for that mark and died for it.
You would have died for that, Sam.
Yeah, I would.
Horribly, and probably thrown your team under the bus with all the objectives spawning in the next minute. That would have been
bad.
That would have been very bad. So Shun, pretty good at the Kindred. He's been a player of it for a very long time. AL though, defend the buff steal, be able to go down towards that dragon. Make sure that JDG don't stack up too early. We'll find ourselves our soul for the game. You know, funnily enough, I actually just saw a post on Reddit which was quite interesting. Apparently, Chemtech Soul has an Chemtech has not been appearing as game Dragon 1 or 2 very often, so there might be a bug with the Dragon's spawn rates.
Ah.
So either way, first tower goes down to AL, and they will get themselves that part of the feats of strength. The last one to be closed now is the objectives. First 3 objectives will claim themselves the feat of strength.
Does turret secured. And Hexol is our opportunity for today, and Hexol is one of the more potent ones out there, has to be said. Feels very good.
So, game slows down a little bit. There's a question in chat I wanted to think about. What do you think of Kindred's role? What do you think of Kindred's role in this team comp? What is it, and is it effective? Basically, she feels like she's a pretty low-range carry without much in the way of low-range team support. Well, I think the thing is, Kindred is very good at providing a second angle and defending against the Shinzo. Yeah, you have some issues with, you know, the sweep from the Azir and the Meganar kind of being a bit of an issue in terms of displacing you out of the ultimate. But as you can see here, you're kind of a wrecking ball. You force 2 people to respond to you, particularly when you get ahead of the game. The Shinzo can't fight you 1v1. You can see that Shun is first to a place on the map, and AL have to respond in force if they're going to contest. And as it stands right now with the Herald, AL, they don't really want to be walking into those hail of arrows, like piercing arrows.
And we've also seen Kindred paired with things like Galio in the past. You've got a Talia who can do a similar thing. It's less safety, more damage, but it means you've got a kind of bat signal you can send to summon agency to wherever you are on the map. It should be very scary.
Really good poke.
Herald locked in.
Really good poke coming from Paze, takes a good chunk out of Hope. You can see why it is very valuable to have the Varus versus champions with less early game sustain and brawn, like the Ashe and the Azir. Shun might just throw the Herald straight down in mid if they want to, actually, because see whether I'll have a good response. The poke, that kind of poke means that you can't defend this turret now after you end up throwing the Herald towards mid lane.
Yeah, reset spotted up by the blue side, the far side. I think call it a blue side alteration. It's a far side alteration or a blue trinket, not the combination.
Man, Pei's getting really good value. Is there a teleport angle? No, not really. So that's going to be a Herald going in. Oh, they're going to charge it from mid to bot lane to take that turret too.
Driving.
I mean, Nautilus is in this. If Nautilus goes there, he will actually just die, by the way, because Nar might just kill him. He's alone now. Flandrian might just be able to kill him. Missing, buddy. That's a mistake. That's a missing. Oh,
missing!
Come on.
Missing! He's fine.
Honestly, I feel like you should have just 100% died there. I think Flandre didn't kill the wave, the minions that well, so the tower didn't go onto him as quickly. But missing, drives the Herald into bot lane, almost throws away his life, and the play will then just fizzle out.
I mean, they got the charge on the turret. He'd actually been having a relatively good Nautilus game. That was questionable, however, and you wonder why there's been some question marks around this player a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he also did just yeet himself under the turret in mid lane play, which was the big play of the game so far too.
I mean, he landed the hook onto the Azir, just regretted it shortly afterwards.
Which is why I'm calling the play out as bad, Sam, believe it or not. Why do you think I'm bringing it up? Wow, the monkey brain goes, I hit the skill shot.
It's onto the backline carry, that's important, right?
Yeah, it is, especially when you die for it for free and throw your team under the bus. Flandre has Mega Gnar. Missing actually does force the flash out because Scout was just behind him. What Missing has been a mixed bag, realistically. He's had some fantastic plays and he's had some bad ones wrapped into one. It's been better than his 2024, I think, in some ways. Right here, getting the flash out of Flandre, who wants to be playing on the sideline. Very important.
Tarzan's going to try and play for the Gromp, does get it. And with support coming in from the top lane, it's not going to happen. Actually, now they're going to get a depth charge onto Flandre as to hop away. It means that this tier 2 now under threat. Scout does take a turret shot. Shanks will come on over.
Can make a play here now.
Oh boy, that's going to get messy. Tier 1 secured. Scout has the spare up. So the arrow comes along and prevents an easy follow-up from Shun, who's stunned for forever. He's down.
It's the cross-map arrow. Shun can't help the play. The tower's going to survive on this side. Shanks gets a good players. Look, JDG, they try and make that quick play onto the mini-nart. They can't quite get it, and they overstay their welcome. Anyone's Legend, I don't think they should be winning from this point with their composition on the whole, because I think this Kindred is way too strong at 2 items. Your jungle matchup starts to fall apart. The Ashe is starting to get poked out by the Varus. But making mistakes like this on the wider map is going to cost you dearly. Flandre dodges that on the hook. Hops away from the death charge as well. Incredibly well played in the micro from Flandre to survive on this, because the combo into him essentially would have got him killed. And then Scout just overstays. Shanks manages to punish him. He flashes away too, using that summon up. Not a great moment there from the veteran mid laner of JDG.
Going down, that's a bit frustrating. Again, he had a very rough game 1. Reminder, only 1,300 damage in that game on a Jace. On Scout's Jace, well,
13,000.
1,300 is fine. Oh no, it's not your 13,000. Sorry, yes,
that's
you're right.
1,300.
Yeah, you're right.
Sam.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Dragon
should need an extra 0 in there. Sorry about that.
Dragon is spawned. They won't have that Taliyah flash now. Flandre also doesn't have a really good plan. Hope's going to have to reset. This is the power that the Varus is bringing. Pace is playing so well on the Varus.
Oh man, Kyle had to flash away from another dredge line. You just got huge value out of the bot lane, and that will be Dragon over.
Poke Varus getting so much value. So, you know, while a lot of the I guess the eye candy moments are going over towards anyone's Legends right now, the Varus is just doing the legwork. They're just doing the 9 to 5. They're clocking him. Hits a great arrow there onto Hope, who's not got sustain. Has to use the barrier to summon her down. Anyone's Legend falling behind in Dragons.
Look at the CS discrepancy. Was 40 CS in bot lane. That is a big deal at this point in the game.
He's had to drop a lot of waves as the arrows have come through. Pace has been playing masterfully around the mid lane. When you're playing AD carries and you're stationed into the mid lane to just be wave clear and just hold the whole mid section of the map, Pace is one of the best in the whole league at doing that so far.
Quite telling as well what is on the brain for anyone's Legend right now. It's got a line of wards all the way through their jungle from the Hex Gate down towards this Atakan, so they've got a route down here.
Flandre is currently caught out even with those wards. Pace might just be able to hit him over the wall. The Hex Gate has been stopped. Flandre has no flash, and he has no HP. Those wards meant nothing.
Man, they got that one in there to try and prevent the Atakan going down. Flandre gets caught. That's unfortunate. Now we go towards tier 1 in mid lane. Shun just steps forward though, has an E on Shanks. The arrow after though, good ult from Shun. Tries to get the kill on the Shanks, who gets into the Emperor's Divide after that ult from Kindred goes down. It's beautiful. Taken out of the safety. Will eventually go down in trade, but it's a messy, messy, messy fight.
They have no damage
and
left.
Tarzan are the only ones left. Yeah.
There's no damage. JDG will clean up the fight.
Tier 1 in mid lane, but at what cost? Everyone comes flashing on forwards, and Tarzan's there, does go down. And they get multiple members. They get an ace. Because Flandre's not there, they get towards the Atakan.
Towards the Atakan, and they'll get that onto all 5 members. I think the burst combo onto Shun was just misjudged. Tarzan doesn't have the gold, and he didn't quite get the timing to kill him before the ult came down. Shanks, I don't think, swept him out early enough either. Shanks would have loved to get him out of the ult with his own ultimate and then kill the tower and put up his own. It's a good combo from Hope. This is so close.
Oh,
Doesn't quite end up getting it, and I think Shanks at this point just needed to just full send it a little earlier. If they could have done that and then kill the tower, then get the Azir turret up, maybe they can make the play. Wonderful play from Scout there, actually. Managed to get a kill onto the Ashe before they can flash away.
and Ala flash slicing over the wall to play in the Azir before the turret goes upfield. Really good. It's good safety because, again, you can see what Shanks is waiting for. He waits for the ult to go down before he ults himself, so otherwise Shun probably survives. Shun even tried to flash back into the Lamb's Respite. It just wasn't enough. But despite getting the turret, despite getting the kill, the follow-up from JDG is very scary in this game regardless.
They have such good response range and response time. You know, something happens on one side, Kindred can hop and skip at you. Varus Arrow's kind of just an artillery platform at this point. Anyone's Legend, we were saying, hey, look, the eye candy players were going to them, but it feels like the legwork's getting more value out of JDG. That's basically what happens here too. Now we have a whole rift of gold advantages for JDG. Flandre has not been able to play through a side lane advantage. Tarzan's going straight onto Shun though.
Doesn't actually have that ult remaining. Will Crescent Guard out. Does blow the flash this time. I apologize. Must have danced with Arrow to get back into the...
Oh, Scout?
Scout's going forwards now. Gets a really good angle in the corridor. Tarzan's going to die. Gets bailed out, but I don't think it'll come back to anything at all. There's not enough money in the bank. Kyle goes down. Lamb's Respite back up. Shun gets that one. Into the backline goes the Mega Gnar, but they don't quite catch the Kindred. Shanks will go for it. Wow. Gets all the resets, but dies doing it. It's another kill to Shun.
Flandre can't quite get there in time, and neither can Shanks to actually turn the fight. Scout will live, and the Atakan proves its value. JDG walk away with technically a 4 for none, even though they lose everything but, well, they lose all but 2, I believe, of their Atakan withdrawals. Anyone's Legend, they've flooded some of the bigger moments now in this game. A couple of fights back to back, not quite quickly enough responding to those Lamb's Respites.
Approach velocity. There is a wave there, so Hope has to be a bit wary. Keep saying Stairs King. Here comes Missing, though.
Oh, Missing, buddy, you've just killed yourself
Oh,
there.
boy.
Missing, you might have just killed yourself.
Oh, boy. No, he's still got the rest of the team around. Should be okay.
Tarzan, not quite there in range, but you see half the HP. Hope having an incredible couple of games for himself. Yeah, he's behind in gold in this one, and he's kind of a little bit outdrafted, but his individual play has been absolutely absurd. Arrow onto Pays, doesn't have the cleanse.
On the other side, they turn onto Scout, who tries to get onto the top of them. Is Missing, lands the dread line onto Hope, needs to bail himself out. Doesn't work because it's on an Atakan target still. There's that last reset coming on through. Scout still alive on the other side. Just about has the Atakan timeout, though.
That's one of the other problems. Your bailout does not work versus the Atakan revives. They go down into a false death, which means you don't get yourself a real revive. Anyone's Legend, they're trying to out-micro their way through now. Hope trying to get some split plays before the 5v5s come to fruition, but now we're at a point where it's a 7,000 gold lead thereabouts for JDG, and they also have basically a comp advantage. You can see that the Talia so good against so many of these members from Anyone's Legend, and you're absolutely right, it will be Baron started up by JDG. Dragon is available on the other side of the map, but I don't think AL can really contest for either right now. Tarzan being dead.
Here we go. They're all coming through the Hex Gates. Can turn a bit faster, you might think, but Flon's got nowhere near a Mega Gnar bar. I just don't think they can have enough threat. They have to back away.
And suddenly, Ala on the Renekton, 1.5k ahead. Shun, 3,500 gold, almost ahead in the jungle too. Tarzan's had a difficult game. Had a good level 1 to stop Shun from getting access to maybe more than you'd like at the early levels, but this Shin's out, not quite got the goal, had the impact in the fight that they've needed to. At least there's going to be a dragon taken by Shanks from Annual's Legend. They'll take the cooldown reduction in the attack speed and also the denial of the soul point from JDG.
Collect just completed by Shun. There's a lot of people waiting. Nabs the buff. Well done, Tarzan. Oh, sorry. In a moment. Doesn't matter. Shanks slides away.
Tarzan did end up taking that buff though. He ended up smiting it away.
I thought Pace picked it with the arrow because I saw him with a red buff on him, but it was obviously the red buff.
Yeah, no. You could see the mic smiting with you from Tarzan. So not the case. AL, they now no longer have that. Well, Flash just coming up on Shanks, I believe, right now. Scout another good wall to just help with that siege. Combo misses. Flash away from Hope. That's not what they want.
It's not on the base, broken in another place. Double inhibitors now under siege. Shun, here's very long range on this Kindred. 6 marks. 1 more will get him that additional range increase. Again, very, very scary. It's one showing disruption land on the Hope, but the arrow turnaround only lands on the missing, but actually the hostile takeover does come across multiple members. Pays just about surviving. Meganar interrupted. Seismic shove. An unraveled earth prevent the Gnar backline access.
Scout has had Flandre's number in every fight. Shun goes forwards, gets a bailout. Another kill comes through.
Shanks goes gold, but missing will make sure they suffer for it. It's nice. Emperor's Divide under the turret, but they've got a land respite. The turrets will fall, and JDG even up the score.
The ensemble performance from JDG was far beyond anyone's legend in that game. They were much better coordinated as a team, and it really helped that their composition was slightly better in terms of the range, better in terms of the poke, had good individual matchups. Anyone's legend after that mid lane play, I thought they had an angle into that game, but JDG snapped the door shut and bring it to an even series.
Oh, man. Well, welcome back, folks, to the Nymaera co-stream. I'm Initialise. That is Nymaera. You are on his channel right now. Isn't that exciting? Can we get some oohs in chat?
Ooh.
Can we get some ahs in chat?
Ah.
Like that, exactly. I am his older brother. We cast League of Legends together. It's really cool. You can follow us here. You can subscribe to us here to support. I saw some subs come through that game. Thank you very much, guys. Also, hello to YouTube, Nymaera's YouTube, and also hello to Onivia's YouTube as well, as we are working with them to get a really cool co-stream with a co-stream angle going on and get the LPL out to as many people as we can, because there is, in fact, no official broadcast anymore. It's just us co-streamers. So thank you very much.
And yeah, you know, in that game, Shun's Kindred, really, really powerful. Tarzan had great Vi engages in that last game, but not necessarily the cleanest game in that second one. You know, he misjudged a lot of his plays. Playing into Kindred sucks individually. Playing into Scouts, Talia was insane too. I think Scout had an insane game on Talia, by the way. Flandre, I thought those Meganars would turn some of those team fights. He couldn't, because he was going into minefields every single time. Scout had his number, and I think that Flandre, I in some ways, I expect better than him. Better from him, rather, because I feel like he had an individual advantage and could have turned those team fights. Scout really just cut that off at the stem, though.
Yeah, and like there was moments like we saw like that mid lane play that nearly worked, but Shun bought enough time and the response was really, really good. That became pretty challenged with.
Not really sure what you mean by that, Yadya, but don't be weird about it. Alright, folks, I'm going to get myself another cup of tea, and we'll get ourselves ready for the next game.
So, I still think I prefer anyone's legend in this matchup. I don't think JDG were actually all that clean with this game either, despite very good play from people like Shun, who I suspect will be our MVP. It was a very good Kindred game. But there were moments in that game which felt questionable. They often, the Chinese Drasters are very formally, so they often are, honestly. They often are. It's a big style thing. That often, like, a lot of the hosts in particular get, like, really cool deals with, like, big fashion brands and stuff to, like, wear dresses and stuff for people. So you have to, like, absolutely spectacular looks. Yeah, Pays hit a lot of arrows. Scout did a lot more than Shanks. And the 100% Talia into Azir win rate continues. Shouldn't didn't do as much as I was thinking, but I think a lot of the pressure was just very, very good this game. There we go. JG need a red side win too. Yeah, that's genuinely a big deal. The thing is, if you end up in a position now where anyone's legend win the next game on blue side, you could still force blue side for game 4, and then it'll be game 5 side select, which would be interesting. I don't know if we'll go to 5 games, so there we go. I would love if esports had a formal dress code like chess. I think the thing is, for players, they want to be comfy, and that's kind of fine. Casters often end up a bit more formally dressed up. But players don't. Man, I wonder whether that shuffle in mid lane might have turned the game. I wonder whether that shuffle under the mid lane tier 1 might have turned the game. Wasn't enough. Who's going to be MVP? Oh, yeah, because I know there's some drama in the chest fit, because obviously with Magnus Carlsen got, like, thrown out of a tournament, didn't he, briefly, for not wearing jeans or something, and people were, and it was a whole thing. I remember that. Ari Pro next game? Maybe. Scout's player of it. Shanks, yeah. I mean, you could look for it. Depends what combos you have with it. Because Ari is generally good as part of a combo, right? Like Ari Viego might be cool. You don't have the Ari Vi, which was the old duo. They brought him back afterwards. He's too big of a name. Yeah, he can force things in a way that most pros can't. And I think they go away with the central dress code, which is good. Yeah, I'll see what the decision is. I am curious what they decide to do with that. So, it is Shin on the Kindred. Yup. 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 Plus 4,700 gold. Didn't do as much damage as you might be expecting, but honestly that's because when he was involved in fights, it was because the fights were ending. There were no extended plays. If we can keep this up, that's fine. There we go. Just over the Kindred thing. Look, it's a good play here. Gets double kills out of it. And the thing is, once the Kindred got ahead, anyone's actually had to be so careful about any fights they took. This was also really nice, right? You get so much value. Buys so much time before going down, and as a result the rest of the play becomes a bit of a disaster. Hope struggled to find space and time. Again, it's going to be another really good ult here in a second. Bailout comes on through, stays away, hops into the area here, can't quite get Kyle, but still, even after the handshake, gets another auto off. The Lamb's respite after is excellent. Denies Flandre a good opportunity to ult. It's so clean. It's a very good Kindred game. Couple for support. That's quite a lot for support, actually. Missing did have a very good game on the Nautilus, particularly early. Made some slightly more interesting plays, but interesting to see that the observers really rated Missing. The Gnar of that Kindred would turn that fight, yeah. Yeah, I agree. It was a really, like, I also think quietly Scout had a very good game on that today. Shun was MVP, though split with Missing. Shun was MVP, but split with Missing, who got a lot of votes from observers and stuff. Who really rated the Nautilus, apparently. We need to run some ads, by the way, if we've not done that. I forgot to do that.
Open up the post-match thread, I was like, oh, Nymaera called Hope a superstar AD carry. Dude, it's my 7th best of 5 in 4 days layoff. Like, LPL post-match threads are just like, people nitpick everything.
I mean,
like,
he is a superstar AD carry. He's been really good this
I mean, no, technically, if you're talking like superstar AD carry. So, Nusnacker, if you're in chat, it's a fucking middle finger to you, man.
Wait, what's wrong with calling Hope a superstar? He's been really good. For a few years now.
It's just it's like so when you look at the post-match threads for LPL, you'll just know there's a couple of people who just like really dislike anything outside of their very small worldview of the LPL. I actually quite like that guy. He's quite an interesting person to comment with, but just occasionally it's like, you need to get a life. Like at some point, just nitpicking stuff like this is just not like Hope. I think actually has he has a shout out to be the best LPL AD carry right now. I think he does. Even in that last game, I think he's doing really well. Okay. Guy on the left looks like Hans Samavushko. Yeah, I think Scout had a great game, honestly.
Yes, he did.
Do you need a break at all?
I might get myself another.
Yeah, sorry, I
tea,
didn't put as much in there.
That's fine. I will return.
Is there a team waiting in finals for this team? No, this will be the first team into finals. This will be the first team into finals. Oh, I put on the wrong fucking music. I want the chill ones, the breaks. Are you in Australia? How's that? No, so we live in Germany. Yeah. So we live in Berlin because we work on the LEC. Well, okay, we moved out to work on the LEC, and then obviously as freelancers, there's no guarantees. But yeah, we live in Berlin. Does BLG play NIP? No, so NIP is out now. So BLG are playing against top esports, and then they will play against the loser of this series. So the loser of this goes on. Hang on, I'll write this. So. Yeah, so that's how it is.
然后不管接下来的对手是谁，我们都有信心去赢下他们。下一场就是面对 AL， 就是有很多我熟悉的老面孔，然后我也非常是清楚他们的打法，然后希望我们能够来一场精彩的对决。我觉得弗兰多是一名很全面性的一名选手吧，就是不管是英雄值啊，还是打法风格，然后面对他的话，我觉得，上路就做好自己该做好的游戏内容吧。对，我觉得 Scott 选手是一个很追求完美的人，然后并且我也非常认可他说的，就是在常规赛的时候我们并没有打得很好吧，然后接下来的目标肯定是，就是调整好自身的状态，然后去争冠吧。
If Hope isn't a superstar ADC, then how many superstars do we have? Well, I mean, you had Uzi, you have Jackie Love, Gala probably counts as well because multiple MSI winning, multiple LPL winning. Does Elk count, or is he? I mean, or is that mainly attributed to Bin and Knight? LPL has a lot of AD carries. Has a lot of AD carries. Yeah. In terms of the question, is series a Is series singular or plural? It's both. Series in English is, yeah, it's both, which is obviously kind of annoying. Yeah. Elk definitely counts. I mean, Elk is the best ADC in the LPL? That is not true. Elk has been... I don't think that's necessarily true. And I think that Elk has looked very good when he's had Bin on his team, right? I think that Elk is good. I just don't know... I have reservations about Elk, and I think we saw that at Worlds. I think we saw that at MSI last year too, where Elk was very good when the game was played around him, but just can occasionally be a deer running into the helmets. Elk was clearly the best at Worlds 24. I don't agree with that. No, if you look at that clip where he gets the triple kill, he plays it very poorly, and Knight saves his ass. I'm sorry, like he Knight ends up like CCing like 4 different people. He gets like a double passive reset, whereas Elk flies into the Poppy W and almost gets himself killed. Elk was a monster at 2024 Worlds. If you look at the Ezreal teamfight he has against G2, he misses like 7 Qs in that and nearly throws the entire game. Go back and watch it. Just because it's hype doesn't mean it's good. I'm sorry. I like Elk, I do, but I don't think he's the best AD carry in the world. And I know that clip is crazy, but you know, I would consider myself someone who is pretty well placed to judge a player like this. Is Carrot, who's watched grand majority of his games over the last year now. I think that Elk is good, and yeah, I think he's vying for best LPL in LPL ADC. I don't think it's clear cut though. Chinese Ezreal's not that great in general, and now that one I don't think is necessarily true. I think Jackie Love's Ezreal was pretty good the other day. Well, no, I guess he got caught out too. Chinese Ezreal has typically been pretty good. I suggest you talk to the CEO of ADC about it. Yeah. Well, we'll be getting ourselves into the draft soon for Game 3. Oh, I'll change the music back then, will I? Is this a good draft track? Sure, whatever. Is Hilly a dirty end? Hilly is a wonderfully entertaining player and occasionally makes mistakes for sure. I haven't done enough. I'm not in LEC mindset right now. Is Hilly an enter? He sometimes is. No, I'm not playing this one. I don't want Oh, whatever, I'll just get back to climb, it'll be fine. Well, back into our lovely draft here today in the LPL. Game 3, Anyone's Legend versus JDG, 1-all. Very different comps from Game 1 to Game 2. Sal's being banned away. A lot of our melee supports are gone. You still have Rakan, you still have Rel, importantly, too. They might be very, very important in this next game as we go through to it. Welcome back, Sam.
A pleasure. I'm letting my tea brew.
Which is completely fine, folks. As we wait to see what makes it through. AL on their first game on blue side this series, remember? Won on red side in game 1, got put back on red side in game 2 because JDG chose blue. Now they get themselves a chance to go onto blue side, and they're also banning the Callista on blue side, interestingly.
It just tells me what their first pick priors are not about this bot lane. They've got different plans in mind. I remember in game 1 it was the Jace for Scout that really didn't work out. What was it game 2? It was the Renekton first pick I think we saw as well. Was that, hang on, am I getting this the wrong way around?
So Renekton first pick in game 2.
That's what it was, thank you very much.
They played in the last one.
That's correct. It did eventually end up working out, although it started a little bit dicey. Last ban now required, Rumble was banned.
I wonder where Nocturne is a really good pick up here. It's a good pick for both junglers, and it's one of those kind of paradigm picks where it kind of determines your whole comp. It's very, very strong. Not been picked up so far. Sejuani banned away. Would have been a nice pick in there too. Yone available too, if you want to play something like Zyra Yone. Could also look towards...
That could just be a first pick of the Yone.
Well, yeah, we did say it was up and available. There it is. No Sejuani to go alongside it. But very powerful for both these mid laners. Shank's an incredible player of the Yone though.
Can't pair it with the Sejuani, which would have been the real top tier option. Debating now the response. Arla will get a Jax, could be flexed into jungle. There is no Shinzao to play it into, but that is a potential way of matching the Yone in a side lane
This
later.
was one of the first bans from AL in the last game. Banned on band 3. Even on the red side, can technically go into jungle, but it's Arla's Jax. Arla's Jax is one of the best out there. Obviously, people know Bin for Jax, and maybe Breathe. Arla is one of the best in the world to do it as well. And his Legend with the magic damage lacking in mid lane, will need to find it elsewhere. Lilia would be a good answer for that. Yone Lilia. In lore, as on Rift, a good pairing. Could have potentially gone towards something like a Ziggs bot lane, I suppose, if you wanted to flex something different. But this one feels like it is the top tier Yone combo.
Of course, the other pick that's pretty synonymous with the player is Ezreal for Paze. Paze's Ezreal was a thing of majesty back when he was on Genji, with playing out some really incredible team fights. Look in the Maokai here. Can still go support, can still go top. It will not be a jungle option, still lock it in, and now you've got great setup for the Lilia and the Yone to hit their big ults.
Yes, and it gives you, it also means that JDG really want to buy Merc Treads, which means that the Yone really wants to start auto-attacking you, because you don't have those tabbies anymore. Scout, what's he going to go towards? He has to think about what he's going to play into that mid lane. Yone Akali would be a great matchup to see between Shanks and Scout. A melee assassin matchup. Come on, give us that. That'd be fun.
Instead, it's your champion.
Okay. All right, Scout locks in the Ahri into mid lane. Folks, if you're not familiar with who I am one of the more prominent Ahri mains across the world. I've got a couple of million points on it, and I yap about the champion in pro all the time. Early game champion, has good matchups now with the Electrocute, very good at punishing melees, and very mobile to escape stuff like the Yone Maokai engage. If you, however, fall behind the Yone does tend to just burst you out and stop you from playing the game. So Scout, a lot of responsibility on him now to manage his lane well.
Be a pretty interesting state of affairs, that's for sure. And again, a shout out to Kai Chat a little earlier. It was like, yo, where's the Ahri priority at next few games? And I was like, well, there you go.
Hey.
Question answered.
So we don't have supports locked in just yet. As we said, a lot of our hard CC is gone. Rel would look really good for anyone's Legend potentially, but you could pick it on either side. Banning away the Ezreal Karma though is anyone's Legend, because they're worried a little bit about that lane dominance, which does make sense. A lot of the lane dominant carries are gone now too, with the Ashe and the Corki and the Varus, who are all strong laners, all taken off the board.
I think Misfortune as a ban makes some sense by JDG as well, because they don't want to have to deal with an MF plus all of that lockdown combo. They'll ban a Viego. Well, AL would have been a good combo with the Ahri. The reset comps come out. Lulu banned away as well to deny the super easy lock-in of some of those hyper carry bot lanes. And JDG, pretty swift to lock a Lee Sin this time around for sure. And it is a good combo with the Ahri at level 6 nonetheless. I was actually looking towards bot lane. They've lost some of the hyper carry options, I think, with the Lulu down. Obviously, Misfortune not available. Jhin has been really spectacular for a number of players over the last few days.
Oh, it's been fantastic. And I look at this draft now from JDG and say, you don't have a tank. Jhin loves playing into no tanks. JDG, they are picking towards early game skirmishes. But the problem is, if you're now skirmishing into an early game Poppy support with that W, who turns up to the play at the right time, JDG, their teeth can really just get knocked out against that steadfast presence. JDG, very hard to play at this comp. The Nico, I like this. I think they have to all in on early game now, otherwise the Ahri and the Lee Sin will be left out to dry. It's a hard comp to play though. I think if you get towards mid game and AL are not too far behind, I think JDG will just sweep this.
if this Braum gets locked in, every champion has a really critical dash. Braum's the one of the least critical, right, with the stand behind me. But every other champion has a core part of their kit being I dash to something. And Poppy could really break that. And then you've got to deal with Jin traps everywhere spotting you out. You've got to deal with the Maokai. You've got to deal with all of this kind of zone control. And none of these people want to be caught up in the CC chain because they will die. There is no one here who can tank a Maokai into Jin, into Yone, into Lilia Sleep. You will die from that. And if JDG don't skirmish one, if they don't use the power of this Ahri Lee Sin at level 6 to get something snowballed, I think it's going to be very difficult to play out those mid to late game scenarios.
I love how different all of our compositions have been. These are two of our teams fighting for a finals spot here in the LPL. JDG versus Anyone's Legend. You love to see these teams flex their strategy as we work ourselves closer towards the Rifts. Anyone's Legend started off strong through Hope's Kai'Sa. Couldn't match it in the second game as it felt like Scout, Haze, and Shun all really came online at the right time, bringing us back to even. Early game from JDG this time, Anyone's Legend. They'll be scaling a little bit more into combos, later into team fights. That time bomb from Anyone's Legend will have to survive through that early game and see if they can get themselves some really good value. I'm just saying words at this point. I say words quite a lot, actually. We've been saying a lot of them over the last few days. Thank you for joining us here to bring you some LPL action. No official broadcast anymore, so we like to bring it to you instead. We love this region, we love these players, and we love seeing what is going to happen in the tapestry of history in the LPL. And we'll hear what the crowd thinks about their teams too, as the Gyres will begin to ring out. Question chat as we get through into the level 1, and welcome Sam back who's picked up his drink from the kitchen, folks. You'll notice we do that, folks, because we have a ghost troop where we put so many hours in. You'll notice occasionally just dipping out to do something important. Is this the furthest AL has ever gotten as an organization? Kyle, is he going to get a wallstone over? They see him. Remember, JDG, they need the early game. JDG, oh, there we go.
Here's the deadly flourish. Oh, he's dead. It's beautifully managed.
Scouts gets himself a visitation in mid lane from 3 members. A wallstone for Kyle doesn't even need to flash. What were we saying? JDG need to play the early game well. Now, Scout isn't going to use that flash or the teleport. He'll be able to run back into mid lane. It is gold, however, over towards Anyone's Legend, and a kill over to Yone first. The matchup which you really don't want to fall behind in as the Ahri. That's bad news for JDG.
I've had this conversation with you quite a lot last year when we saw a lot of Ahri into Yone. You basically, look, Ahri has some prio early, can do some stuff early to get some value happening. If you start to fall behind, the value as the Yone hits 1, 2, 3 items just begins to really warp away from the Ahri, who doesn't have very good time in those 1v1s anymore. Arlek gets a nice little chunk in some of those minions early, gets by the deadly flourish though, which means he's going to eat a hell of a lot of damage before that counter-strike comes back up.
Really good level 1 from AL. Really, really good level 1 from AL. You know, one of the things which I was excited about for Anyone's Legend, they've, you know, graduated from just being the awesome logo team, which is what AL stands for. It stood for in the past, you know, just the panel. We liked it a lot. Was how strategic they are as a team, with Tabe behind the team and Tarzan and Kyle being great receptacles for that. Q lands from Shun, but Tarzan, I mean, he's now got the minions to hide behind. He's going to heal off his passive too. Shun losing his Raptors, and that sucks. You really don't want to be giving up Raptors like that to the Lilia. Tarzan's going to take off in this individual matchup, as well as the mid lane also doing well. Arla's forced away from top lane. This is a clean sweep of early game pressure.
Shun got the red buff, wanted to literally cross map and make sure that couldn't happen on the side, because Tarzan actually managed to go wolves into his own Raptors and get over there. And with the fact that Flandre came with, made it very difficult for Shun to stand and fight for those, so that's going to be Arla forced off that turret. This Maokai, not even a great time in terms of access to any minions, namely none. It's got level 2, just about. But the thing is, the kills are still come on through. This Lilia is ahead of the curve early on. You're happy to be low economy as a Maokai.
You know, it was a subject of debate for hundreds of years, particularly in Greek culture, as to whether 1 was a number or not. 1, does it count as a number? Imagine trying to explain to an ancient Greek that 0 was also technically a number. I know.
Dun, dun.
Just the philosophy of nothing having a value as well by the absence of something. The philosophy goes wild, folks.
I can sort of see it, because 1 is an entirety by itself. This is a thing. How can that be discreet enough? But there we go.
It's crazy. Wait until we talk about imaginary numbers. That'll really boil your noodle. Allah's going to get some access to farm and try. Still leveled down. Shanks hasn't been able to spend his gold at the first run of things. So he's still going to be playing out the early game laning phase basically without an advantage against the Ahri. But on this first back, well, it's either this wave or the next one. Really see how bold he feels. Be able to get himself back in with a really good back. I wonder if he'll even get himself tier 2 boots first back. That's going to be really nasty. Ahri is good against Yone at levels 1 to 3, 4. You know, before level 6 comes through. The later it goes on, the more punishing it is to misstep. And Scout, already needing to do a lot of work early game, is not going to be in a happy place. That's the charm, but it missed. It goes onto a minion.
Oh, Scout.
Scout turns his eyes away from the primary target and seduces the minion in the corner of the bar. Shanks
There's got to
flashes
be a
away.
Da Vinci about that somewhere.
No comment. No comment. But yes, Scout.
Oh no!
Scout uses his flash, and that early game mid jungle once again does not fire off in the way that it's supposed to. Oh god.
No comment, but yes.
No comments, but yeah, I said what I said. Shanks really wants... Now, the thing is, because Scout has no flash, no mana, Shanks can stay for even longer. The longer the Yone gets to stay in lane and just keep getting CS up until they have to teleport back, the better. Because if you get yourself a good first pack with, you know, like Vamp Scepter and some attack speed or something like that, then the entire game changes. Scout and Shun need to do so much work. I mean, honestly, Missing does need to too. Braum is also an early game champion. In regards to this draft anyway, I am really worried for JDG, because if it looks like, oh, there's no gold lead right now, this team needs to do stuff, JDG. They can't afford to sit on their laurels. They need advantages.
And again, part of it as well is Tarzan's just been that step ahead in the jungle now as well, and then Lilia that gets to have that happen into something like the Lee Sin, which will eventually fall behind in terms of that farm speed. Fated Ash is only step 1, guys. It just gets worse from here. Lilia was already a fast farm before the burn items got as potent as they did in the jungle, despite nerfs or 2s.
Also really worried as well, you know, this Lee Sin gets really hard to play at some point. You don't work very well into Maokai, because you can't, you know, dash through the Maokai roots. You can't deal with the Poppy W very well. There's a very long range on the Jhin, and the Yone can pop back to his E. No one is easy to pick off, and the Lilia beats him in 1v1s too. There's a teleport coming through now.
Man, they're gonna play
AL want to fight this. This could be an option for JDG.
Kyle eats a fair amount of damage there. It's going to be a pretty deep moment. It's Flandre on a flank. They're going to go try looking for Pace, who does hop out really well from Pace. Kyle now low but not down. Missing, in danger himself. Charm onto Flandre, and the teleport themselves. That'll be a dead tree, surely. Scout gets the reset. Gets another for Pace. And now Allah's coming on in with a counter-strike on top of the Lilia. It's looking like venison for breakfast. Charm from Scoutlands. Hope just about surviving, but a flash for the cripple. Doesn't quite work, but a lead strike will do the damage. Flash away for the second turret shot. Missing just about survives, and JDG come out with 3.
15 HP must have been that. We were calling for JDG to get early advantages. Well, AL lose their bloody minds, and they give them the early fight. Why would you fight that as anyone's legend? You had done the dirty work of the early game and got yourself winning out of the lane swap. This is a worry we've sometimes had with AL, though. They sometimes get the first step of the plan right, but then buy into a fight which is just not what they need for their team comp. Suddenly, Ahri's on the board. The Jax is on the board. Scout gets a great chunk onto Kyle. He should never have walked close to Fog of War like that. It's very dangerous to do that when the Ahri's offensive. When you're level 3, and Pace gets out of the wall stun too. Your CC is gone at this point, and Ahri has the ult and can start resetting. Scout is in a wonderful position after that, hitting 3-4 charms across the entirety of this fight. He has got so much gold now, gets the sweet spot on the Q. Wasn't happy with how the early game was going, but this is the perfect fight for the Ahri. This is your gold standard. Wonderful play from Scout on the Ahri.
That was after a couple fumbled plays, right? We saw him die at the level 1, we saw him fumble the flash charm. It was feeling like game 1 all over again. That's much, much better. Shanks as well turned up a little late, only really attacked Shun in the pit before he just hopped over a wall and got out. They do at least come back and came a couple of the grubs. Game-breaking advantage per se, but 2,000 gold is what you needed, and the early game now much more lively for JDG.
Now, folks, this is where I have my court-mandated where the hell is Dark Seal on Ahri.
Right.
Scout would have had 4 Dark Seal stacks for that fight. Oh, that would have... This is why you buy Dark Seal on Ahri every time first back if you can. If you have a fight like that with the Dark Seal, in a game like this, where you need to have the early game snowball, it makes your win condition much easier. Ahri so often is about that first fight of the game has to go well and you snowball off of it. Darkseer works towards that. I'm sad that many pro players in Scout in this game too don't really clock that one here. Really have to pay attention to more like Knight really on his Ahri to do that, which is one of the reasons why I think Knight is actually the best Ahri in the world. However, you know, Scout was never a player I looked towards as an Ahri player in the past. Last year, though, he was very good at this pick, and I think that he, on stuff like Yone and Ahri, found ways to make plays in different ways than he had potentially in his previous games in the past. And you know, I'm now at a position now where I really respect Scout's Ahri, and in early games like this, he understands the win condition well.
Well, he does get some serious value out of that fight, as we just saw. And again, the leads that you had found in mid and jungle have kind of now been mitigated somewhat. Of course, the Ezreal ahead of the curve of the Jhin as well, out of that lane spot, plus to play bot lane, kind of a standard, whereas the Jhin was in a slightly weirder spot. Sometimes Jhin does fall behind a little bit of farm early on anyway, just, you know, you have to back away from minions, reloading happens, you can get zoned off things. It's just sometimes the nature of the beast there. But a kill onto Paze as well. There is an X factor in this game, and actually it pays on this Ezreal against a relatively short-range composition from AL, could end up getting a lot of value in the late game with this.
Hang on, whoa. Relatively short-range composition. You have the Maokai ult, which engages from range, the Lilia Swell sees Jhin, which outranges you, the Yone...
for melees, but I know what you mean.
But I don't think it's short-range. I think there are plenty of ways to hold the Ezreal to account. I think he's going to play really cleanly in this game.
Yeah, but I think he can, and I think the other side of that, again, is like, look, those are long-range tools, but a lot of them involve burning big cooldowns to make happen. It's like saying a dive comp is not long, is short range. It's not really true, or at least it's long range, right? It's not really true. You've got big target access. I'm not denying that. But I'm saying if this Ezreal gets to stand and deliver, it can still do a lot of work.
We'll see. I'm just saying, JDG, I don't think they have the comp to necessarily play around.
No, I think it's going to be hard. I'm not saying. I'm saying if there's a player who could do it, it's Paze on Ezreal.
Now that I'll agree with. Actually, Scout goes forwards. The ult comes through from Shanks.
Let's try to go looking for something.
Ooh,
lands, nice reads, and they back away.
Scout uses that teleport. Gets the flash and the ult out of Shanks. Needs to be making continual plays like this.
Shanks unbinds himself. Let's get a little bit of work there and back away. Q goes wide on Kyle.
Scout once doing this thing again. Teleports into the sideline. Looks for that steadfast presence down now, so she doesn't have to worry about that one. Jhin standing a little bit back from the plate. Hasn't gone towards the Dark Harvest build that we saw yesterday from Leave, which was absolutely insane. Scout potentially looking for another charm.
Q lands onto Kyle, gets the kick onto Tarzan as well, flashes over the walls and looks for Lilting Nullify, does get so, but does a lot of damage onto the Lilia before they catch him. Shanks gets over the wall, can try and get onto Shun as a result, but another good charm. They finally get one back onto the Elise, ends up being a 1-for-1, but unfortunately it's the Poppy who picks it up. Teleport now coming from the Maokai to come and defend this bot lane tier 1.
Excellent charm coming in from Scout again. Midway through that fight, ends up doing a lot of work again. Bit messy though, and giving gold over to AL in these early fights is again not the object of the game. JDG need clean early game wins if at all possible. Lilia getting assist out of that. He's pretty happy with that one too. Scout loves teleporting into sidelines to catch people out. He's actually looking to use his body to block the plate. Gets a great predict from here too. Gets right onto Shanks. Shanks and Scout have had a good split themselves on the whole. And Shun saw that Kyle's steadfast presence was down in this one. Scout gets, where's the charm came through here? Because he got one just in that tri-brush before. And after this play, I think it was onto Shanks as Shun was being dashed onto. Gets it here. Just allows him to buy an extra bit of damage. Sadly doesn't lead around to another kill, but Scout really feeling the pressure of the occasion, but delivering.
Back to Grubs we go. Scout going to be able to join us. Flandre also got TP, so just goes Wing forwards onto the Ahri. I think this tier 1 likely going to fall down here in short order. Not this wave, perhaps. Pretty down low. Can Flandre hold on to, of course, that would then be feat of strength. His first turret would secure it now for JDG as they've picked up the first 3 kills of the game, 2 to get that feat of mark.
Scout really doesn't want to be laning against this Maokai for much longer, I don't think. He's going to go towards that. He's going to go towards the Malignance the first time. Tarzan is just skipping forwards, uses the last of that Q. Arla is out of sorts. He doesn't have ult for now. Swellseed with that slow does help a lot, though.
As the Smite afterwards. Arlo will throw down the Grandmaster Smite. Just keep getting hit by the blooming blows, though. Needs to be a good counter strike, and it is. Gets 2.
Oh, really good. Gets it on both ends of the hitbox. Tarzan, though, showing how nasty this Lilia can be in extended trades. Remember when Lilia was a top lane answer into, remind me who it was. Was it
Nah.
Was it into Nah? Right. Yeah. I was trying to remember if it was Udyr and Cassante as well, because you had that really good anti-tank damage. I think it was Ornn too. Just anti-tank, just kind of running at people and using your
tank Lilia too at the time.
Oh yeah, Abyssal Mask. Oh, the fun we had with, not really, with builds like that.
Well, Dragon's up. JDG might want to consider that. Not claim that turret they've been hoping for. There's a lot of lower turret HPs, and the JDG are actually now up 2,000 odd gold here, so they're actually in a pretty good spot. Scout has the Malignant's Grave charm onto there again. It can be easy to slide out of those charms by using that first kind of slip from the Yone E to displace you out of it. Scout's been doing very well on that, a very good charm accuracy, and you know, Yone takes a while to get tanky. If you do take a good trade on full HP to full HP, then you start to get to the point where you can skip over his Q3 and his ult with your ult, start playing around that Malignant's Burn. Jax now as well picks up the first turret. He's doing well in the individual matchup. Could end up being a bit of a nasty side lane threat this game too.
So I saw a post a couple of days ago, and there's a question about this in chat as well from Violence. Is Blackfire Torch good for Ahri? Now, there are some things about it. The thing is, in this kind of game, and we'll see it right here, you want the early plays. You want as many ults as possible. Scout might even be looking for that just now. Charm lands. Needs to be careful about the wall stun. Kyle, not in range for it, though. Malignance here, very important for Ahri to just keep the playmaking going. Scout wants to make as many early plays as possible before AL starts to get to 2 items or so, and the game becomes quite difficult for JDG.
Difficult to out-Q a Maokai here as the Jax. You just sort of bramble smash the camp and you tend to win out on those. Gonna fight over the big Krug.
Wow, the battle of the century. Arla waiting until he gets his counter-strike up, maybe. He misses for a Flandre. Doesn't get any of them. Doesn't get any of them as he goes get the cannon, though, as the observers make sure we know that he gets the cannon.
A little while until dragons or anything. Herald is up. JDG thinking about going over to that one. The jungle we look from Pays and missing.
Beyond vision, it was spotted there, it's now gone. Tarzan has a flash if he wants to flash Q for something, but with the cleanse on Ezreal, not worth it for that summoner trade. Herald being started and finished by JDG. Herald not allowed onto that side of the map. That's important. That allowed them to pick another big power play again. They really want to make the most of this kind of opportunity when you start maxing out their regular abilities, tier 2 of the ultimates, before the 2 item spikes start to really come through from AL. I know they have a strong one in the Ezreal, but really, the longer this game goes, the more confident I feel in AL's chances. So JDG, good of them to make sure they're continually just keeping the pressure up.
Oh god, picked up by Scout as well here. Clearly wanted to be a bit of a dive threat, and I think especially when you've got a lot of lockdown, even if, as we said, the range on AL isn't superb, the extended engage range is still pretty high.
That was the bouncing grenade. That was the dancing grenade going all the way back to base onto the Braum shield.
That's kind of wild. Got a couple minutes now until Dragon comes through. Probably Herald will be able to save for that one. As Tarzan does the double camping. A lot harder to do since they changed the aggro ranges on camps, but still manages to do that one nicely. Steals some stuff, and Lilia, with the Leander's complete, can start to delete camps if for whatever reason they're left up.
Arla in the side lane, getting himself towards... Oh, he's going towards... Is he going towards Split? Wait, he's got the Fimble Winter potentially coming up next after this. As Shin's in bot side, Flandre is over push. Tarzan's coming down, teleport coming in.
They're trying to buy some time with the ultimate. Shin gets a kick, goes back on the queue, flashes out, but here comes Tarzan! Flash on in for the lilting lullaby, and the fate sealed on 2! JDG just about alive for a second, the counter strike! Means that 1 goes back, now they get the curtains being called, they picked up 2 somehow, Arla gets out! That felt superb from AL, and they just can't secure it.
Shanks overstays under the turret and gets CC'd into oblivion. There's a teleport now coming in from Arla's Jax. Scout not at the play, but this Jax can do a lot of work.
Good, they're going to try and keep his verdict someone away. Hold on to it. Knocks out the counter-striking Jax. All the while, though, already got a tier 1 top.
Ari very happy with that trade. AL, how the hell did that not work out? How did that not work out? The Yone gets hit by the counter-strike, chooses not to walk beyond it, and then E back, or just E back earlier. I think at that point, just say, look, I've got some damage down. I won't be able to get any more than this. Dying as the Yone there is so poor for the state of this game.
Missing. Gets burned down, though. That'll be a nice pickup, and it is the Jhin that secures that one.
Some gold back. Scout, 1,400 gold up. Arla, 1,100 gold up. Pays also 1,100 gold up. Starts with a decent punish onto an overextended Flandre, but the response from Anywa's Legend is pretty good. Pays not necessarily in the best place here. Double sleep, triple sleep as well, so it lands onto it. It's awesome. The problem comes through after this point. You see that counter-strike, you must press E now. Chooses not to. He gets another Q in there instead of pressing E. Goes down. Tower shot does the rest.
Now that is unfortunate. After a really good start from Shanks, but he got first blood, and somehow, someway, it's all fallen apart from that. 3 turrets down to none now for Anyone's Legend.
JDG really snowballing this game well. And I think now you're at this kind of gold lead. It doesn't matter if AL hit the 2 items spike. JDG is still happy to fight them. Dragon spawning now. JDG looking to use their spikes that they have right now, using this lead they've garnered.
Soul point for them as well if they can secure it. Flandre
no,
will
there's
go
no
in,
Jax, there's no Jax.
No Jax, absolutely no teleport either. It's a 4v5. Missing's gonna die for this.
Missing a couple of bad deaths in a row. Arla's not there with teleport in top lane as well. So he couldn't join the play, and AL just quick and easy punish for them with the Markyle.
Flash for the charge into the wall. Still a lot of damage back. They get the Ari, and suddenly all that lead feels a little bit for naught, because again, you're still playing the numbers advantage. They want to play for soul points still, but Pays and Shun trying to dance around with the range they have. Can't really get that much value. Deadly Flourish wide, and that will be Dragon for Anyone's Legend.
Arla's going to get in a turret and use his own individual advantage, but this is the kind of worry you have for JDG, where eventually AL, the combo is much easier to play around than JDG in the team fights. Yeah, there's map pressure coming in from JDG, and they use the Herald to take both top lane turret and get the chunk onto mid lane. But that is a bit of a worrying side. Just before this thing, oh, you know, with the lead that JDG have, they need to be less, they don't have to be as worried before. Now they're going to go into the Atacant, get themselves that GA. I don't think there's going to be well, I don't think there's going to be a contest around this. You see some people moving up. I'm not sure if AL will be there in time.
We'll see. They're going to pull away from it. Don't feel safe enough to try. Even if there was no teleport, so they back off. And I think Hex Gate made it tricky.
I overestimated the objective damage. Sometimes I do that because there's a very big difference between, you know, like a Lee Sin and a Zyra or something like that. So gold advantage has not really changed that much over the last 5-10 minutes. Now, it's definitely not increased from JDG. Not that much. I don't think it has that much anyway. The towers make it a little bit even, I think, with the kills coming through. Maokai is kind of a cheat code when it comes to engaging around these objectives. Missing had a couple of big missteps in a row now. You do die very quickly with the Lilia true damage coming through from the Q as well. Oh, the Scout tries to look for a play, but just does not respect the vision control. Kyle, fantastic wall stun.
You know, I might give a pass to Missing there a little bit, because he's trying to body block the Maokai ult for his like 3 other members. And I get that if he moves away there, realistically, other people get caught by the Maokai ult and die. It'd rather be you than other people. But hey, I think then you start to question the decision making. Why are you there 4v5? I know it's Hex Soul, but you haven't got the wave shove from Jax. Jax can't join with the teleport. You either have to play a little bit slower, or have the Jax there. Neither of those things were true. JDG pay the price. Gold lead still is in their favor, in fairness, and they've got a lot of turrets to none, which is fueling a lot of it. Problem is the soul point wasn't secured. That's giving time for AL to pick up a lot more resources here in the game. 2,000 gold lead for the Jax is significant, and it is a Thimble win, so you were correct. The problem is, everyone else is beginning to get to 2 items and beginning to match some of the gold leads that had extended.
Now, the Fimble, we saw the Iceborne Fimbulwinter a bit, but no, I don't think we saw the Triforce Fimbulwinter. It's a little bit different. Jax's second item has been a point of debate for years at this point. There were points where you can go towards Shojin or Starax. There's one you can go Titanic Hydra. Nowadays, you can go towards Fimbulwinter as well. I think in this game, the extra kind of brawn of the HP can help a little bit. I don't think it's enough to save you from a Lilia getting an ult onto you and then Yone following up. That one's still very, very dangerous, so especially with the lack of resist he currently has. Missing once again, caught out. Missing, buddy!
Close-ish. I just don't think it's going to matter. They're going to little nullify it. No, they aren't, but the curtains will get called, and that puts Missing into danger. Fate Seal means they die.
Shanks easily combos up, and this is the problem that JDG were going to run into. AL can pick you off from a very long range with a Lilia or the Maokai. The Maokai's not even in here. JDG cannot afford to misstep like this, and Missing's now had 3 in a row.
The problem is he's also realistically the only tank. I know the Jax will eventually get there when this Fimble went to transform. That helps. But realistically, he's kind of asked to face check. You saw Shun and Pays on one bit, Missing going to the other. I get what they're looking for is the vision game. It's just that AL are kind of there and waiting, and this Braum just isn't tanky at this point in the game.
You're absolutely right. You know, AL, they are now at a point where they can look for these combos a lot easier. The gold lead is getting, as a percentage, less as the game goes on because both teams are gaining higher total amounts of gold. JDG, they needed to have crushing lane leads, crushing early objective leads to force AL to play a little bit faster than they wanted. They can't look for those combos quite as consistently. Now, JDG could still go and, you know, use their brawn that they have right now at the 2 item spike, especially the Ezreal, the Fimbulwinds are about to come up, and try and fight for a big objective around the Baron as it spawns. Look for a big fight in side lanes, but again, you feel like there's a bit of a timer here.
At least you've now got that second item on this Ezreal. Scout is not enjoying that!
Holy moly, the Yone pops off.
He didn't even use ult, it was just basic abilities.
And Scout miscalculates, lands the charm first, but as soon as the Yone starts throwing his unbound soul at you, you have to be so careful. Now with Scout down, and the ult's coming back up for AL, they can go towards the Atakan. I don't think they're bold enough to go towards the Baron. I was wondering if that was an option, because Lilia is very good at taking these objectives. JDG, that timer just got shorter again.
Here we go, teleport to come back in, 4v5, they're going to try and play this out. Shun on a decent flank, looking for a Q, lands it onto the Atakan, will now be being body blocked. Kyle does a wonderful steadfast presence to ensure Lee Sin will be seeing nothing at all. Gets it to the pit with a decent Q, will still not quite secure it. Atakan secured, Lee Sin down, they've got a Lilia sleep onto Missing. And he is going to be going Missing in action. Oleg with a big multi-man counter-strike. Gets one withdrawal. Pays trying to free fly. Gets out of range of multiple things. It's a good hop. They're out of some of the ults, but they just can't quite keep safe. Too many members dead, and Pays doesn't have enough in the tank.
Scout can go for 1 on here. Doesn't get a reset on his ult because the Atakan prevents it.
Trying to get something. It'll be another decent counter-strike. Good Orb of Deception. And actually, the extended play for the solo lane is going to be good here for JDG.
They've lost 3. Remember, there's only the false lives lost from AL. They have the GA still on Flandre, but they lose it on everyone else. JDG, they commit an awful lot to that fight. Dragon is now available, and this is the problem. You have the real deaths, AL don't. They come straight back out to the map. They have the Hex Gates as well, and it means that AL will be able to stop JDG from claiming Soul Point and that third Dragon. They'll get a bot lane out of turret, and the Dragon will go down.
3 seconds on Pays, no flash, no cleanse. There is now a McHale's at least on Missing, which will give you something to work with. Ala can be pretty scary, and at least you picked up something at the back end of this. Tarzan in the pit, will try and secure this. Nice steadfast presence again. Shun will die. This was always going to be the issue later on for JDG. So many champions with dashes that Kyle just says no to.
How do you play this game as a Lee Sin? You needed the early game advantage. And AL did give that to them with that early Grubs fight. But then play after play, misstep after misstep, AL have come back into it. Root goes on to Missing, and Missing has just been caught again.
They can stay in front of Scout and Pays. It's just not enough. He's dead again. 0-5-4. This Braum is unfortunately just easy pickings at this point in the game.
Yeah, I get that it is a thankless duty playing frontline as the sole tank here as the Braum, and you mentioned that earlier, and I'd echo that again. It sucks. However, there is also missteps in that too. Kyle is going to punt away the Jax. Scout now here. Flandre has the GA, uses his passive.
I saw that miss on the Deadly Flourish, by the way.
And Ari can't contest.
Andre will have his Atakan withdrawal pop, but it won't remove the Baron buff. Worth noting, Tree Shot Barrage tags Kyle. How far do they want to go? Pays at level 14. Again, it's a game for him to be a superstar. This will be one of them.
But he can't do enough. Not this time. AL find themselves with a gold lead for the first time since that disastrous first Grub fight so early into the game. God, imagine how clean this game would have been if AL hadn't handed that over to them. Okay, so this was the 1v1.
Way back when.
This is why you don't want to fall behind in the Yone matchup, and if you have your charm on cooldown, you disengage after that point. You either stop in mid-trade or you get the hell out of there. Scout miscalculating. And that, of course, means you don't have the Ahri for this big play. Lee Sin, decent angle to choose, and actually gets a good kick here too. Hops back out of the pit, and actually gets within distance to smite. If you could have just got it so close. Shun plays it about as well as you can from that position, but this is the problem. There is no good position now for Lee Sin in this kind of draft.
And then Missing puts up the door to block the swirl seeds for Paige, tries to stand there and deliver, and it almost worked. But the problem is you can see Paige is like desperately having to burn everything to stay alive. It's not quite enough, especially where you're down the members. Scout comes in at the back end of it again, but as you said, there are no easy resets. Kyle, hit by the charm, actually now has to flash away. Lilting Lullaby comes on down, ult away from Glenn's, from Scout and Missing's Mikhail's. Mikhail comes across. Tarzan now onto those Raptors. Arla looking for a decent flank angle here, and the problem is you've burned a fair amount of those engage tools. The range gets a lot shorter now you burn the ultimates.
Scout does land the charm, but half HP on so many important members. Yeah, Kyle's low, but you don't exactly care as much about that as anyone's legend. AL strategically really running over this game, blowing more defensive tools here too.
As we said, you've burned Lilting Lullaby, Curtain Call, you've lost all your engage tools, you can maybe turn it around, and Hope says no.
That Maokai is a hell of a tank. Kyle managed to stick around the play. Somehow, anyone's legend have managed to claw their way back in fight by fight after JDG's missed positions come to the fore. And this is one of the things I'm really excited for this team as Shanks goes forwards.
Tries to get something swirlsy just wide. Paige gets out alive. Locket shield required.
Anyone's legend. This team has gone from strength to strength. They built a project last year with Tabe coming in as coach, and they brought in players like Hope and Shanks over from Team WE, who'd stayed together as a carry duo for quite a while. They've built, and I think adding Tarzan alongside having him kind of link up with the strategic brain behind the team in Tabe has been an absolute game changer for this team. Strategically, Anyone's Legend are one of the most fun teams to watch in the LPL. And you can see in this game, a misstep or two, it's not the complete product. You can see what happens when they're all on the same page.
USS picked up Shanks now. He's already got 3 items, and there's the upgrade choices.
I mean, there's actually nothing that interesting about this, by the way, besides the E level 1, which happened there. To build. I like this though. Nice to highlight it for those who are less familiar with the bullcrap champion that is the One. It has 100% crit now, of course.
It's a good match from Dwari. This is why bullcrap to you.
Sam, I don't think you can say that with a straight face after watching any about it.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I may have seen you do some unspeakable things for the last few years. Yes, okay.
Yeah. Yone Lilia combo working out so well for Anyone's Legend. You know, Shanks had 1 or 2 Orcamons died under that bot lane turret, but really now showcasing why in these carry moments, why Shanks has been had a good reputation here in the LPL.
All right, JDG, you've got 3 items on Paige and a Dream. Arla also very strong on this Jax, and a tank frontline kind of option here. Maybe what's required, especially as this poor Braum just isn't having fun. The problem is if the Jax is joining the team, he's not split pushing. They're letting Ahri do that at the minute. Probably less valuable, honestly, a little bit safer. If you need the front line there, maybe just let the Ahri do it.
God, I mean, Missing, taking shots from that Jhin. Maokai comes in. This is the standard siege potential of a Maokai comp. You are down an awful lot of gold with 30 minutes into the game. I said JDG win the early game. They did, and then they couldn't hold on to it all the same. Dragon coming up in a few seconds. That'll be even more stats over towards Anyone's Legend. Not a soul for either team.
Death Cap did just get completed for Scout. You are on 3.5 items per page. There is some damage to work with. It's just going to require a little bit of outplay. They're going to give up this Dragon though. They don't have the control. The wards littering their jungle are all blue right now, and they say, look, we're going to go into the other side. We're going to make sure we've got control wards down here. We get these wave shoved because Baron's the next big time.
How bad does it have to feel as a team when your jungle support between them has gone 1 and 10? This was always going to be the problem where they didn't quite launch off that early game lead enough. Shun caught out by the Poppy. It's a hard draft. And look, it's quite hard to deliver this sometimes, folks, but as Kyle just caught out, okay, I'm not going to be leading to anything more. How much of it is draft, how much of it's players? I think Missing, hard draft for him, sure, but he's definitely made some missteps too. Shun, you could argue actually he's played okay mechanically, but how the hell do you play Lee Sin into a comp like this?
Hard, yeah.
And JDG going into the next game will have to put on their thinking caps and make sure that they're players, which we know every single player on this Rift has a hell of a high upper ceiling. How do they get the better chance to mechanically outplay their opponents if you're going to go into that? Because you can't outplay a Poppy like this is Lee Sin.
Okay, so your win conditions now really have to be the other members that maybe do have some ways of playing. Let's say Arla, who's at 3.5 items in health, going to get Lilting Lullabied. Counter strike here, potentially stun up. Tarzan hops over the wall. can look to blast Cone out of here. There's the curtain call, though. He's in danger. Wonderful use of the steadfast presence, and about them to say, well, how about Ale can do something on the side lane? He dies.
And while all this is happening, JDG don't even have a cross map available. They put down some wards, but they haven't got the waves pushed enough. Maybe those wards will lead to some angles later, but the angles are becoming slimmer and slimmer. Baron spawning in the next couple of seconds. JDG don't have their top lane for 40. And with a Lilia this fed, you're going to shred through this objective. It's on a smite steal. And again, how do you do that against the Poppy W at all?
So tricky. There's a Maokai ult up as well. There's still the fate sealed. You can definitely play this. He lost a couple big ults. Just don't think it's going to be enough pays. Can he hit someone? That might be a call. Actually, big resist from the Flounder makes him suffer a little bit there. Shun's got flash. Maybe look to get over. Shanks misses the Q, but it's still just enough zone control to force him away. They can't get him.
Again, how do you actually outplay that scenario? Shun has to ult defensively as AL have ample tools to play out the grouped up fights. JDG can barely get in range because that Maokai ult is so painful. Shanks ults away. There is a teleport. Scout wants to force the fight.
Scout's got an elixir of sorcery running. They land for Winter Spike. Can look to ult himself. Tarzan looking to dodge away. Deadly Flourish lands onto Missing. Here comes Hope. Gets a big static shift block. Remember, he's got an Infinity Edge now. The slows on this Jin make a huge amount of difference. They teleported for that. Can't blame them. They need to find something. A slow retreat might have been the angle. Unfortunately, it wasn't really there.
Yeah, Scout tries to go for one of those mind games. Maybe the Yone will E back or something like that to dodge out the charm. He had good mind reads on that early on. Hasn't had it here. Can't really lead to that much. All of the playmaking from JDG struggling to make ends meet. Arla may be the one person that can be an X factor as his late game Jax, but even then, it feels like there's so much you've got to work against with the Yone, the Lilia, and even the Jhin being a massive damage threat in the late game.
Hayes level 17, 3.5 items. And maybe if he gets a good team fight, and as I said, if those ultimates are used to kill off a frontliner, and then you don't have, you've still got 4 melees into an Ezreal. Could. Later on, the problem is you've now got the problem of this Yone who probably autos him once, and you lose half the HP bar on this. And there's that replay of the Jax going down. Lullaby pops, and then what on earth does the Jax do?
Well, he tries his best, Sam. He tries his best. That's not enough against the power of the hammer.
The hammer.
The hammer. The hammer is displeased by your mobility.
Can you imagine? You know that meme about the Pokemon with the Pokemon trainer and the Pokemon which is way stronger than you?
Oh yeah, it's like when you have like a level 50 Pokemon going to your first gym. It's like, we should go this way now. We should go but I'm the Pokemon trainer. You are nothing.
Is this Poppy with the hammer at points?
Yeah. By the way, that comics from Alter Comics or Shen Comics, that's a very good one. There's Shen caught out again.
Oh no.
Blind Monk once again put into rest, the eyes closed for forevermore. Well, whatever, for 50 seconds. AL smoothly going into this game now. Markel into mid lane.
Hayes gets cleansed out, hops away from the Deadly Flourish. That's leaving Missing out to try and again. Missing saves the Ezreal, but he dies.
Hope not necessarily the main character of this game, but still picking up some big old numbers. Can they get the Jhin W? Yes, no, they can't. The anti-synergy.
And actually the charm goes wide on. Pace is trying, he really is. Can't believe they missed the charm and everyone else keeps running. Shags whips it on the Ultra.
Who needs it when you're a late game, Yone? Kyle.
Slow seed, just about wide flash for the full shot. No, the full shot, it's just a regular shot. They're into the base. They'll be able to end the game here. What a weird old game at the end of it all.
Oh, JDG, they tried some smoke and mirrors and all they did was blow smoke up their own behinds, it felt like at some point in this game. The time ran out. Anyone's Legend will lead the series 2-1.
Head back towards these Nexus turrets. Anyone's Legend, after a slightly scary early game, very commanding. We had issues with how a lot of these champions were going to play as the game went on. It turns out we were absolutely right. Poppy W says no, and Anyone's Legend heads to series point.
What a great combination from Anyone's Legend. Yeah, there was that slip up around the grubs, and it is right to criticize them for that one in fairness, but walking out of this, you really get to see how Anyone's Legend have become a top tier LPL team. This team has got themselves to one win now away from that finals appearance.
They are going to be in an interesting position because they're going to go back towards red side. They've already won a red side game. They're going to play 3 games of red side here, which is pretty crazy. But hey, sometimes that's just the luck of the draw. But if they do lose this, and again, depends how potent we think blue side will be in a game 4 here.
Kyle leading the chat's MVP vote right now. He had a very good.
It was a really good Poppy game.
And, I mean, JDG actually had themselves the early window to take advantage of. I mean, part of me would be like, oh, but there's no Dark Seal on the Ari with the kill and 2 assists. That could have definitely hurt their snowballing. Realistically, I don't think that changes anything when you end up playing the way that they did. How you doing, Yasuke, by the way? Good to see you in chat. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. And folks, if you are here in chat, say hi to us. We are paying attention to it, and we are streaming on Nymaera on YouTube, Nymaera on Twitch, and also Onivia Highlights is restreaming this for us as well onto their channel to make use of the wonderful community and fan base they have over there. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, so we do the next thing as well. Hi, Angie. How's it going? Good to see you in chat. As yeah, AL. An org which I can't even remember if they've even finished above 6th before in the LPL, are now 1 game away from finals against JDG, one of the winningest organizations in LPL history.
They feel like they finally cracked the code. They almost did it last summer. Ironically, that was with Ala, who, again, tried here in the Jacks, couldn't quite make it working, and I see it in chat. Yasuke, Tabe is a miracle worker. Tabe is really good. You pair Tabe and Tarzan with a load of players who genuinely are very, very good and just need an opportunity to prove it. That looks like anyone's legend to me.
Okay, anyone's legend. What was AL's roster last year? Well, it's funny you mentioned that because they had Ala in the top lane. They had themselves Croco as jungle, Shanks, Hope, and then Kyle as well. So Ala playing against his old team, probably should have hit low folks at 7 best of 5. Sometimes things fall through the cracks there. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Yasuke. This is the combo which initially I picked up on for this team. It's not just Tabe, you know, revolutionizing this team, and he can do a hell of a lot of work on his own. It's Tabe and Tarzan together, strategically overworking or whatever, doing just a great strategic makeover of this team. And JDG, you know, they lost a lot of their key pieces. They did bring in Scout, who is, I think, look, I know Scout visibly made quite a lot of misplays maybe in the game, game 1, which they lost on that Jace. But, you know, Scout is a player I have a lot of respect for on a macro level, and you look at the way that he approaches taking down, particularly side lane out of turrets, and even in this game, I think his Ari in the early game was really good. It's not been enough to do away with what Hale just did to them, huh?
And there's the gold lead they earned, and then that's where it all started going really wrong. And Shun, oh man. The Lee Sin was going to be tricky this game. They 4th picked it, the Poppy came through, and it got really hard. But that Lilia ended up doing a lot of work.
Yeah. I'm just confirming this now, by the way, folks. AL have already, I mean, they used to be Rogue Warriors, which were a strong team. But this is the best result that anyone's legend have ever had as an LPL team. Gotta go check the tournament rules of Rogue Warriors and what they ended up doing. That does make a lot of sense. That does make a lot of sense for sure. Well, folks, we'll get ourselves into a bit of a break. Chill out, stick around, say hi, join our community and chat. So they only change top and jungle? Well, it's big stuff, right? Now, Croco was good last year, but Tarzan is just a kingmaker here in the LPL. And Flandre has been very versatile. Arla's obviously a good top lane. I have a lot of respect for him too. But Tarzan is a game changer. He'd made Weibo into from a middling LPL team into like a World's Caliber team. Was Tabe their coach last year? In summer he was. In summer he was. He wasn't in spring, was in summer. When did... Rogue Warriors had one really good split. When did they have? Oh, they got 4th in 2018. 4th in 2018. 3rd in 2018 spring. So 3rd is the highest they've gotten. So if they win this series, they'll achieve a new record for the lineage as well. But the highest result since 2018, even with that. Damn, man. Weibo was in World Finals in 2023. Did you see how Weibo played in Spring, Nyanya, last year? Did you see how they played in Spring and then the start of summer as well? But no, Tabe came in summer, not for the whole of the year. Because he left BLG in 2024, remember? You mean they played well? Weibo and Spring were awful, Yanya. Weibo and Spring were very, very bad. And at the start of summer, they looked like an absolute train crash. it really took Tarzan coming in to revolutionize that team and bring them up to a World's Capital level. And if you look at those games, that you have to attribute it to Tarzan. Tarzan was so important to how Weibo evolved last year. Tarzan for me is a on shortlist for MVP. Yeah, when they brought in, when Weibo played in spring and they had Xiaohao and ZDZ, they flopped. And then even at the start of summer, things were very difficult for them. Weiwei was once promising. I thought Weiwei was very good on his time in LNG. Player of the game, Kyle. There we go. Support gaming. AP Jax wins that game for JDG for sure. Hell yeah. Got some Bousy enjoyers. Weiwei left out Weibo last year. Yeah, he went to LNG with Scout. That is the idea, Yasuke. I hope you're enjoying that as well. Yeah, we're trying to, have, do the cast justice because we like casting. We think we're pretty good at it. But also, if you guys want to chat and join the community, say hi. We'll notice you in chat. Ask us questions. Say stuff in chat. We will pay attention to it. We're not going to ignore you,
I've learned a cool thing.
Yeah?
Because of the way I've done the setup on the Fraud tab for
Yeah.
the podcast, it won't show the other slides, just the Fraud Ball slide.
Oh, that's cool.
So it means I can theoretically do the pictures as well.
Oh, nice. I mean, it means you don't have to... Well, I don't know what happens when you tab out and stuff.
But no, it'll still stay on. It's fine. I just checked. Seems to be fine.
Surprise no co-stream tries to go a more official broadcast, right? Yeah, LPL English is that now. And actually, I mean, LPL Revival trying to do that as well, Yasuke. So it's a thing which people have done. We were the first to do that last year. Wasn't that third place Rogue Warriors team with Doinby and Mouse? It was Doinby, yeah. That was one of the...
Mouse still?
I can't remember Mouse, but yeah. Yeah, so I know Hysterics is streaming. I don't know whether Hysterics is doing like more full comb streamy vibes and what. But there have been other people that have been trying to do more official broadcasts. So I'm not going to pretend we're the only ones doing it. I think we're pretty good at it, but and I hope you guys are enjoying that too.
Calm, okay. It was good work. I think the only other person... One for Shanks? I think Shanks fumbled a little bit in that mid-game for me to get that one.
By the way, I did see that you were typing on the YouTube thing as well. It's just that right now I have problems with I can't have multiple, windows open on my laptop right now, so I can't keep an eye on all the chats all at once, which is really annoying.
Did you want to go get a cup of tea or something, by the way?
This one's still full. I need to... Did I run adverts already? No, I didn't. I'm going to run some adverts and then go to Onivia.
That's fine. I'll hold on to this for a second or two. Hey, chat. MVP, as we all know, was Kyle. I think deservedly so. There was an argument, I think, possibly for Tarzan, who actually did have a very good Lilia game. There was some good sleeps in there, but I think Kyle was that last pick. Poppy was a bit of a deal breaker. Sam, says Grumpy, what did I miss? Sammy Gibbons home for game 4. Right. You can always throw a chat on your phone if you can. Yeah. Who do you think makes it the other team makes it to the LEC for grand finals? I was very unimpressed with Fnatic's win over BDS. They did it by being lucky bastards and BDS not being patient enough. They are, however, more veteran. I think on paper, it's Carmine Core. The issue is that I feel there are some intangibles which are really, really, really hard to quantify. Because actually, KC is a very young team that does not have experience in these kinds of best of fives, when sometimes being a bit of a cretin who doesn't give up is more valuable than actually average level of play. And I think if Kalist fumbles like he did against G2, Fnatic will eat him for breakfast and the game plan falls apart. Oh, there's a combine all the chats here. We've got multi-chat, to be fair to Signborough. Nice to see you, by the way. Which does help. I just don't know whether, but that might be worth keeping an eye on Caster Labs. I'll remember that one. I'll have a look into it. Because again, we have got a multi-chat, but that's just for YouTube and this. I don't think it necessarily does double YouTube, if you see what I mean. But yeah, thanks for that one. What's the score in the series? Oh, camera's coming. Sorry about that. It is 2-1. 2-1's Legend. I can leave the camera off for a second or two here while we're looking at that. How long do you expect the game break to be? Just tuned in. So it's about 3 minutes till we come out. So realistically, something like... What time is it? Yeah, probably something like 5-6 minutes to draft. Depends how long of a pre-show they want. Won't be long. So yeah, 10 minutes max. 10 minutes max. Depends how fast they want to move through things. Oh, KC won game 2, right? Yeah, I say that KC don't play with best of 5 experience. They do have counter and Yike. Yeah, true. But I think to the level of Fnatic, I'm not sure that's true. Because actually, Yike has got that experience, in fairness, but it's only been like a couple years, not that experience. Kanna's got some more, in fairness. Obviously, a lot of LCK experience was on T1. But again, one of the issues that he found was actually in best of 5s, he wasn't clutching. Whereas you look at the other side, Humanoid upset Mickey X, Razork, and Oscarin. Oscarin is the only one with limited best of 5 high pressure experience. Every single other one of those has years and years and years of being very, very winning in playoffs. I think Kalist is still a little bit raw, and I think he had his worst series yesterday. So I think that, like, judging a player off that one series is never going to be the great side. I actually really rate Vladdy. I think Vladdy's going to be very, very good. Again, he's still young, though. He's only started playing last summer, right? So still a lot of work to do, but I actually think Yike kind of had one over on Caps a lot of that series. I think Caps had some rougher early starts to some of those games. In fact, I honestly think Caps had some really bad early games points. The Aurora game where Handsoma had to pop the hell off. He was like 0-4. It was against Fnatic. He, like, Humanoid Razork dumpstered him. That's about most experience as Oscar in? Does he? Yeah, but okay, but how long was but Razork was playing for longer than that, right? Wasn't he? Surely. Surely. Am I mental? He was on Misfits for ages.
Yeah, Razork was on Misfits.
Yeah, so he's been playing since 2019, dude.
He was also in ERLs a bit too.
Yeah. So I'm not sure I entirely agree with that, because he's actually, he's still got a lot more experience on Misfits. I mean, the Misfits run wasn't what they were hoping for, but I don't think that's entirely fair. Yeah, no, I disagree to a extent there. Like, don't get me wrong, he definitely shot most at Fnatic, but...
Do you think there are any LPL teams that can beat HLE in a best of 5? Oh, they have to prove a lot to do that, don't they? It's really hard to say that, actually. That one is difficult. Hansam's Ezreal is crazy. Which is, I mean, Vedi mentioned this on cast, which is completely true as well in their last series. Historically, it wasn't. Hans has had to build his Ezreal reputation. Right, I might need to jump off cast briefly to pick up food I've ordered for us.
Go do that. I will take.
Well, no, it'll be in like 20 minutes.
Fabulous. Are you telling us that CFO has a chance internationally? Look, I'm saying this now. We in the West have critically underrated the LCP regions for a very long time, and it has bitten us in the ass a lot. How long were Flash Wolves insane? We've seen VCS teams come and do AHQ as well. Exactly. We've had a lot of teams. And yes, sometimes we build them up, and then actually when it gets deep into playoffs, they fumble the ball and they get close but can't quite do it. But I still think they are very deservedly on parity with EU and NA most of the time, if not often slightly better than a lot of our teams. And I think we end up in a pretty difficult position because of it. We've had some higher spikes. I think I look at G2 2019. That was a great moment. I actually think there was moments when I thought Liquid last year were actually really good. They didn't quite make it work in the end, but there were moments when I had a lot of hope for them. I think FlyQuest were a little unlucky not to make it truly out of a little unlucky at the Worlds run where they had some good moments too. You know, it wasn't a whole one-sided thing.
I don't know whether you addressed this in chat as well from the YouTube one, because I know I didn't have the tap weapon. Do you guys drink coffee too, or just tea? We drink both.
But we're actually out of coffee, which is one of the problems.
But we have a lot of tea. It's just normally if I have to power through stuff, it's coffee first.
We are just hot drink enjoyers.
Yeah, I'm a caffeinated being.
But it's just like I feel like there's like our kitchen is full of like there's probably 30 or 40 different kinds of tea there.
Yeah.
And then there's coffee plus coffee machine plus filter coffee plus a lot of hot chocolate.
Yep.
There's a velvetizer at home so we can turn chocolate bars into hot chocolate. There's chai tea. Actually, we got a chai tea thing, by the way, if you've not seen like the powdered chai tea.
Tea.
Yeah, but it's like
Oh my god, tea, Thundertalk Gaming are actually just chai tea, because chai means tea.
oh my god, they're just chai. That's it. The only thing we don't have is Bovril.
I don't want Bovril, Sam.
Hell, there's glue wine in the fridge right now.
Yeah,
in a carton.
I don't want Bovril, Sam.
Bovril. For those who don't know what Bovril is, by the way, it's like it's drinkable gravy.
Trespasser asked, "Do you like the knock wave comp, which is the shockwave Nox and Oriana?" I think it is occasionally very, very good. I think not, especially in Fearless Draft. I think teams should have that prepared. I like it. It's not for everything. You know, you need to make sure like you're not into like a Xayah, which kind of ruins it. But yeah.
I think Whippo had a really good conversation about this in draft for the LTA funds, actually, when I was watching.
Drinkable gravy, who does that? Well, people like gravy. So people who like gravy, I presume.
Yeah, we're back on the Bovril combos. You know, we can leave Nocturne Oriana combos alone. Yeah, you're right. Drinkable. Look up Bovril, you'll understand.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch this over to our champion select music, which I've just decided that it's this. It's this one here for now. You can listen to it even if you want, Sam. The Valorant music is actually pretty good.
It is good.
And also, I just put that song on repeat, so we just don't go onto a song which is like copyright struck, and it's worked well so far. As an American, isn't gravy already drinkable? Yeah, it is, and some people do.
Yeah, but you just actually put it in a mug rather than on food. So you just do gravy.
Yeah.
Just take that jug and down it. That is Bovril.
Okay, JDG on the brink. Team that hasn't been to an international event for years now. They didn't go in last, well, I say years, technically. Well, 1 year is 1 year's, no, in 2 years. Last event they went to was obviously 23 Worlds, when they had the super team with Knight. And, yeah.
In chat from 40 Jess, who says, are there any teams that stand a chance? Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I said that they have to, I said that there are teams which have to prove it to me first, really.
Did I?
Yeah.
What was I thinking about Bovril at the time?
I think you might have been
thinking about Bovril.
Some look mildly either confused or offended or both, and it's like,
yeah, like,
what you talked about it?
I was like, did you? I was like, okay, but it's like, because I was about to say, you might be looking at one of those teams here, because again, like, actually had to go through 5 games every time. They weren't perfectly clean. They were bloody clutch. They had exceptional players. They had to go through very tough opposition. But you look at a team like Anyone's Legend, and I think there's some talent here that could potentially give HLE a run for their money, even if people like Zayas have some very clutch factor too.
Right, AL, the only team to have won a red side game so far. By the way, folks, this is quite important. If you get to Game 5 and JDG win this, Game 5 is determined by 1v1 side select. 1v1 for that. Now, what that means is that even if AL lose this game, they would have to win they'd have to win a 1v1 to get themselves blue side for Game 5.
Or they can end up with 4 red side games in this series.
That's horrid, actually. The more I think about it now, that's kind of horrid, but
hey, they won the red side game, which put them back on red side, right? So, you know, on the other hand, JDG have managed to lose a blue side game.
Look, we'll talk about, you know, the bans as it comes through. That actually feels remarkably unfair at this point, because I feel like you have one game at the start of the series which is determined like that. Well, maybe, well, okay, whatever. There's a bunch of stuff with it. Let's talk about these things. Sejuani finally makes his way through. Tarzan is an incredible player of the champions. You probably do want to deny it. Shun, of course, no slouch on himself. You could pair it up with a Silas in mid lane.
We saw it, was it yesterday we saw it, and it kind of whiffed a couple ults, but it was a very difficult game to make work. So we gave some license over the other side. Debating a Ziggs on the other side. Not that many good pairings with it, but it would take it away from Pays, who, when you've already got the Sejuani locked in, could be very, very scary with it. Galio's banned away, so you can't Galio Camille, but you still want to lock it in. That's a blind
Ziggs. Yes,
Ziggs
go Ziggs. And now what you can do now is you can go towards Rakan later on, maybe, but this is a big combo. You get your magic damage from here, you go towards AD mid laner for Shanks Natsu.
I'm wondering whether we see something like the Zeri Lulu or a Twitch Elise if you want a couple different pairings that have been quite potent here in the LPL.
You can't do that into the Camille. You cannot play them. You need to play a Xayah or Zeri Lulu. Maybe,
Lulu, yeah, that's what
maybe.
saying, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so that one you did mention. But the Twitch, I think, would have been very risky. I am surprised it's not a Xayah into the heavy combo of the other team, but maybe they think that that can still be dealt with by the poke.
They do take the Rakan, though.
Take the Rakan, you can still go Rel. You go Rel here on 3, I think, 100% of the time. You go for the Rel, that's the last melee support that's been left out of the equation. I think you need that for your combo.
Obviously, I know missing is an exceptional Rakan. You've already got good people to be battle dancing off, but it does mean that safety for this Zeri a little limited right now. Require, even if I was going to say it might require a Mikhail's, but you can't Mikhail's a Hextech ult, so you'd still be trapped in that ultimatum.
Okay.
Lock in a Tristana. Something we've seen come through a little bit later on in draft, so it still feels a little dicey.
Shanks was a great player of it, and it does quite well into some of the champions you'd want. It does well into melees, which you want to pair up into the Sejuani. So does that mean Scout is now going to go towards, well, Insilis is gone. What do you go now towards Scout? Do you play towards melee synergy, which LPL loves doing? Or do you just say, well, I got to go for like a Victor now and just build a Zhonya's and try and survive the combo? Just play it something like that.
Akali might be an option.
Akali's not a bad answer, actually, but then you get smashed in lane. Smashed in lane. The Tristan just pushes you in for forever and takes good trades. I like this draft gambit put out by Anyone's Legend.
It's a good call. What do JDG want to lock in here? They could also think about something like a Karma maybe for the mid lane. Give yourself a combo to give some enchantiness to pace. Enchantiness isn't a word, but I'm just deciding it is. Reminds me a bit of our mother, who likes words like that. But now, what is this last bad? I feel like Akali might not be a bad option as the last AP melee option I can think of off the top of my head. But Aurora was up and available, and that would also have been good. So I see that angle, yeah.
So now I think what Scout wants to do is pick something that, something like the Akali or something that can build Zhonya's, because you need a Zhonya's versus this comp, I think.
Malphite mid.
Yeah, that's the one. Definitely not gonna. Yeah.
I mean, you're into an AD. You could just build Thornmail.
Oh my god! Imagine if they switched the Ziggs into the Malphite at that point. That'd be so disgusting.
So nasty.
Tarzan, of course, hasn't picked up his jungler just yet. Do you ban away the Pantheon? The Zag. They want to get rid of the engage range. I think you can go to you go Rel here and you can last pick jungle for Tarzan. Tarzan is one of the people who has
weird champions to it.
Has a weird champion to it. Yeah. You don't have the Nocturne. You could go towards Pantheon, as we were saying. You have the. Yeah, you have magic damage in your team, but you could still go towards a magic damage champion if you want to. I mean, technically, you could go towards something like Karthus if you felt like it. Don't think you want to do that into the Akali, though, which is what we did see coming from Scout. Last pick in that top laner into that Camille. What do you feel like? We've seen some Aatrox into it. That'd be very different.
Oh, they're thinking about locking the Sejuani top.
I think it's the Wukong top. We've seen it a little bit. We saw it from... We saw it from, I want to say it was WE who played it. We've not seen much of it. It's a fight to champion into the Camille, which fights well at that level 1. Very different, though.
Trading a Pantheon here, and you're not really chatted about it, but... Of course, CV Max is on the other side to Tarzan. When they first debuted, they were both on Griffin together. And some fun hovers now coming on through, and it's going to be Shen. Is that going to be the Shen?
Wait, do we get River Shen?
River Shen?
We've got River Shen!
Get the boats out!
River Shen! River Shen. River Shen.
There's a paddle. River Shen.
River Shen.
River Shen.
River Shen. River Shen. For those of you who are not around for this meme, many years ago, there was the tale of a legendary solo queue player who went River Shen. Took Smite, didn't really jungle, and just played Shen playing in the river, and won a game just by hyper-ganking every lane. And anytime someone asked him a question, he'd just reply, River Shen. He was found many years later and he just replied the same thing. Tarzan picks up the Shen jungle in what could be a deciding match between these two teams and send Anyone's Legend and their lineage before them of Rogue Warriors to their first ever finals as an organization. What a team they have been with picking up Tarzan, Tabe, molding this roster as well as we get through into game 4 with some absolutely wonderful champions. Wukong top, Shen on the other side. We hope you're enjoying yourselves as much as we are, as we make our way through it.
Never let it be said that Fearless doesn't offer a weird draft or two. Fun stuff to be seen. How on earth does this one play out? I feel like suddenly Sejuani combo gets a little harder when there's a Stand United jumping on someone who's being dived. The Akali, the Wukong might have to pick their moments a little bit more wisely now.
So, we have ourselves some creativity. This is what Fearless was designed for. dipping deeper into the champion pools into Game 4.
Here's the rift. Crowds begin to cheer. Could be the last time today. We'll give them their moment. Another good level 1. Missing. Getting run out here. Chunk after. Actually overcomes Shanks.
Pulls him out! Flash away from missing. Ignite used by Kyle. Maybe a bit too early in the Ignite. Would have liked to save that one. Did just highlight it earlier. We do have the Halo Blades coming in from the Shen. Halo Blades for melee was increased, I think, from 140% up to like, I don't know, like 200% attack speed early on. It's absolutely insane, and particularly with Shen. If you get the Shadow Dash into the
Vorpal Blade.
Vorpal Blade, that's the one, and you get it through them, each of your next 3 auto attacks does an incredible amount of damage. This is the first jungle Shen we have seen in 12 years. River Shen makes a return for the first time since LMQ played it in 2013.
That is before LMQ moved over to NA, by the way.
That is insane. That is before we saw LMQ go to NA and qualify for World.
Xiao and stuff,
through
yeah.
Through the NALCS with Xiao and Vasily and a bunch of other players there too. I love seeing this. Tarzan has always been a creative jungler. Flandre going into the lane swap now. He's going to go try and take off that XP in the bot side and will Hulk shot away from it. Gets 1 minion. I don't think he gets the other one, sadly for him. But he doesn't take that much damage for it.
No, he doesn't. Rakan's going to go potentially mess with Tarzan here. Not going to do anything too crazy, because again, I feel like if Rakan goes in, especially at level 1 with no flash... Oh, Kyle's could potentially look to crash down on this. Oh, we speak so much. It's 141 HP. Shun can take... Shun's got to be so careful here. Oh, my days. Grub, aggro, come on down.
Allah's coming over. Allah's coming over. He needs to be able to crash down over the wall now. But what he's done is he's ended up delaying him, importantly. So Shun is behind in his jungle clear, so the River Shen can take off.
And we saw... The last time we've seen Wukong top, by the way, Alex, was 2022 with ZS playing. It's been a little while, apparently.
That is not true. We saw a game of it in group stage in LPL. So that one we have actually seen.
Interesting. I wonder why they're bringing that one up. Maybe the last time before this. A bit of a fumble on that. We'll keep our eyes on it. Bit of junk coming on through. Maybe was it? We've cast a lot of League of Legends. Was it another region?
No,
definitely LPL.
No, it was W who played it. I remember it. It was bad, Sam.
Okay, it was bad. Okay, oh, Scout! Woo!
No! The Shanks! Shanks decides to put some ordnance into the brickwork instead of flesh. Scout makes it out alive.
Shanks, listen to me, my son. You had done all the hard work. You'd gotten the kill. You can't attack move the turret. That is silly. Oops. I want to see the clicks. Give me the POV so I can see Shanks click the turret. Was he out of range? I don't think he was.
He wasn't out of range. He flashed Rip, and he didn't have target champions only on. He misses out on a solo kill first blood in mid lane because of a misclick.
I kind of want to scream. Let's have a look.
We did, actually. We actually did. So what happened here was, Scout's level 2. He doesn't get himself level 3 conveniently. Jumps onto him, gets the extra bomb damage, goes straight forwards into him. Don't know whether he had lethal tempo stuff there already. Gets himself this, jumps forward, flash, auto-attack the turret in a game which would send anyone's legend through to their first finals ever, fumbles the first blood.
That's very frustrating. Well, both mid laners now down their flashes and teleports, and no one has gotten the kill. That's actually great news for Scout, who, again, theoretically does get bullied in this lane, and we hear it. Well, we've seen it already. That's the danger of this one, but doesn't end up dying. Keeps the farm even as a result as well. Good news for this Akali. Scout will crash down away from the grand entrance. Scout already had a pretty good start to this game, been really obnoxious in the jungle. Forced to flash out of missing that level 1 with a very solid mount up.
So, what do we need to recap now? What do we need to recap? We've gone into this lane swap. Hope's doing fine here. I'll, I mean, use the adaptive defense there to Flandre, so he's okay taking that one tower shot early on. We did see this, the last time we saw the Wukong top, who is actually a Titanic Hydra, not going towards Black Cleave. It's going to be more tanky and disruptive. You do get the melee synergy. I'm actually, now this one, folks, someone's actually going to need to tell me this. someone needs to tell me this in chat if you know the answer. What happens with Wukong's clone with Sejuani melee passive? Do both the regular Wukong and the clone apply to it? Because in that case, if you E onto someone and you can insta-stack the Sejuani passive.
Quarters of skill attacks. I actually don't
anyway,
know.
that'll well, and also it'll be really important for Shen's Spirit Refuge as well, because of course that one does dodge out on auto attacks too. Shun, Tarzan, both in their natural environment. They're in River Shen's home.
Okay. The other thing I'll note is the Camille's having a great time into the Wukong right now. Is up 20 odd CS, and Flandre could absolutely be a carry in this game. Could definitely do a lot of work, especially if this Wukong doesn't work out. Feels kind of sad for JDG. Reminder, loser gets that glorious promotion to viewer if you lose, if you fall out of this series. Grubs have been started. Tarzan's claimed one already. She's doing an okay job of farming. He's actually ahead of the Sejuanian farm, which is kind of hilarious. We'll Shadow Dash out.
Okay, alright, and teleport down towards the bot side now. Swander goes, what the heck was Swander doing there actually? I kinda look folks, I've been kind of sideswiped by the River Shen. My focus is off. And reminder, this is our 7th best of 5 in 4 days. Over a weekend of LEC as well, which of course participating in was I this weekend, so it's been a long weekend. We're deciding our first finalists here. The finals played this Sunday on the 1st. So tune in for that one. We'll see who follows up, who manages to climb their way to the top alongside one of these teams. The loser of this faces off against the winner of Billy Gaming and Top Esports, who are both in the lower bracket. So there is a lower bracket. The loser here does not end their tournament. Winner goes to finals to meet the next team.
Speaking of being tired, I just said they dropped out into a position of view, and they don't, because it's upper bracket. What am I doing?
Yeah.
Thank you for that recovery. Oops.
I actually didn't patch that either, so...
No, that's fine. I did, and I was like, hang on, wait, this is upper bracket.
Yeah.
Fool. I think for some reason I thought JDG were in the lower bracket, but that's just not true. They somehow scraped a win against Weibo. A very tight 5-game series in groups to get up here, and on Weibo knocked out in the first round of playoffs. It was a very close series again. Seconds in, JJ really tried on that Lilia. Kanavi of all people, Top Esports, a pretty good lower bracket run themselves to be facing up against Billy Gaming shortly. Tarzan on vision, Ola steps forward, but there's the ability to put down the Spirit's Refuge and ignore some of those autos.
Taylor Blades gets some good value there too. Get some value, as you were saying. Who else is coming? You do have the Ziggs ult. If you get a good enough combo, that bomb is going to go drop on their heads.
Hope is over here. Of course, he's playing the Ziggs into Pays of all people. Just slightly hilarious considering how notorious Pays is on that champion.
Yep. Scout going towards top lane doesn't have teleports, so there shouldn't... Okay, AL brute force their way back into River. I'll take the dragon now as well. I'll be happy with that one, get themselves an objective. Well, Scout, as Scout does, loves to be on those side lane turrets. Hard of him to take side lane gold on the Akali compared to, you know, some of his other bigger champions like the Azir and stuff like that, but he'll do his best.
Tried it with the Jason game one, as we said, it wasn't the easiest time. Teleport comes on in. Shanks gets most of the way, but I think he missed a cannon there, which is what they were zooming in on.
They always, they do that, you know? They do that. Hope dashed onto, gets a little bit of that tap damage, doesn't get the center circle, but gets some poke back. Of course, Hope, good player of this champion. They put in a lot of time on the Ziggs last year with AL. It was a big moment, big combo for him. However, Pays, one of the best Ziggs bot lane players in the world, actually. He's very, very good on this, and on Gen G, it was a very big power pick for them. He's played a lot for JDG, so AL snapping that one away. Also, I suppose, takes away for a potential game 5 if Pays would have wanted to play that.
Not like Zeri's exactly a strange champion for him either.
Absolutely not. Yeah, one of his very best.
Got himself a Carl, doing well in the farm. It's actually up about 10 or so farm right now as well. So this Zeri, we're trying to carry here a little bit. He has been very, very good across this split in general. And himself an all-pro nod for third team. I think that makes some sense considering how reliant JDG have often been on him to win out some of the team fights, especially when they've been a bit up and down themselves in terms of the level of performance we've seen from people like Shane missing.
All Pro has been a very difficult conversation for this regular season. We only saw 3. It sounds weird. We only saw 3 series from each team. They're best of 5s,
and not against each other, right?
And not against the other top teams. Yeah, for sure. So we didn't get to see. Oh well, is just Shanks going to get bodied by big top lanes, or actually can he finally overcome them? Where is Flandre's standing? Where actually he really struggled against Bin last year. Can you really put him as first All Pro if he's getting consistently diffed by that top laner? There are a lot of these questions, and I'm not saying any of them hold true right now. We find that out now in playoffs. We didn't get a regular season where we had that round robin against all the other teams.
No, we didn't. It meant that a lot of our decision making was a little bit speculative. And sometimes playoffs just change things. We're on a different patch. That's another big thing. We are looking at Shun, finding a good glacial prison onto Hope. Actually, more importantly right now, into the quickness, flashes out.
Shun shield!
Shun shield is massive! Stand united, keeps Hope alive. Flash burned, but he is still in one piece.
River Shen to the rescue. Tarzan casts the ultimate and keeps Hope alive. Uses that flash, but on the other side, 3 ultimates used by JDG. Carl doesn't have his one just yet, actually. Couldn't use that Magnet Storm to disrupt the combo. Does mean that the combat power of JDG is significantly lowered.
Hayes gets stunned, but satcheled away in the other direction. Tarzan gets a shadow dash, onto missing. Doesn't really mean all that much. All the while, Shun is on Grubs. Grubs, exactly. Something very northern there.
Yeah,
but it
Grub,
will be
some Bovril and Grubs.
Absolutely.
It's a lovely lunch.
And chips.
Lovely lunch when you're at the factory.
Yeah. It's a grub butty. That's what we want to eat.
What you call it's a grub cob though in my town.
I think Grandma calls it a chip butty. She'll be very upset.
Yeah, I know that, Sam, but I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah,
For those of you that don't know about some very niche British culture stuff, we hate each other's accents, so we hate the way that we say things. So everyone calls things either like hang on, this is gonna be a pretty cool stop. Yeah, we have lots of names for a chip sandwich, like a dozen names for it, and if you say the wrong one, you are hated for forever.
Never liked you anyway, so
yeah.
what's it changing?
We say exactly the same thing though. It's just this is actually just a purely dramatical reenactment of
there's literally a question about what do you call a chip sandwich? Chip butty, chip cob, depends which part of the world you're in.
Got a question in chat. Sorry if we missed this one. As it turns out, there's a lot of stuff to pay attention to. Who do you think has the better draft? Asking us. I do really like the double demolition of Tristana Ziggs. I like the Shen being able to go on with the Camille. You do have Pays on Zeri, and I don't think there's the best answers into that. You need to really get a really good combo onto that Zeri, and if you dive too far, then the Akali and the Wukong go wild. I don't think it's that much of it. I don't think this game is based on draft. With all that said and done, I think AL, I probably like their draft a little bit more, but I don't think it's based on that. Scout now seeing a support run into his lane.
Shattering Strike goes wide, but Scout out of range of the crash down. Ignite comes on down, goes over. Could start to try and play this one up. Magnet Storm after makes things very difficult. Can't quite get the execute. Shanks felt the need to flash on that one. Does get out, but the flash was burned. Scout's fancy feet is enough to keep him the summoner and his life. Shanks forced to use that one out there a bit frustratingly. I think the other thing to keep our eyes on, of course, is there are a couple unusual champions in the game, which make us like trying to figure things out on the fly. We don't see a lot of Wukong top. It didn't look very pretty the last time we saw it, and the Camille into it right now is planing really well. Has gotten a lot of farm up, has gotten a plate or so, so that's pretty good news. Going to the Trinity Force, and Camille, notoriously not having the greatest lane matchups that she once used to, has to wait a little bit to become truly valuable. The other side of that is we got Shen in the river. What does that look like as the game goes on? Shen in general, not a champion we see a huge amount of anymore. We see a little bit from people like Lehens and Beryl playing it as a support. The replay. Got that ward. Sits recalling there, so I assume got stopped. Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb to interrupt the reset. That's hilarious. Nothing really to fight over for a minute or two, so probably okay. Dragon, actually I say that Dragon's up. I feel like maybe AL not that interested in fighting right now. They already got a Dragon. They'd rather let this Camille push away, wait for another item to come on in. I think that's fair. The Zeri scales super well, but on the other side, actually getting 2 items on this Tristana, on this Ziggs, hell on this Camille feels really, really good this game as well.
Missing. Fight missing. A little bit. Be very careful there, not the tankiest person ever. JDG will get themselves the Dragon uncontested. Andre seems to take a fight. He's have defenses. He's got the Shen on, actually. Teleport coming in.
Teleport comes on forward, gets a big chunk. Wukong uses the Cyclone, but the Shen, as you said, in the teleport response. But here's Shanks. Oh, they're having to flash away. Will Nimbus straight forward to get the second part of that cooldown. Trying to get the kills done, so reset comes on through. But it's not quite enough. Storm Surge does his work all the while. Hope has been jumped on at the other side of the draft. And Hope dies to Pays.
Storm Surge ends up taking down Shanks, so it ends up being extended 2 for 1 with the extra pick onto Hope, who was caught out in rotation. Had the teleport, could have used that instead. The Ziggs needs to be so careful against all these champions which can jump out of nowhere. We saw the submarine work out on top side just a little bit. Flandre missing quite a lot of damage though, putting some of it into the clone instead of the real target. And Scout picks up first kill of the game. That's very important. This Akali could really mess up this team comp. No one on the other side can really survive an Akali assassination. Starts with, you know, the E coming through from Arla. You can see that this is the problem there. The auto attack goes onto the clone, as I believe the stream's actually frozen as we go through that. That's cool. That's useful. Thanks for that. As just backtracks a little bit, and we'll see exactly what happens here. It was so bad that they had to show the start of this again.
And he Q2s that. It's just frozen again.
That it has. What I'm gonna do then, I'm gonna do that thing where I just click refresh on the stream and hope that it comes through in a better way.
That's looking better. And this is her getting caught.
Okay, look folks, it's better for it to happen in a replay than the actual live game. We've actually already seen this once, so that helps.
Yeah, 3 ultimates popped, but they get the kill, and we're right back to the Herald being started. Anyone's Legend starting this one up. A few ults are missing. Critically, no Hextech ultimate will stand united on the other side. Glacier Push are not quite off cooldown yet. Neither is the quickness. The Lightning Crash will be up now.
Yeah, and I'm really, really afraid for Anyone's Legend about what can they do about Scout's Akali. He can really start throwing here. Kyle takes so much damage. Here goes missing.
Seems the backline. Ala looking for an angle. Shanks hops away, but has the Shuriken on top of him, but he drags Scout miles off. Shun flash to try and get onto Tarzan. We'll have the Permafrost come on down. Is on top of the blast go and gets knocked into the pit. And that means they can start running at it. And JDG, I think, about to run over the end of this fight, especially as Wukong will deny a option for Tarzan to escape.
Bad fight around the Herald pit. Tarzan's going to do some decent damage using the Spirit's Refuge, but the ult comes through and Pays donated the kill at some point onto that Shen. It's going to take a little while. Tarzan, what's he going to do here? Tries to dodge some autos, not going to be enough. Anyone's Legend have another bad fight in the early game around this topside objective pit. Herald go up to JDG, and a lot of gold is going the way of JDG, which I'm not sure AL can really deal with the later this game goes.
Feels like both comps really want that combo to work in there, where you want the Camille plus Ziggs to hit someone like Pays, and you play out the fight from there. Get the reset for Shanks, and that feels pretty good. On the other side, though, JDG get that Akali getting first kill, and Pays gets to run rampant. He's 2-0-1 now
on the Zeri, which he kind of made his name on in a lot of ways.
2,000 gold up.
2,000 gold up. Hope caught out in rotation. Really, in that last play, we called it out. You should have just teleported to the play if you wanted to be anyway. Should not have been roaming around the map, knowing that the Tarzan Shen ult was being used somewhere else. So Flandre going into turret. The Cyclone comes through from Arlen. Great trade back. Trinity Force first sight. Not going to be that Titanic Hydra going for full damage. I think that makes a lot of sense here. He can shred the backline.
Still, it's a Cyclone down, whereas Flandre has TP, and Arle's already burned his. So Flandre can TP back and continue to be a threat. Was looking for a reset anyway, so happy enough with that one of the Cyclone being down. Makes things a bit tricky. Did just pick up steel caps, which feels pretty good for Arla into a lot of these side lane matchups. It's a Camille and a Tristana, both of whom are in fact auto attack champions.
So, Dragon up in a minute. Atakan up in 2. Next big fight, of course, if it comes a little bit later, could determine that Atakan. Atakan with both these teams is so insane because they have really good ways of diving in. You've got the Submarine on one side, Akali coming on the flank on the other. I think if Arla or Scout get onto the backline in these fights, then the fight's over. From what we saw in that last fight, that's convinced me of it. The damage is kind of insane. I'll stop the W coming through from completion there. AL, it's very hard to protect their backline because Shen needs to be on the front line, but then he can't ult the backline either because he has to be going in with that Camille. And I don't think AL have the gold really to cleanly shut down Pays now, and that's a problem because we know what Zeri does if she escapes the initial engage.
Part of the issue as well, we've only seen one proactive Shen ult, and that was topside where they went 1-for-1 and then Hope got caught in the rotation. Did kill the Herald before it crashed into tier 2, which is nice. Second Dragon coming up for JDG shortly. Where do Anyone's Legend look to play the game? They're going to let Camille shove out topside. It's the 1 sole gold lead right now. It's Flandre's Camille. 50 CS up on this Wukong, which could again eventually prove to be a bit of a problem.
So if you're noticing that Tarzan's not doing that much damage, if you do at the early levels of the Halo Blades, has of course gone for the supported build. It's an LS kind of build that's popularized there. Shun misses the ult to Hope. Here comes Pays. Not able to get that cleaner combo.
Be a bit careful. Pays is in danger. Into the Shadow Dash, gets cleansed, but has nowhere to go out. Has not got Flash, not got Spark. Surge stays alive, and the rest of JDG come flying on him. Flandre has TP'd too.
Very surprised FaZe makes it out alive. Using both summoners and the ult on the Zeri before a big fight for that dragon. That's an opening for AL now. I didn't think they'd be able to cleanly close him down before, but with only using the Magnet Storm, having your submarine available, I think AL might be able to look for a contest in the next minute or two before FaZe gets himself his tools back. They're not taking down the dragon that quickly. I think AL smell blood.
They should do. This Camille is terrifying at this point as well. Shanks has got an item and a half. You've got haunting guys in infantry for Hope as well. You've got enough damage here to really threaten.
Scout might be able to go to Hope. That would change everything. As the Storm Surge!
Oh boy, gets the shield from the Stand United. Storm Surge is enough. Buster shot away, but a little late. Hook shot after onto Scout, who goes golden to interrupt that stun. Hextech Onivia comes on through, tries to flash, will likely die for it. Tristana gets out the quickness in the backside, is dangerous, so is Wukong. Begins to fire, she'll try to get the passive on to Flandre, who still hook shots well. Flash out from Shanks as Tarzan dashes away. Ends up being a 2-for-1. As Kyle dies for the sins of Hope's face check.
Hope has had a great series and a great split, but this game has now really been determined by two bad face checks from Hope on the Ziggs. Gives an opening but in the earlier skirmish, and in this one, loses anyone's legend a golden opportunity to take a window while some important summoners were down from JDG. JDG, they're feeling good now. I think they hear silver. I think they want to start scraping it. They'd want to bring us to a game 5. This is so clutch from Scout. Scout's Akali, something which he has a hell of a lot of history on between 2021 and 2022. Really gets a clutch execution here. And the Buster shot puts him even further to safety. Zonya's over the hook shot, but Flandre doesn't have the hook shot to close down someone like Taze now. Shanks gets a little bit of damage down, but the damage is done. The Ziggs not being there for the extra burst and consistent damage wins the fight for them.
It really does. At least Shanks and Flandre get out. There's a lot of summoners burned in general. Remember, there's still no flash on Scout, there's still no flash on Paze. Those are big cooldowns to be down. It's just really problematic when you're seeing this Ziggs kind of die a little bit for free in these plays. Not really costing JDG a lot of opportunity. They're just sitting in the bush.
And they might go for it again. Just wondering, actually, if I was just looking at the mini-map down to see if Paze was in skating range again. Shouldn't hanging over the side of that wall. Okay, so Adscon's up. Significant gold lead for JDG. 5,000 about right now. The Camille and the Tristana have good gold. I just don't think it's easy for them to leverage it. That's the big thing here. If JDG get a lead on the Wukong or onto the Akali or the Zeri, I think it's much easier for them to do damage. Probably gets 700 gold from the inner turret as well. Even further into his item build now. Not necessarily the biggest item lead before that point, but now he's getting really scary going towards the second item.
You really need this Camille to lock down Paze and delete him. That has to be the win con. If you can get rid of 3,000 of that gold, maybe you can play it from there. Problem is, they had that moment when the flash and the cleanse was down. I don't think it's as easy now, especially as those summoners start to come back up.
Well, Paze has had so many resources. He actually out-levels the enemy mid laner, level 14. He's been given a lot of resources. Has shield too. They miss the combo.
Oh, Flandre now in danger. They go flashy for the taunt. Tarzan misses it. They go desperately looking, and it all goes wrong. Paze gets the kill on the Shen. Scout's about to turn up, and it doesn't get better from here, folks. Perfect execution. Buster shot back from. Not quite enough damage with the Storm Surge. There is no flash. There's still a lot of work to do here for Scout, who just Hurricane flips forwards and throws a few more kunai into the face of that Ziggs.
Anyone's legend completely screw their engage. They miss the submarine. And Paze escapes. 4-0 and 2 on his Zeri. Not shut down. JDG, this is their game to lose now.
I mean, at this point, I think anyone's legend have got little else in the tools. No flash on Flandre meant no real way to extend once Paze was just out of range. Felt like a desperation angle while there was no flash on Paze.
Also say as well, you know, we can highlight how Cal's going to die here as well. Scout will get the circuit flip. Cal misses the stun. Storm Surge means, by the way, extra gold as well, much like the Collector, so an extra, I don't know, a couple of kills, he's got an extra 50 gold or something across the game. It's a small thing which matter, isn't it? Anyone's legend, very far behind now. Scout having a wonderful game on the Akali. We've highlighted the Zeri from Paze, and yes, that is definitely one of the major factors as to why JDG, alongside Shun as well, and he actually self-CC'd himself in that W, but just gets out with that dash. So close to getting in range. No flash though on the Camille. Doesn't help, and the missed flash from Shen makes it even worse. Anyone's legend, that was the last big play I think they had in this game. Now you don't have enough gold to pull off your combo again. I think that's it. I think that's game over. I think this is heading inevitably to a game 5.
Get ready for the side select 1v1. Missing a great Rakan engage. Well, hit pretty much the entire team with that quickness. And Flandre died all the while we were watching Scout, so ends up being very messy indeed. Anyone's legend. This composition just hasn't worked, and I don't think it's necessarily the fault of the composition. It's been the execution for me. They've fumbled the combo multiple times now for multiple reasons. A light has to be shone on hope, obviously, for the unfortunate face checks. The other side of it is like, Flandre Tarzan, that had to be better in that moment. Scout might be jumped on. They'll get one. That's a pretty decent moment. Scout goes golden. Teleports begin to fly, and they'll back off. There's a nice R1 into E combo.
Ends up being just an ult taken away, ult for ult. That's not what you want there. Scout can teleport back onto the map if he wants to. Yeah, taking the Akali ult, normally a big thing, but AL need more than that now. They are too far behind to have small wins.
They only burned a Buster shot in that sense, but they did get the teleport out of Arla, which is also something nice. And the Zonyas too, so it makes it a little bit harder for Scout to go diving the way he did. Missing, stunned up, he tries to go in. Nice, Mag the Storm him to run. It's actually great. Mag T-bomb afterwards isn't the best, but over the wall goes Shank trying to go into the base. But the Immortal Shield Bow does actually work because the Shed ult's there. So they finally bring that Zeri down to size. Flandre's TP'd into behind them to clear out the wave.
But it's only... It is only the false life. They get it. They get the Atacant. It's not even the shutdown on Zeri, who's still got a bunch of gold to their name. It shows that Shanks does have some good damage to take down that Zeri, but it is so hard to thread the needle. He gets something. Scout doesn't have his ult back up now, but of course he's got the Atacant. Wants to just keep running in and force him off the wave. Why not?
All right, second dragon now picked up from JDG. Shanks though takes the opportunity to get a turret topside with some bounty golds, and you'll take those moments. And Atacant doesn't actually lead to a base break there. The turrets were largely already fallen, so in the end, not bad defense from anyone's legend. I thought it could be in a lot worse there. Baron is up though, and that could be our next port of call. In fact, really, let's be real. Of course, it's going to be that. You get Baron here, and I think it really is over for anyone's legend.
So, JDG, great map control. No wards from anyone's legend. You do have flash up for Camille. Maybe that's something you can play around. Really is, for me, about what Shanks could do. Hope is 4,000 gold behind. The Ziggs will throw some damage in, but it's not going to be the damage which wins you the game. Shanks needs to get a fight around the side, much like Hope did on the Kai'Sa earlier into the series, and find himself those 1v1s isolated in the team fight. Get resets, get that Flicker Blades for another bomb, another Q activation as well for the attack speed. Maybe that's enough, but it's so hard to do that with the mobility of JDG and the tankiness it is to get that initial kill.
Tarzan sat on a ward here. Maybe taking it. And again, you are still red side into a Ziggs, which can suck. Also, blue side into a Ziggs. Free opportunity to do that. It's Tarzan. Shadow dashes outside of the ground entrance. Camille going to try and split push away for that tier 1 bot side. Baron started up. Here we go.
So, AL really forced off deep. JDG putting so many kind of just feelers out into the jungle, missing spots out Tarzan here. He does have flash himself. Of course, remember, he could technically go with a submarine into the pit as well. Shun, very tanky, not losing that much health from Baron. Arla off to the side, doesn't have flash himself just yet. Flandre gets level 16, but doesn't have teleport. He's just leaving it. Maybe they could have gone for a steal. They choose not to. Flandre takes some individual gold. They give up the Baron, maybe just thinking, look, we're not winning our big fights. We need to get some gold from somewhere.
All right, they're going to keep shoving up topside with the Baron there. The resets begin to come on through. How much work can this Camille do towards that tier 2? Decides to reset instead. Get on out of there. Gets that wave shove. They don't want to fight that one. And hey, you take that turret where you can. It earns Camille a Sterax, in fairness, which is a big purchase.
Yeah, throw it under the Camille. Is it enough? Still even in gold with the Wukong. I mean, yes, it's a Camille. Camille does disgusting things in the late game. I just don't know if it's enough. Every time that
Flame Rising and still behind in gold.
Because, okay, if Camille can 1v1 the Zeri and get a huge combo onto them, it's enough. I don't think you do that through a shield bow and a bloodthirster, especially when you've got, you know, just the disruption coming through from JDG. Unless there is a massive mistake or misposition from Pays, I don't think the Camille can do enough. JDG, so much extra random damage to throw at the backline to make things even as well.
Tricky, tricky, tricky. Yeah, not quite a third item for Shanks either, who's looking to go towards the Lord Dominic's guards. He's got quite a lot of frontline at this point to deal with as well, between that Randuin's now on the Sejuani. Even at this point, base resists on things like this Khan, on the Wukong, just getting increasingly annoying to deal with.
So this question in chat is might become very, very relevant. What's the difference between blue side into Ziggs? Well, honestly, it's not about the Ziggs being on blue side. It's more about the full draft and having to ban stuff like Skarner on red side. Every red side team has had to ban Skarner in this series. It really hurts and just opens up better first pick opportunities for JDG. and you can't ban away some of the more powerful picks when you're on red side, because you kind of are already taken by those powerful moments. It could be so important in game 5 if we reach it.
Specifically for being on red side, I think I mentioned it in terms of the Baron pick, because you got the wall between you, so you can throw some poke over.
Yep, no, that's fair. That's the old good one.
It's only onto the clone on the back end of it though, that goes down, but Ale does lose 2/3 of the HP.
Sorry, I missed the context on that one. Absolute toss, and bloody hell, here comes Scout!
On the backside, they've lost the global down. Into the backline goes missing. Might get something back, doesn't quite burn. The Ignite is still solid. Hope just about alive for a second or two. His Pays does stay alive. He's just too good. Quadra kill towards the Zeri.
Pays makes his debut split in the LPL, one to be invested in, and brings it to a game 5 in the upper bracket finals. Winner of the next single game goes to finals.
Isn't it apt at Silver Scrapes? Because you win this next game, you'll be earning yourself at least silver here in this first bit of the LPL. Finals berth on the line. Anyone's Legend. It got ugly after the composition fell apart when the combos weren't landing. JDG got that Zeri so ahead.
The combo didn't work. Fearless. It does incentivize having those combinations, but you got to make them work, don't you? Hello, folks, and welcome back to our lovely faces here in Berlin, bringing you the LPL. We're now at game 5. Now, as far as I believe it, we now have a 1v1 to determine side select for our team that will go to finals.
Who's going to be that 1v1 option
I don't know.
for you?
Flandre's played a lot of them.
That's
in
true.
regular season, 1v1s were kind of like, oh, well, whatever, because it's game 1 and you just get the nerves shaken off. This is so important now. We know that blue side is very important. The only team to have won a red side game was Anyone's Legend in the first game of the series. Every other game has been a blue side win, so it's 1-3 in terms of blue side. This is so important. This could determine a finalist. First finals for Anyone's Legend. JDG, their first finals in a year. They didn't make one in 2024. This is a very impactful side select now. I don't know who you pick. I mean, Shanks has played a lot of them. Flandre's played a few of them. I don't know.
Who do you pick? JDG.
Is 1v1 pick blind? I believe what happens is you have 3 bans and then it's blind pick after that point, so you can have Mara.
We've had like 1v1 Renekton, for example.
We did actually get some food delivered while we're in the middle of this, so
do you want to go grab it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab that from there. I guess we'll maybe eat, I don't know.
Eat here.
Guess we'll eat here. But
That's
yeah, so yeah, folks. Hi, I'm Nymaera. This is Initialise. We're brothers. We cast LPL. We've done this stuff.
Alex, you also need to tell me what game would you like to talk about in the podcast as well. We need to think Heroes and Zeros.
I will have a think about
That's fine.
And we'll get ourselves ready for some silver scrapes. We'll get ready for that when it gets to break. We'll start putting that through as well. Get ready for it, folks. We'll get switched over to that soon. Oh.
Tabe is so 1v9. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. Are we putting Silver Scrape? When are we putting Silver Scrapes on? Yeah, we'll put Silver Scrapes on in the adverts. That's the correct choice. That way we... Huh? I could do it now. Oh. Oh, I could. Guys, are you ready? Silver Scrapes coming on. Let's go. That and a pigeon and LCS pigeon. Give the casting career beatboxing to your fate. There you go, best I've got. I can't do multiple drums at once is the problem. Oh, why are we on Earth now? Hang on, I put this on repeat. Why have you failed me? I love this song. I was like, hang on,
So good. Ask that stuff in YouTube. It's just that if for Twitch it gets a bit messy sometimes. It's okay, thanks. You didn't know. It's all good.
Yeah. It's no issue.
Like everyone gets like a gentle reminder at first, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, folks. God, Game 5 slides. This is actually my first Game 5 I've seen, because obviously you've had a couple of the others.
Doembe lost it. I'm not even joking.
Man.
And it was. I'm not even joking. It was Eclipse plus Berserker Greaves diff versus a Black Cleaver Tabby from Doembe. Our last auto would have done
him.
Yeah, but basically, the Eclipse shield stopped him dying, and then empowered W to break barrier to get the kill on the other side. It was absolutely
팀
neck
선수들이
and neck.
되게 실력이 좋고 또 이제 팀업도 올라오고 있어가지고 자신 있는 상태인 것 같습니다.
I've got
일단 AL
malt cheese.
경기들을 지켜봤을 때
I put mine in the microwave
선수
for
한
more
명이
malt cheese.
Nice.
잘하는 것 같고 또
I'm a bit worried that I'm not
팀도
going to have a functional mouth after
단단하다는
this,
느낌을 받았어가지고
but I'm also accepting.
저희도
Thank you for this, by the way.
게임을
Alex ordered
되게
me food. Say thank you, chat. He's ordered you some for you too, didn't you know?
버프 선수
Just check your fax machine.
다 잘하는 선수인 것 같고 또 바텀 합도 되게 좋아 보여가지고 저희도
Pays is a very good ADC, but Ruler's still slightly better. As a reminder, LPL is worse than LCK. Ruler's carrying a dead weight support versus taking
라인전보다
Worth noting that Ruler also didn't have that great last year, so it depends on regular form, right? His regular season was very consistent too.
수업을 잘해야 될 것 같아요.
I think there's nuance. I think they're both very good players.
저희 팀이
I do grant you, Juro wasn't fantastic. That
마지막에
does
우승하는
make it
걸로
hard
나왔으면
to look good as
좋겠습니다.
an AD carry when your support is struggling a bit.
Well, we'll keep Silver Scrapes running for just a little longer as we go towards our Game 5 side select. Are you kidding? Oh, we are blessed here, folks. We are blessed. We are blessed. We are blessed. Put your service to the test. get ourselves out of Silver Scrapes and into a bit more of our dark and dirty hype for our 1v1 side champ select.
Side note, Harold, don't eat 45 pounds of tallow. That's not the learning from the from the
You know, there's like a Douyin Chinese TikTok which does chili oil making, and it's like, oh, just put in like a whole like 20 kilos of beef tallow and more of this and more of this, and then they put like a tallow beef, like it's like, you know, the terracotta army but made out of beef tallow.
Wow,
it's a lot, folks. Right, folks, that looks like our 1v1 side select, and I believe that Shanks playing on one side. I mean, if that's our camera angle, I assume these are our two 1v1 players. Loser of this game plays the winner of Top Esports BLG. Yes, Shadow ZH, you are completely correct in that. The loser of this will go into the lower bracket to face the winner of tomorrow's series, which is Billy Gaming versus Top Esports, our top two teams from spring last year. Okay. Basically, our top two teams throughout most of the year last year.
They really were. I wonder what will our ban strategy be. Hold on. Shanks versus Arla. Mid v top.
Bans coming through. This is a serious 1v1. In regular season, you might have seen some ones which were a little less serious. I think this one is going to be very nerve-wracking, folks.
Very specific bans coming on through. Cassiopeia and Onivia are champions that I know have been prepped in the lurking dark of some of our players' backrooms. A little bit of things like Onivia top. Caps played Onivia mid the other day. Reminder, there was a fun little stat that JoJo was 3 when Onivia was released. Callista, sorry, Callista as well, that's the one. I thought they were talking about JoJo as well. It was a 2006 kid, JoJo.
Can't remember actually JoJo's birthday, so I'm not sure on that one, but Arla bans out that rise away from Shanks 2, another strong champion. There is stuff like Varus, can play something like Kled. Corki
got through.
Are we going to get a Corki blind pick?
Oh, we're getting Corki v Corki.
I think we're going to get Corki mirror matchup. Both of these players have played this in their 1v1s before. This was the dominant 1v1 pick in most of the 1v1s that we had in the regular season. Looks like we're going to get ourselves a mirror matchup for our side select 1v1 after Silver Scrapes. Now, reminder, folks, that haven't heard the rules of this mode. The win conditions are kill the enemy tower first, kill the enemy twice, or if the game goes long enough, kill them as the ring of fire starts to come in. So that's your win conditions: 2 kills, 1 kill at the end of the game, or a tower kill. Because it's a mirror match, it's going to be very, very much about those micro, maybe some build stuff in there too. We really get to put these two in the hot seat.
I feel like Shanks, as a mid laner who put a lot of time into Corki, should have the advantage in this one. But who the hell knows? 1v1s, especially mirror match 1v1s, are not something you necessarily get as much practice in, because obviously you are not timing a different set of cooldowns. It's your own, which is really odd, or at least yours in mirror, quite literally, which can be a bit odd to puzzle out in your brain.
Oh, it's getting tense as we load onto not the Rift, we load onto the Howling Abyss.
So, slightly different starts there. Conqueror on both running Barrier and Ignite, but it is refill, Longsword, double Dorans versus double Dorans plus Health Crystal, Ruby Crystal in there. So slightly different vibes. As we head in, are we going to get slightly different?
So this might be an all-in angle from Arla, because you don't have the refill pots, and so you won't get the extra value if you reset multiple times. Shanks walks up and also this is the who walks first. 1 point in each ability. You're trading back and forth.
There's the Gatling guns traded. Ignite comes on down. It is the all-in. Valkyrie popped. Arla's not enjoying it. He's losing it despite the health crystals.
He loses it despite having the extra health. The longsword makes the difference. Shanks takes the first kill. Reminder, folks, it is first to 2 kills. Arla dying very quickly in this one. Put Shanks at the advantage. He'll want to push out this wave, reset, spend his ill-gotten gains, and go back for another try. This is the health crystal versus the longsword. Arla takes a little bit of minion aggro. What happens here? Valkyrie over one way, and Arla ends up sitting on the Valkyrie. That's the big difference there. Valkyrie does a lot of damage now, and if he applies more regularly, Valkyrie and backwards saves Shanks there, and Arla sits in that burning pool. Miscalculation.
Discrepancy.
This is horrible now, because the phage means you can keep walking forwards. Shanks will be looking for another all-in very swiftly.
Again, you get one more kill, and it's lights out. Normally, we get to Ring of Fire. Occasionally, we've seen a turret go down. I don't think I have seen a 2-kill win yet in the 1v1.
Oh, I have in regular season. We saw it a little early on when we were going a little bit freaky with it. And you're absolutely right. Yes, the longsword does build into the phage. The health crystal does too. Boots and Phage. If he starts auto-attacking, Shanks can just walk at him. Let's be a little bit careful with kind of stuff. But he gets to walk out of the Foss bombs. It's quite a slow projectile. And the amount, look at the stat difference. Just look at the stat difference. Half HP away from Ala already.
Yeah, and he's got refill. And that's going to be difficult. They've still got 2 charges, where Ala only has 1. There's a level 6. I think he's supposed to get this poke down as well. Took the turret shot there. That'll be frustrating because he starts to get towards these turret plates. The other thing you got to remember is Corki's a great turret destroyer in this game mode.
Absolutely is. Maxing out the Foss one. We did see some Gatling gun against some melee matchups before. Stops the recall. Shanks, look, I think at this point, Shanks has won the 1v1. At this point, I think it's just a bit of a slow death for Ala. And anyone's legend will get themselves very likely their chance to
Here
he goes.
Dive under the turret. The turret shots are pretty good. Shanks is getting range. Gets the auto. 2 kills down.
Shanks wins his team side select for game 5 and Tabe. You can tell he's happy with that one. He knows his mid laner might have just given them the strategic advantage, which could have just put them towards finals. What scenes we've seen. Ala losing the 1v1. Important stuff.
As soon as anyone's legend can finally get back on blue side. They've had 3 games of red. Brought them to game 5 here. They win the side select. Everyone can breathe a sigh of relief here. Second, and in a shock to no one, they've chosen blue.
Now they have. Chose blue side. They've only had 1 game of it before in this series. There you go, let's remove the socials thing down there so you can see it just a little bit more clearly. JDG, they fought their way to match point here. Have to fight a little bit harder to win. If JDG win this game, it'll be their only red side win in this series. I actually can't remember in their last series versus NIP. Worth noting, folks, that of course, JDG went 3-1 in their last series. I think they did win a red side. It was AL who had the difficult earlier round, the first round in the upper bracket. They went 3-2 versus NIP, and that got really, really close, didn't it?
It very much did. What are we doing for this last game then? Huge, huge win. Does earn you that side select. Again, hey, it's game 5. Things get weird at this point. Drafts get weird. And blue side, how much value does it really have? Is it just a mental thing? But it does feel like people have been so happy to pick that one up.
So, brief respite to assess draft plans. We did say, look, if you lose the 1v1 and you thought you were going to get blue side and you don't, how much time do you have to actually change your draft over? You'll have a plan for both red side and blue side, of course you will, but the changing of plans in such a short time span, that's what really gets people. Anyone's legend, what will they do on that blue side? Haven't really got to see them much on that one. Hard to think about what champions are actually left. Aurora, Callista could go unbanned. It's been banned on blue side a lot, actually. The Callista on blue side.
Willing to give that one up.
Zyra not been picked. Big champion for both of these players. But not a lot of our melee supports. Not a huge amount of engage. We might have to go towards engage from other...
Nocturne Ori is a combo available.
Nocturne's been banned a lot, for sure. Yeah. Nocturne available, that's true. This is where the art of Fearless and the art of drafting in general comes through. This is going to be a hell of a battle of minds between CVMax, Tabe, and the players at their disposal. Draft is a team sport as well. It is not just the coach which does it. Players have their own input. Of course, they have a lot of that.
I think the other side of this, of course, is some of these players know each other really well. Tarzan knows CVMax quite well. When they started their career on Griffin together, they fumbled.
Why no Cam for us? Because we're here in the background, we're chilling out, and sometimes we like to focus on this cool stuff that happens on screen. But hey, we're here. Thanks for joining us, folks, and we'll carry on with our game 5.
And the other side of that, of course, is a reminder, last year it was Ala and Shanks on the same roster on Anyone's Legend in summer. Ala leaves, goes on to what should have been the greater roster, JDG. This incredible organization losing a game 5 side select like that, if that leads to a game 5 win for Anyone's Legend, just hurts that little bit more, doesn't it?
So, folks, what a good time to drop in if you've just joined us.
Welcome.
What a great time to be sticking around if you've seen us before. We are Nymaera Initialise. We're brothers, we cover the LPL, and we do it for moments like this. We do it because you enjoy it as much as we do as well. We're sure of it. And if you're not, well, we'll win you over. I'm sure we will. The winner of this goes to finals. So many storied players, which we followed the careers of. You know, this is my 3rd year in the LPL now. At some point during this year, I think I'll hit my 1000th LPL game. It's a lot of game, folks. Is this the 1v1? We've just had the 1v1 Captain Cheeks. Great name, by the way. I know it's you in chat, but it's a great name. And AL won it. Shanks beats Ala. Of course, his top laner from last split. Ala moved over to Anyone's Legend in summer, but they couldn't get her across the line. They bombed out after a strong start. And we've had a little bit of a while for the players to think about their drafts. A lot of vocal players there as we get ourselves towards our last draft of the upper bracket finals. Winner of this goes on to wait on that final stage.
The loser, of course, then have to turn their eyes to the other 5 playoffs match that will be happening tomorrow, I believe. Between DLG and Top Esports. Their opponent will be decided from that. Kalista banned, red side. Caitlyn, Nocturne banned from anyone's legend. Caitlyn does feel like one of those champions that can start warping drafts this late on in. Nocturne, a good paradigm champion as you start to turn them. I completely agree. It just gives you a way to hang a draft around a champion and a way of playing. That means certain champions become viable in a way they just wouldn't be otherwise. Skarner still has to be banned on red side. Can't give that a game for you.
Aurora seems really powerful here. They're going to be good put through into those last bans. What else have we got in terms of powerful AD carries? AD carries really sort of get it down here. We did have the Ziggs played, so you got some more traditional ADs around. Ashe is gone, Jin's gone, Varus is gone. So none of your utility AD carries. Jinx, very powerful.
I think it's a Lulu first pick here.
Lulu first pick could be absolutely insane, but at that point you give over the Aurora. And that can one-shot both of the bot laners. I think that Lulu is more team comp defining. I agree. I think that's good. Rumble banned away. Galio available if either player wants to play that. Galio and Silas also very powerful. In that in mind. Lulu, I agree though. Lulu's looking pretty tasty with the lack of engage options. Jinx, do you think that's the more powerful part of the duo? Do you think so? You could go Jinx Milio. Even if the Lulu's taken.
And the Zeri's already down, so your other matching hyper carry within certain bounds is gone.
You could go a Aphelios Lulu here, or a Aphelios Milio. You could go for the Aphelios, take away the Lulu as well. I think you need to take the Lulu.
Misfortune.
I don't like this. I don't like that. Yes, you would win lane, but I think the Jinx is a better team comp win condition. Hope has had look, ignore the last game. Hope has had a great series. Even on the Ashe earlier in the day, the team comp made it hard for him to play, and he still played his damn heart out in that game too. This Jinx, for Hope looking to make it back to his first final since 22 summer, would be so important for him.
He's going to have to deliver though. It's not always as easy. They do lock in the Misfortune. Do they have a champion to go with it though? Because Misfortune likes someone who can tee her up for success with the ultimate. Kennen Ferala has been a option for him. He's pulled it out late into draft a few times and really delivered on it.
Can also be the AD Kennen if you see it from the LCK. Lulu and Galio.
Oh, man.
I think AL have smashed this draft in the first 3 picks. It could be an on-hit Galio to on-hit Kennen into the Galio to run that side lane. But if you do that, then your team fight does become a lot harder to do. If you jump onto the Jinx with the Kennen ultimate, the Galio ult comes down, the Magic Shield might save them anyway. It's a big wombo combo from JDG, but getting through Galio Lulu is so difficult. Yes, Nico fits your comp, maybe. I think that would be a decent support pick to put through, but I'm really worried for JDG. I think they've just been really countered by the amount of shields and healing that can come out of AL.
You've got a lot of burst now from JDG. If you can find some lockdown, Misfortune up, plus Spiraling Despair, plus a Splicing Meltdown, you see the angle. And Lulu tends to like to run the heal, not the exhaust. Even so, feels like it's going to be very difficult to get enough burst to get through the full save the Jinx comp that anyone's legend have drafted so far.
Huge amount of burst from JDG, as you've been saying there. Reminder, folks, the 1v1 from Shanks beating Arla gets them the first pick Jinx, which was snapped up, taken away from Pays. Both sides now potentially a little afraid of heavy engage from other roles. The Zac being bound away from Tarzan is one of his historical picks. Played it back in LCK an awful lot. Tarzan, of course,
That's great. Yeah.
he found himself in some finals. Last finals, he found it on LNG as well back in 23 summer. Summer of both splits in the summer of both the last 2 years. Could he make it back to another finals? He's not had the best track record in it, but it would mean so much for him.
And I think that Blitzcrank ban makes a lot of sense. Missing plays it. We saw it just like that last night into this matchup, and the Lulu did not enjoy Labrov pulling the little yodel to them every single time it was up off cooldown. LeBlanc banned away from Shanks. It is something of a specialty of his, especially knowing that the Galio could still be a flex.
What's the last ban? Could get, well...
It's fresh.
We're this deep into Fearless. Yeah, the Blitzcrank's good to ban it away from the Lulu. Makes a lot of sense there. I don't think they worried about AP support actually, because if it is something, you know, I think if you lock in the I think if the Nico goes, I think that's fine. Pantheon locked away. It could be a Nico support, but then you have triple AP if the Kennen. Well, I mean, Kennen even if he goes on hit is still quite large.
Well, a raging damage like Galio then gets insane.
Yeah, and I think particularly with already the double AP solo laners since the Galio loves this draft so far. The MF is a bit difficult, but I think this Galio can genuinely break this game, whether it's top lane or mid lane in 3 of those picks. I think you probably put it top lane and go for another long range pick. Maybe a Victor for mid lane for Shanks could work out. See how that one works. What do they do? Sejuani was picked earlier in the series. That one can't be locked in. Tarzan, what have you got for us? Always had a good champion pool. Volibear does have good early prio. I think that makes a lot of sense here.
Do that one. I think you have got the Lulu, something like a Graves. I can see the angle, but it changes the feel of this draft pretty heavily. You don't have the best engage.
Victor's
right
banned.
now.
Yeah, I look, folks. It's this late. Again, 7th best of 5. It's gone to 5 games. Volibear locked in. What does Shanks take? I think long range. You need another carry. You need one more carry to allow AL. Yeah, Aurora works. Aurora works really, really well here. It gives you some burst, gives you some better burst upfront magic damage, and it gives you some survivability in your own right. You're a safe side laner. The Galio will go top into the cannon. There could be an issue if it's an on-hit cannon. What does missing go towards? You need some extra engage. Really. And you want something that can smash lane if it's all possible. If you can beat the Lulu, that could help.
You have very nasty empowered orders. A Tempered Fate could be pretty difficult. Yuumi, Nico, all options I can see the angle for, even if Yuumi isn't super good with the Misfortune. What's the decision in the end? Looking like it will be this Bard.
Okay, LPL Bard not exactly had the best track history, I will say. Heavy magic damage from JDG. They have reset potential, but resets into Galio, into Jinx, Galio into Lulu, into the long range of the Jinx and the survivability of the Aurora is a hard thing to play around. JDG have to smash lane for me. They have to smash lane. Pays on the Misfortune has to get a good laning phase with missing backing them up. Ala, we'll see whether it's the on hit or whether it's going to be the AP. As it stands right now, currently Flandre has the Aurora in his pocket. We'll see whether that will change around. Could, of course, be Galio with mid lane from Shanks. He is a big player of that champion over time. And I think that would force the cannon going into AP, which helps the Galio if they side lane later on.
So, game 5 comes around. Anyone's legend? I think me and Alex are both
Gyos of the day.
all right. There's some X Factor still here for JDG. Crowd's gonna yell for last time. Sky Splitter into emote combo. Love to see it. Ala, talking about X Factor just before the gyros came through. Ala's Kennen this year has been a really nasty kind of late fearless counter pick. Found some serious success with it. Managed to get a 4k gold lead individually the last time I saw him pull this one out. And you have got a lot of AoE, a lot of circles to put down. And there is an exhaust on Kyle, and I think that is wise. MF, Kennen, all worthy exhaust targets here, especially when you've got some backup then.
Not bad for the Viego either, honestly. Not bad for that one either.
Worth noting, it's Aurora top.
We did mention that. We did mention that just before we loaded into that draft. He's gone for the electrocute, and I do think that Aurora can absolutely change this game. Shanks taking a bad trade at level 1. Not exactly what you want into that way. You know, later on, once you level up your Q and you get that Hollow Radiance, you're pretty fine going into any kind of mage. His duty is to save his carries in this one. Flandre into a full squishy teams. Aurora loves that. So he can maybe set up for Jinx to get the reset. Reset on both sides. The first kill in each fight is so critical.
Shanks, of course, kind of cut his teeth on, well, delete, of course, now WE. But this is a player who has played a fair amount of Galio in his time. WE were always a Galio team, back when Teacher Ma was their mid laner, and that was all they managed to do. Nearly couldn't play in the LPL playoffs, did Teacher Ma, because he didn't have a solo queue account high enough elo.
Oh, what a time that was. Hope and Kyle doing well enough in the laning phase. Electrocute from missing goes down there, but they do hit the level 2 first. Zap lands. Hope gets away with that one. You know, there is actually a... Look, this is going to sound a little strange. We've seen this from Starry. Because it's such a squishy team from JDG, we could actually see Collector W max into the Jinx. Or going towards more lethality, Collector first, just to play against the squishiness of all 5 members of JDG. Starry had a great game of that from OMG in the regular season. Tarzan walking around the map, not going from bot side to top side. JDG, I think, know that, though. I think they spotted him on that ward bot side. And now suddenly Shin's going top side. He should know this, though. Tarzan puts down a ward and knows that... actually, no, that's not true. They don't have enough good enough information there. But Flandre does escape that guy.
Both junglers kind of delay clearing their second quadrant to go put down some vision, go see if anyone overextends. And in a game 5, I can understand why the pathing gets a little bit more curious, a little bit more questioning in terms of can they find an advantage on a timer that laners aren't expecting.
Tarzan on an early pathing champion. We'll have to watch how he does. Shin on the other side. Mixed series. Well, not that Tarzan hasn't. Ooh, good electrocute trade coming through from Landry. Yeah, this Aurora made its way through to game 5. Nasty, nasty champion, that Benui in the top side.
Unfortunately for Tarzan, that Shen game was a bit of a black mark on his record. Otherwise, he played pretty well. Now you got the Winds of War, and Shanks has got himself a magic damage shield, which is immediately taken away by a crushing wall.
That one. Scout. Incredible Akali game in game 4 alongside Pays on the Zeri. The Hui here. Longest range champion in this game, really. Has some great ability to follow up. And his damage could be absolutely critical in securing that first kill for the Viego. If you get reset from the Viego, things get difficult, obviously, for AL. The thing is, both teams have the reset, one of the Jinx, one of the Viego. Viego's reset's sometimes more powerful. The big thing is, anyone's Legend have the tools to stop it a little bit more. The Galio ult with the magic shield, the extra CC, and of course the Wild Growth from Lilo as well. I think Chris had an incredible game of that.
Oh, good
Shanks.
Yeah. Flash away, flash for the auto! Scout gets it!
Shanks wins the 1v1 for side select, but loses it in the damn game. Gets caught out by another crushing Maw. This Galio early laning phase has not been it. Scout gets first blood in game 5.
Feared out of the Justed Punch by a Grim Visage. Oh, it's beautiful. And the Crushing Maws have been good. He's been hitting the wave and the Galio. It is kind of S-tier stuff in terms of how you want to be playing out the lane. You can see Shanks just really wants to get these last few minions.
That's wonderful. Gets caught out by the Grim Visage. The taunt comes through, but the flash with follow-up auto. Scout knows he's got the kill. Oh, Shanks, you can't be playing like that in a game 5 that would see you through to finals. His first of his career it would be. Scout's seen many more in his time. To the World Finals, he's bloody won it as well, hasn't he? Shanks, great series from him, but that's not a good start here.
Bax gets a Dark Seal. Man after my own heart. However, it's a frustrating kill to give over. The rest of the map even enough for now. And for JDG, if they can get ahead, they get multiple people be threats. Suddenly it gets a lot harder because you don't need every ult to get a kill.
And also, if Scout actually starts to become a poke threat, because he has the extended range, there's no great tank on the other side. You can tank some stuff with Lulu shields. Then you're not actually approaching these fights at full HP. Grub spawning in 20 seconds. We have the bot lane from JDG running up. Flandre will be able to wave clear out fine because they're an Aurora. Tends to happen. Later reset coming through from Hope and Kyle, but they do have themselves better items because of it. They have that Scout slingshot, which is pretty good for Hope on his first tap of his item. AL going towards the Grubs in force.
Okay, so we come over towards the first set of Grubs. Phase am missing, as you noted. Have switched up top, but Kyle is here, Hope is here. Wave not shoved. This should just be AL's set of Grubs.
Yeah, and Flandre stays fairly long up here to make sure that they have the numbers advantage. Does mean that no one is covering the bot side plates happening. Shanks has to teleport back to lane. Flandre did that as well. Ala still had his TP. He's going to get 2 turrets down here. Sorry, not 2 turrets, 2 turret plates. And he'll get himself good gold lead now in the individual role, as opposed to getting the Grubs for the side of anyone's Legend.
And that's an okay trade, I think, as far as JDG are concerned. I think anyone's Legend also kind of okay with this as well. Getting Grubs really valuable for a Jinx comp.
Jesus, every time that Shanks charges up that E, I'm like, well, that could be a bit of a problem there. I guess there's not this time. Land the Q afterwards. Bit of a better trade from that. Shun takes the dragon, evens up the early objective trades.
It's good to see that Scout clearly has done the theory crafting on how to play the way into Galio matchup, is really doing a good job, particularly using that crushing maul as a tool to manage the Galio movement.
Scout has never really been a laning specialist, but when it counts, he comes up with 1 or 2 games which just really change things. He did that back in 23 when he was LNG, made it through to finals against that JDG super team. The organization that is now on hits a level 6 onto Tarzan, gets a good amount of damage, means that the Volley Bear can't be making that many plays now. He'll be regenning off some camps, but just making sure the Volley Bear can't be making a big play.
A lot of on the way pings though, reminder. Because that Volley Bear was low, yes, we're now to heal off the camp, but Shun at level 6, ahead of Tarzan here, partly because he did stop to do grubs.
What it means is
he can't really play this very easily.
It means that the invade is now potentially on there for Shun. He sees the rubber, chooses not to go towards it in the end. Tarzan not found out on that one. I think Shanks with level 6 makes this very dangerous. I suppose he's not in the area now, so that one's actually irrelevant. But still, JDG, good of them to have the to understand that discretion is the better part of Val. There is an opening. It doesn't have to be taken if it's not looking great.
Quite time deficient enough. I think Shun was just trying to finish off his blue buff before moving down into the enemy jungle after the chunk, so it was 5-10 seconds off being there on the absolute perfect time. But sometimes jungle camp clears just don't line up.
JDG, haven't seen them in a final since 2023 summer. Scout was in that finals. He was on the other side of it though. Beat out BLG to make it there with LNG. Scout, his career in the last few years has been all over the place. I guess you could say the same for someone like Pays too, where, you know, had a lot of titles, especially for a rookie player coming into the LCK, but a lot of people attribute that to other people, and I don't think it's unfair that a lot of that is attributed to them. There's some all-time great players in Gen.G roster, but still, he did his part. His Zeri in that last game was absolutely phenomenal, as was his Varus earlier in the year, earlier in his career, rather. I think for him coming to the LPL, it could be a huge moment in his career to show that he can do it outside of the LCK on a team that's not Gen.G. I think it would do away a lot of the doubters from his early career if he can have good performances. There's always going to be caveats, but still, that'll be the best option for him.
So far, so good. He's been pretty solid here for this JDG lineup. Certainly, I think, one of their more consistent members. Shanks being jumped on, but hang on, they're going to teleport up here. Ala has to flash away.
One doesn't end up landing. That's a problem. Shanks lets it go a little bit too long. Shanks, he's never seen a finals in his own light, actually. Great player, Flandre could get jumped onto. Here comes the cannon.
Doesn't have flash, so Ala can't get over here. They can keep diving. This Slice Maelstrom now comes on through, stunned up, but Shanks is damn tanky. On the other side, Shun, polymorph. The Tarzan keeps running at him. Missing, gets over the wall, gives a healing pack courtesy of some hot chocolate and a magical journey to make sure the Uber Eats delivery arrived. But here we go.
The tower.
It's an Overecker. They get the knock-up, and a shotgun helps Shanks bring that down. Lightning Cracked is out. It's not a feint. That Pikachu is truly dead for 30 seconds.
Here we go. Scout has his ult, has flash. A flash away from Tarzan. Seals that play. Just ends up being a 1 for none. I thought that Anyone's Legend had split their damage too much, but it wasn't the case. Anyone's Legend, however, not going to be here in force enough to go towards the grubs after this point. A recall stop on the Flandre will certainly help as well. A lot invested on topside for just the one kill for Anyone's Legend. I think losing the grubs after that, JDG don't even feel that bad about it, especially with the cooldowns used.
We'll see how it all plays out, because worth noting, Ala used ult, Shun used ult, Ala and Shun both flashed. You got to teleport off Scout. It wasn't like it was just traded 3 missing, had to burn the heal, so you've still burned a fair amount. It's just Tarzan and Kyle down a few bits themselves.
Growth not up on table. Good double stun. Shun gets the does miss it after, and he gets stunned into the Sky Splitter.
Oh, and the zap afterwards. Shun will let nowhere near that magical journey.
Shun gets blasted, and with JDG even seeing all of those tools used on topside, they misplay Shun. We've had worries about him on JDG. We had worries back on him on BLG, but he was still a player that made a World's Finals. A mistake like that in a Game 5 is not what you want to see from a player with the results of Shun in the past.
You know what all those tools were used? You know what wasn't used, Alex?
Yeah.
Exhaust.
Oh, wasn't used then, and they don't get themselves the reset. I started that play. Look, folks, this has been a messy set of plays. I'm not going to say it's perfectly played by either team, but I think you can see the length of the series and the height of the occasion weighing on both of these teams. Mistakes made by both teams, but AL come away, I think, with the advantage out of the 6 grubs is absolutely insane, especially after the position they are in after using all those tools under the top lane turret.
And also, Flandre feels like he's been the one that's kind of paid the price for AL trying to make the proactive moves. He's been the one leaving his lane, whereas Ala has stuck to his guns to start to farm up, and it is up a decent chunk of gold here. This cannon will be a threat. It's got the rocket belt, has farmed well, has got nearly 4 plate spots. I can't quite get it down here. I don't think the ranged minion's going to do it. but still in a good spot this game.
Okay, Dragon spawning. First was taken by JDG. Tarzan has his ult coming up now. You have Wild Growth, you have the Jinx ult. Okay, tools available for both teams. Again, JDG, they don't have that timing window now to abuse those ultimates being down. Does that mean there's a fight, or does it mean there's a 6 scrub fight onto a tower instead? The AL could just split the map room. They have 6 scrubs. They can just hit towers. That is a very worthy thing for them to do, and that's what they're choosing to do. So missing could portal his players under the tower. Jinx, though, getting 6 grubs in this tower is at least going to get 1 plate here, and AL want to be using those grubs as best as possible.
A couple plates there. Still got a couple. A nice stun onto Missing, who did not enjoy that. Can't get to the magical journey. It's a bit awkwardly placed. Has to flash away. Rocket goes wide, but that's also the flash off Missing.
Scout is approaching top side. He's trying to make sure that Flandre can't hit the turret there at the same time as well. Neither of them have teleport. They won't join in. This act down in the bot side. They're off stage right now. Hope gets himself a plate on bot side. Takes most of the remaining one on that third suit. 6 scrubs, remember, folks. Really important objective trading, and AL used it well for that point.
Aurora versus Hwei, a match we thought it might actually be, but no, it's the top laner versus the mid laner regardless. In fairness to Scout, is farming very well ahead of curve, hitting a lot of minion counts. This is all good news. Problem is, Arla now split off on the other side. Looking for a Thunder Smash, can't quite find it. Missing is around, he's got the Tempered Fate. Zap lands on down, they're going to turn off the turret. Here comes the Galio wall. Arla has burned the Slicing Maelstrom, and the Tempered Fate only turns their own turret off! Missing! No! Who did it to miss the turret?
Missing hits his allied turret. I'm not sure it changes anything, but that is definitely not sparing the blushes of JDG's top laner. Dying under turret. Oh, Missing on the Bard. That is not what you want to see.
I almost turned the camera on purely to show our faces of shock. I am legitimately speechless. Oh my god! Why?
Into the replay. You know there's 6 grubs. Maybe he wants to ult under the turret to get the wave clear, but the turret gets turned off. It's turned off. Galio comes in, and he doesn't even catch the Galio. He doesn't even catch the Galio, who comes in a second later. Missing. Forced the flash earlier with a bad portal. Bad ult there. This has not been a clean game fight. You can tell there is tension here, folks. This is not the best game of the series. Other games were more strategic, they were better played, but God, is it tense. This game sees you through to finals. Making mistakes like that weighs so heavily on each player involved.
Shun eats a bit of a nasty chunk there. I'll also say I know exactly how stressed the coaching staff are. Because anyone who touches coaching staff don't look at each other. One goes for a hand grasp, the other goes for a fist bump, and they cabbage. It was... And it's, you know, that tells you exactly how stressed people are.
And Hope, who for me has been the main character in a lot of ways for anyone's legend in this series, is 2-0-1, 1,000 gold up, and a composition designed to protect him. Hope hasn't made a final since his title win in 2022 summer. He has fallen off the radar for many people who watch the LPL and fallen behind players like Elk. Shacklev, of course, is always in the equation. Gala, so many good AD carries here in the LPL. Hope has always been good. The question is he star value and is he superstar ready? He's not won an international. He went to Worlds and bowed out in semi-finals of JDG back in 22 against T1. Making back to a finals on the form he is in right now, with compositions and variety under his belt, would be so big for the overall story of this man's career.
Now looking at Shanks, who had a tough early laning phase. Down 20 CS, yes, and obviously died in that solo kill, which was pretty ugly. After that, though, now has feature strength on Mercury Treads, which will become chain crushers at some point. He's also got a hollow radius. Like, these solo lanes do not touch. Do not touch the Galio.
And I think there was a big thing in the draft. We talked about, well, is it going to be the Galio top into the cannon? Well, the cannon could go on hit that way. The Aurora going top meant that the cannon kind of has to go AP. You can't really go on hit onto the Aurora. You can't trade against that. So Arla goes towards the AP. 0-2. He was on anyone's legend just last split under Tabe as well. He's had a mixed series, even though I think that overall he's been a great player for this roster too. But God, it's got to sting to lose against your old team here in this situation for what to happen. Scout going to try his very best to not make that happen. Missing with the portal up there. Flandre is caught in top lane. Is there any support coming? Tarzan catches pace.
It's a big moment. Flandre now goes between worlds, gets onto pace. Where's the Galio? Well, gets across there as the Tempered Fate saves Tarzan. A little ugly. Now he's actually stunned in place. The bullet time is good. Gets the knock up on the shoulder. Flandre finds space! He's playing that one out to the pals! Go a bit further forward. Galio is now here. Shanks looking to make sure that Missing dies alongside Flandre, who finds another. Arla needs to run. Scout needs to run. Can they place one out? The shield of Durand leaves Arla drunk down to earth. There's nothing left. He is drunk dry. Blood removed. Tarzan looking around the angle. thundering smash into the sky splitter. And Scout has nowhere to go. A zap afterwards. He can fear all he wants, but fear beyond death. Urgel's not in the game. Tarzan will still deliver it.
Anyone's Legend get a clean ace. Sam, we've said it before. Jing Dong, the witch is dead. 5 kills as Anyone's Legend pick up a huge fight, which might see them through to finals. Only 17 minutes into the game. JDG, they fought hard to bring us here. They lost the side select, and their draft just has not functioned. We had questions about it. Well, we have even more.
Oh,
Pays.
no.
He's writing checks that he can't pays out. Gets caught by the volley bat. Almost gets caught by the Aurora the first time. Is lucky to get out of that. Missing has a much better ult this time just to make sure that Tarzan can't auto attack him there. But then he gets absolutely blasted with the Benoi. This time it looks like he's one that's the deer in the headlights. Tarzan gets the healing on solo HP as well. No resets for Shun, who's also had a difficult game on the Viego. This is not the best showing of JDG, but AL are lapping up these mistakes.
Here we go. To the river we go again. Flandre hops across the veil. Tarzan hit with a spiraling despair, but the redemption heal is good. Tarzan still dies though. Reset angle now possible.
Flash away as well. That's important. That will buy JDG soul points. So with all of that play on the top side, we were singing the praises of Anyone's Legend. 6 Scrub's going to help with this tower push as well. But still, JDG getting the soul point helps a lot. Flandre, does he go for the burst? Yes, he does.
Ooh, now he's caught in a slightly awkward position. Goes across the veil again for the bullet time into the slicing maelstrom. Oh, Anyone's Legend, you've overplayed it.
They've overplayed it. They had such a good position. Shun flashes forward for the...
Oh, gorgeous. Another. Shun keeps going. The shields are solid though, and Hope stays alive.
Jing Dong Gaming, make sure it is not going to be a quiet exit. They get themselves a huge fight. They will have to return themselves to the dragon now. They might have actually overplayed it. Can they get the objective? I guess they can, because there's no solo laners alive for Anyone's Legend. What the hell were Anyone's Legend thinking? Overextending like that into the big ultimates. Jing Dong bring the game alive again. It is a tense, close, down to the wire. Game 5 here. Shun initially taking his buff. Tarzan goes forwards, but you're going into a choke point against the way and the misfortune. The terrain is awful from Anyone's Legend as Tarzan overplays his hand, goes down far too easily. A big mistake from the star jungler for his team that has really elevated Anyone's Legend to this point. Oh god, what a play from JDG to bring it back, but you have to think they were gifted it.
Oh, just missed the combo onto Scout there, did Flandre. And that proves really problematic because then Pays has a gorgeous angle to help set Alice, slicing Maelstrom up. Shun finally gets to reset.
We said, hey, getting that first kill in the fight is much easier for AL than JDG because the Lulu can save things. There's just not, you can't save an overextension like that. There's no flash on Hope now, that's huge. Maybe that can be caught out. Anyone's Legend, they do have the 6 grubs. They find it quite hard to use it, worth noting, but Hope will, at least on a couple of his waves, look to push in. Take some turrets. Their mid lane turret falls down first, though. Anyone's Legend, that gold lead, their gold lead has now disappeared. I don't think it's a complete throw. I'm not going to call it that just yet. But still, JDG in a much better position than they had any right to be after that topside fumble.
Feels like Anyone's Legend have this happen to them occasionally, where they just lose their brains overreaching.
Case had no flash there as well. I was wondering whether there could be an ult forward from Tarzan, but the cleanse, I think, dissuades them just enough alongside the bullet time. Scout as well, doing an incredible job this game. I think Scout, so consistent in that lane phase. Gets that first blood in the solo kill. Great play there to get that kill onto Tarzan. You cannot rule out a player like Scout. I know he has been inconsistent at points, and I know that there are people who love to see the downfall of our great players too, because they've supported another great player. I think that Scout in this game has all the tools now to potentially punish in the choke points. A lot of it will have to come from him and the CC of the other members, pinning them into the choke points and stuff like his Molten Fissure.
So, now hit a point where this cannon, scary, building towards the Leandri second for a bit more consistent damage. Page has gotten to 2 items on this misfortune, a champion we thought might be struggling. And still on the other side, Hope 403 is very, very strong. Still got this very dangerous combo. It's just soul point you have to play against. Could be a big deal this game.
You know what's also fun in this too? Look, there are so many things you can talk about in the LPL because all of our players have history. All of them. Turns out you've just got random world champions across the place. Scout and Flandre, of course, won their own worlds together on EDG in 2021, playing off against each other. I think both of them have incredible amounts of value in this team to make this game work for them. Flandre, down a lot of gold. He's given up his individual game to make plays happen. Tarzan counts out. Missing. He's not going to die. There's not enough follow-up. There is only a Lulu and a Galio behind him. But it's a good chunk out of him. Sundered Sky on that volleyback gives some good early damage. This is his point of power. Level 11, Sundered Sky. This is where Tarzan wants to make a difference.
Did burn the heal on missing, which is actually potentially quite significant here. Shun, got Blasco back towards that blue pit. Not sure whether he wanted that.
Got top laners on different sides. Shanks could teleport down towards bot side on that control wall behind the cannon. As it stands though, really don't want to give control over of the Atakan. Still, wondering about what's going to happen here. There's an empowered recall from Alex. He was part of the Herald take. He's going to go back to base, has teleport. Exhaust is up for Kyle. It's very important to note too.
Theoretically, very, very dangerous. A minute and a half. Just over until Soul available for JDG. Keep our eyes on that.
Yeah, so Herald and Infantry will help mitigate the 6 Scrubs threat on the AL in some way. Use it as a counterweight, chuck it down somewhere. It's hard to approach Atakan on top side if you're on blue side. You don't have... I'll draw on the screen to show this as well. I did this on the LEC actually. But you can't walk through the tri-brush here because you don't have one. It's different from the bot side, and if you're on red side there too. You have to push in on the mini-map. You look here through the top lane and through, you know, through your own jungle. It's a little bit hard sometimes too if you're losing, and then through mid lane. It's a much more difficult approach. JDG trying to control that top lane jungle, top side jungle rather, to mitigate that.
So, Dragon in a minute. Atakan up. Do we see a trade of that? There's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario there.
Yeah.
Legends.
Yeah, it feels like JDG have, especially with the even gold now too, and loads of items on a Misfortune that could shred. This Misfortune, a good enough ult that could end the game. Oh man, we're close now, folks. This is tense. JDG probably shouldn't have been in this situation.
No.
But we are in tense game 5 to determine our first finalist. Pays brought it out with a slow. Doesn't have. Oh no. Well, he does have his summoners. Might have to use them.
Oh, doesn't feel like he needs to flash. Just cleanses and walks away. Bolder man than I.
That is a lucky Misfortune. Teleport even came in from Scout to make sure that there's some extra presence. 30 seconds till that Dragon. Tarzan didn't have to use anything important. He can flash stun Pays now. That could be everything. Side lane's pushed in by Arla, who has a flank. And the Observer wants us to not see it. Hope flashes away, and now Arla on vision is caught.
Jumps away. They try to get the kill. Flashes himself, but that's the flash on the cannon down.
He's down, and that is so important. Arla, less power now. Shanks, powerful, but not powerful enough to completely go in by herself. You'd have to think, has that flash, could potentially look for a taunt. This is tense.
Hope down the flash when looking for it. In goes Shanks, gets a knock-up on Missing between worlds, gets a decent chunk, but not huge amount of value. It's Missing though. Oh my days, down to 10% HP, stays alive.
The 3-man ult from Aurora gets good poke. You can see that Missing is basically out of the fight. The Dragon's being started up. The Bloodthirster from Pays will keep him healthy and make sure they don't lose health while taking that Baron. Scout once he's gone!
Scout gets cleansed. Mikhails keeps him alive.
Keeps him alive. Oh my god, Flandre loses a lot of HP throughout some of that wave too. So tense. Tarzan has flash, has ult, he goes!
It gets onto the Misfortune in the back end, cancels the ult. Wei is dead. Scout though still manages to pick off the Aurora, but the exhaust comes on down. Arla's dead. Flash on board for the smash. Hope keeps going, and it springs eternal into an Ocean Dragon 2. Atakan alive, and anyone's legend right the shit.
The gasoline is lit and the fire explodes. Hope lives even without his flash. And those summoners that were blown earlier into the fight become such a death knell for JDG. They can't escape Tarzan with the flash and Shanks with the ult. The Baron will be started instead of the Atakan. Pays is here, doesn't have bullet time. I don't know if they can contest without that ultimate.
15 seconds on Shun, they have to try. Missing so low. Shanks on the flank. Taunt onto Pays. No cleanse, no hope.
But this means that the Baron is still going down quite slowly. Can anyone make it here in time? No. No, they can't. And we take a breather as AL take the Dragon, take the fight, take the Baron. JDG can't win the fight around the Dragon. And once again, they are at a deficit. We'll go to the replay of this. This is after the cleanse have been blown on Pays. To flash onto Scout, who just used his ultimate too. The center of the Volibear ult of rank 2 is so much damage, and Pays has to be so worried about that too. I mean, Pays does manage to take down Tarzan, I believe, afterwards, but I know it doesn't. I'm completely wrong. Guys, it's been so much happening. So I have to keep track of the small details. Pays not really able to carry the fight, though, after the dive is so successful, and Tabe is really feeling it. He's got to be. Game 5, tense like this would see you to finals.
And what a combo. Tarzan gets the stun on the Scout, ults the Misfortune straight after. He gets both carries in 2 separate parts of the combo. Great work.
Insane stuff. The feats of strength starting to get built up to you. You mentioned the chain laced crushers from the Galio will come through at some point alongside that shield of Durand. They'll do exactly the same thing now. Right, JDG, what's the play? If they find a split fight with some of the summoners now being down from AL, they can still play around Big Burst. It's like the Big Bird, you know, from Sesame Street. It's Big Burst, much more important in this game. And going into a reset from that Viego. He's getting himself towards 2 items, not feeling the happiest in this game. He's really struggled to have much of an impact, and he just died at the start of fights. But those resets are still powerful, even if we haven't seen them yet.
Third item just got completed for Pays. He's at Infinity Edge. Big jump. Between Worlds gets out.
He needed to. Leandri's Cosmic Drive will give him some cooldown reduction to help that one get up a little quicker. Remember, 6 scrubs from Manuel's Legend. They wave clear on the one side of it. They'll be able to kill this very, very quickly on the other.
Well, there goes the Baron. Sorry, there goes the mid lane turret, courtesy of the Baron. Hope excited. The thing is, their waves weren't in fantastic positions here. It has to be said. It's going to be more of a lower economy Baron here. Should be able to get this tier 2 topside, and that will be nice. Try and even up some of those wave states.
Oh boy, breather. Recall with the Baron buff, open up the map in a way that they've struggled to before. This is not a team which hits turrets that well. Kennen is winning the side lane against the Aurora. We know that the AP version does quite well at that. Hui's been wave clearing as well. So Anyone's Legend haven't really been able to hit turrets that well. However, they have been able to win those fights. And after the fights, the 6 scrubs are still win condition. That's why 6 scrubs are always relevant. Atacon is up and available. It won't be able to bring you into a Baron, but it would be able to potentially win you a soul fight for JDG. So they still want this. Jun caught again. Here comes the Galio!
Oh, Scout's gonna die, knocked up down. Jun now in danger. Ults over the wall just about.
Scout and Shun were alone on the Atacon, and they find the entire squad of Anyone's Legend. They wanted that Atacon for the Dragon fight, and instead they will have to face AL on that instead. They'll mount a push on the mid lane. They will take an inner turret, but that will be it. Anyone's Legend will take the Atacon, and that will set them up very, very nicely for the Soul Dragon that JDG would like to get next.
Still a little bit of Baron remaining. Should be able to get this turret with it, you'd imagine. Minute and a half until that, and you're right, it will be setting up very nicely for that Dragon fight.
Scout has had an incredible early game. They're caught in the Dragon, caught in the top side. It feels like Scout and missing both, and Shun, all of JDG, actually, maybe besides Pays, having wonderful moments wrapped in awful ones. It has been inconsistent with the players. Scout caught out in key moments. So nasty. Hope not even forced to flash there. Missing would have loved to get that summoner. A turret goes down to the 6 scrub push. 2 in that top lane now. Dragon spawns in a minute.
Finally getting a bit more value out of the map there. Extends it up to 4,000. They've got themselves the Atacon. They can look to shove up the waves. And this also makes it a lot harder for JDG to get wards in positions that will matter to this Dragon. They've actually got significant numbers of control wards behind it, but they're just pinging them now because Ala and Scout will have TP. Flash, slicing Maelstrom from Ala on a flank angle might be it.
That's the gambit. That's the gambit, folks. You're against the Atacon. You're probably not getting the kills for that long, but if... Oh, he's going to the slow-mo. Scout caught out. Didn't have the summoner. Forced to flash by Shanks in that Dragon fight. That has killed him twice in 2 big moments beyond that point. Oh, Scout. What a player he has been for JDG in this split. He has been helping them with their macro and their carry potential, but this series, he's been caught out a bunch. He's had the highs and lows. The Akali game, fantastic. The Sway game, great early game too. The late game has left a lot to be desired now. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, and you're right. It is the vision game. It is about trying to get those miracle flanks. Shun on the flank. Sweep is in the night. Do not catch him.
Shanks could now be jumped on. Remember, he's still got teleport and ult, so even if you do kill the Galio,
Hui's teleporting down. Hui has Void Staff. Worth noting, folks, you can't reset on the false life of Atacon. Diego still completely behind enemy lines. He's going to go towards the Krubs as they spawn. Dragon over the wall. I think this is a smite steal attempt. I think that has to be it. I don't even know if you look for the big flank at this point. Too much extra vision randomly around the place.
A second Dragon.
They have a ward here. They have a ward here. They'll be able to see the HP. That's important. It's now been denied by a control ward. Shun really wants to go in for a smite steal here.
He's going to get into the pit. Nails it!
They get the Ocean Soul in game 5. Shun, secret agent, buys his team maybe a win condition.
He will likely die here. What in a moment. He stood in that bush for forever. The control ward disappeared. Someone moved the control ward from that tri-brush.
The control ward was left, and they just didn't see it. All the sweepers in the world couldn't spot him. And once again, we have counted JDG out, but they find themselves back into the game. The Atacon has run off. The Ocean Soul has been claimed from JDG. It might not win them every fight, but it's a big, old stat stick to give to your team.
One of the issues they're going to run into, though, is their team is very all-in. How much value are you going to get from Ocean Soul? It normally takes a moment or two to tick. I think if they'll get resetting, if that Jinx gets going, it's going to be hard nonetheless, but you needed something. You did it. Shun dies for it, but a worthy death indeed. The problem is, of course, here we go. So this control, here we go, gets moved.
Gets moved to this brush. It does get moved to that brush. So they do end up... Oh, Josh. So they see it. But what this means is, yes, the HP is left off, but they don't see Shun. They don't see him. And he gets in for the smite steal completely unseen. Shun with one of the best vision plays I have seen in a bloody long time. And they get themselves the Ocean Soul. Is that enough? Teleport coming in. This is from the Aurora. Not seen right now. Can they find themselves a flank? Level 16. Flandre, very powerful in the Aurora.
Fair enough. Flandre gets a chunk onto Shun. Did not enjoy that. Rocket lands onto Arlet and Pays. They haven't hit anything for the Ocean Soul to start ticking quite yet.
And that's one of the problems, right? You're quite squishy still, and you've got to hit people to activate the Ocean Soul. So actually getting that regen, not as easy as it could be. Scout will be able to use it, Pays will be able to use it, Shun, much less so. Baron on the table. Got an Elder in 4 minutes. If this game extends, could be an Elder win condition. JDG, they should have been completely out of this game. Multiple opportunities. But hey, while they've had their missteps, they've had their heroics too.
Where do you even go from this? It's a solid Goldie for AL, and we like the composition at this point in the game. This Jinx is unreal terrifying. However, now 3 items on a Cannon, and 3 items on a Wei, and 3.5 items on a Misfortune, and Shun's at 2 items too. Like, you've got enough carries here to theoretically bring Hope down to size.
And I think particularly, when you look at the Misfortune still being quite strong despite the gold deficit is just the Jinx being ungodly far ahead, not the Misfortune being shut down. It means that the Galio is not actually that safe. The Galio is not an armor tank. You have very good ability to disrupt some stuff, but if you go into a bullet time, the Galio will die, and that's a problem. They have the Zhonyas, but if MF has a good enough ult, I think that pretty much everyone melts. There's barely any armor even on Tarzan, right? There's a Zhonya's coming in from Shanks now, and you'll be able to survive a little bit with that. Watch out for Pays. Can he unlock a reset for Viego, which might be the golden road for JDG, the golden thread, that path forwards.
Shun, now there'll be a known quantity. Baron, the next part of call. Shun stealing that dragon. Is that the moment that's gonna turn this game around for JDG? 0-4-4, but feels like he's had a few moments here that have been very, very valuable.
Important thing to note as well, because we have the Ocean Soul in play, we have the burn build coming in from Flundry, hops over the wall, not going to spot Pays, in fact he is. He goes on to it.
Oh my days, the damage to Shoes cleanses, redemption! Bullet time is not enough!
Pays goes down. Flundry finds him, a bunny hop over the wall, and a bunny hop into the grave from Pays. Puts anyone's legend into a good position on the map. Flundry's going to recall to regen. What does this buy? He's dead for a minute. AL, for all we were getting hyped about that, doesn't actually open up a Baron opportunity. Maybe not the play which wins the next objective. Hop over the wall in fog of war, so they don't even see the W animation. Pays walks forwards, even dodges out in the first bit of that combo. But the rocket after is absolutely disgusting. Uses the bullet time, won't have summoners for the next fight, and that's so critical.
No flash, no cleanse, no bullet time. Onto the Baron we go. Legend want this fight. They want to make sure Shun cannot get anywhere near this.
Scout doing really good damage from range. Is that going to be enough? Shun can ult into the pitch. There's not that much way to stop him from doing that. Scout prels a combo over, and he's going to do a lot of damage to the volley, but
so that Shun gets caught between worlds and missing, doesn't have the best ult out. He's gonna flash, just about surviving the rocket that was coming for his head. Zap just wide.
No resets just yet. If you get that onto the Jinx, things go very, very bad. Tarzan not able to catch Arla just yet. No one dies. Summoner's blown.
Scorches back on the rift. Got the flash, the heal of missing. Pays still no flash, still no cleanse. Minute and a half. Resets can go through their own vision. They back away. Is that going to give a moment for the Baron start instead on JDG?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Elder in a minute. Baron up now. I think JDG, with the Ocean Soul and with the items they've built, could still very much win themselves this Game 5, despite anyone's legend having multiple winning positions in this game. Shanks hasn't really been able to be delivered into the backline for a little while. It's a little bit hard to do that. Tarzan is getting less tanky as the game goes on, because Volibear is really an early game tank. He's not that into the late game. Much harder to survive as that, as we saw before. Shanks jumps forward, and Arla's going to damage him. How much did he get in? There's the bullet time.
There'll be a redemption after. Shanks, I think, will be okay. They burned the bullet time there before an Elder fight.
Yeah, that's huge. We did say, hey, the Galio will get shredded, and he was. He pops the stasis, both of them down. Elder in 40 seconds, Baron up. Currently, AL taking the vision control around top side, but JDG have the mid lane push. That will help them approach either objective. Scout with the range will also be able to help.
They know it's happening. Shun now looking for an angle. Needs to be afraid. Just saw the Aurora hop across the wall. Shanks there. Tempered Fate buys time.
Okay, who's going to be on the flank? Shun has something. Arla out of vision, has himself a flash and an ult. Here comes the Baron, it's on low HP.
Try and get in. Still looking for this fight. Should be secured. They're going to get the taunt after. It's well buffered by Shun.
It's needed. Needed the Mikhails soon. Elder up now. No ult for Shun. No ult for missing. However, Hope also doesn't have his fin. The between worlds is a big chunk of missing damage. JDG get to go towards the Elder first. That could be so crucial.
Still no bullet time. Still. Elder being started. How fast is it going down?
It's going down pretty quickly. Oh, Tarzan has an ult and a flash, but he's not that tanky. He takes any damage. He could be blown up. He needs to be so careful. The Elder getting rushed. 5,000. It is coming down to a slight fight.
Cannon! Looking for the slicing maelstrom. Exhausted. Trying to find the fight after. They're going to try both for the Elder. They've killed off the cannon. Getting into the pit. Elder's secured. They get the Volibear afterwards.
It's 1 for 1 overall, but the Elder is taken by JDG. The Galio ult saves the game. That damage from the cannon largely mitigated by a rank 3 Galio ultimate, and the game goes on. I'm not really sure what AL can do with the rest of the Baron buff now. Elder on the side of JDG for another couple of minutes. This was the problem of taking the Barons, that you gave up so much bot side control without a great way to track this. Hope manages to escape most of the initial play. Remember, you don't have the big Aurora ultimate. This could have gone a lot worse, of course, if Hope was caught, but that Galio ultimate does really help mitigate a lot of the damage. Very close on the steal.
1500, and it was a big smite fight.
If Tarzan had got that, it would have been the end of the game for sure. But now it feels a little bit bad losing that member. I mean, you can't really use the rest of your Baron buff. Your Baron buff is even. JDG have gotten away with that, and they have themselves Ocean Soul and the Elder here. They're getting in towards the late game, and I think they're feeling happier and happier because the Volibear is getting less and less tanky and being more able to be shredded by JDG's carries.
No armor pen for Hope. He's gone for a more of Malmortius last. Can't blame him. No one's really building lots of armor this game. I think that does make some sense. The AD value's still good here.
There's also Mikhail's on. You have a Mikhail's and a Cleanse. You don't need the QSS. It makes a lot of sense if you go into the double AP solo laners. I really think this game comes down to how well... Hang on, Shanks is caught out. He's not able to dash forward. He doesn't have a flash. Does he have a Zhonya's? He might need it.
Uses it. Between Worlds comes on through. Elder's going to be up for 50 seconds. Shanks gets a decent taunt. Actually should now endanger himself with bullet time. Will chunk but not execute.
Closer and stuff. Shanks able to get out of that. Very dangerous playing around the... Galio.
Scouts? Bloody hell.
Oh my god. At this point, if you misstep, you get blown up very, very, very quickly. The Baron is actually going to end up being a negative Baron power play. Both these teams get one random kill, and that reset could determine this entire Game 5. The stream freezes very briefly, and we'll get ourselves a refresh on that to make sure that we are just quickly getting back towards our regularly transmission. I'll blip forward just now. A little bit more. We'll lose a second or two as we'll get up to live there too. That's what it's doing now. It'll blip forward very, very soon. Promise me. It better do. It better do that whole thing where it blips forwards. There we go. Luckily, folks, this is while the objectives are down. So it's not no big fight. We're seeing some resets spread out into the wider map. Tarzan Flandre.
Oh god, she's going to be very careful. Elder's timed out. They're fighting between worlds. Scout's in danger. Jump to the backside of it. Redemption comes on through. Shun trying to buy some time. Tarzan goes in and flash away from Scout, but missing. Now caught out on the wrong side of this.
No Zhonya's. No Zhonya's.
They've gotten the ult out. That's an interrupt, but now look at Hope. He's excited. And Shun needs to back away. TP behind. Look at Arla.
Oh, the cannon's coming through. He doesn't have flash, but he does have the ultimate. He's going onto the wave just to make sure they can't push it. That makes a lot of sense. He's not looking for the fight. He's looking to protect the rest of it. AL have 6 grubs. If they get a tower push, the game will just end. Pays is pushed up. He's trying to kill the wave. He'll use his strut to get out, and he can do just that, especially with the level 18. Allows him to walk away so quickly. He'll get away safely.
Will do. Oh, my days. But now Arla, no TP. There's Baron up in 2 minutes, and you want that cannon to be on flank. Should theoretically have flash up by then. But Scout being down his, he's very vulnerable.
Oh, boy. Baron up in 2 minutes, Elder up in 2.5. It's a little while until we get around into them. Full build onto our AD carries just about. Pays is probably going for a rapid fire last item.
Yeah, makes some sense.
Flandre, even in gold now. Not the burstiest Aurora build, but still getting a lot of value. He's got that AoE kind of burn build. You can apply the anti-heal from the Oblivion Orb beyond this point. Jeez, man. Tense. Set that a lot this game.
So, we really are waiting for our next set of objectives. Shun has pulled off a miracle in the sense he stole that Ocean Soul and kept them in the game in a way I didn't think they were ever going to be able to. Problem is, of course, that you've still got to try and kill Hope one of these days, and that's been next to impossible.
Yeah, whereas on the other side, it's much easier to reach Scout without someone saving him. He has no flash, that's very important. Hope has both summoners. He has a more of Malmortius, and he has a Galio ult coming up in 10 seconds as well. Galio is almost its full build, well, coming towards the later game too. Normally, you expect him, 2 items, sure, it'll be fine. It'll be tanky, and it'll do a little bit of damage. Now he's doing significant damage. Shanks is going to have his flash up before Scout, but him and Tarzan both having that. Watch to see how AL approach killing that mid laner of JDG on the way.
Tarzan steps forward, eats a bit of a chunk there from the Spark Surge. Arla caught, remember it hasn't got...
Oh,
no! Gonna die! Slicing Maelstrom! Buys some time! But the Frenzied Mauling brings Pikachu down to size. They don't choose you, but for anything except death. Shun gets a Spectral Maul, buys a bit of time, but that's a huge, huge moment.
Missing Goes back to base. AL find themselves another pick, and this one is just before the Baron spawns. They're on vision. God, AL, they're really trying to find themselves another pick if they possibly can. Hope with the resets in late game is so ridiculously potent. Level 18, Baron spawns. JDG, they'll try and de-push waves so they're not just hemmed into their base. AL, if they get a lockdown on the map, I think the game just goes with it. 20 seconds left on Ala respawning. It's going to be Baron up. The thing is, AL are going to miss a lot of the setup for the Elder Dragon yet again.
Problem is, Ala's not going to be there on timer either. He's only going to be respawning in 15 seconds. I don't even know they think they need to reset. Their HP bars are just fine. They've got all the items they need. So I think they can just walk over. They're not going to have to reset.
Kyle, no flash. Can they do something about that? No teleport on Ala. They can try and get the mid lane up, but they don't have a wave to walk with. That won't really help them that much. Flandre coming back in, has an ultimate again. Level 18, very, very powerful. On the other side, bullet time not available just yet. But God, that double up helps.
Ow, the misfortune.
Ala back in with his team. Elder has spawned, and anyone's legend do not want to get them. Oh my God, so much damage onto Shanks as well. The wave being cut off by Shun. AL do not want to walk into the darkness.
Flandre, though, is doing a lot of work onto Shun, making him really obnoxious. Shanks now keeps this wave safe.
Look how dark it is. Look at that. The problem is now the wave is with AL. They can walk with it and they can go towards their base. They might give up the Elder Dragon, but they could go towards the base itself. There's a red ping, a missing ping onto JDG. Pace has himself. Scouts caught.
Ooh, takes a lot of damage. Not quite down. Missing on the other side of this. They're going to flash on in. That's the issue. But on the Shun. The jungler. The bullet time's not enough. Hope trading out, but Pace does so much work. Cleanses the exhaust. Goes over the wall, Pays in danger, gets thundering flash. Ala can't get over here, doesn't have the flash. In comes Galio! The hero's entrance is Pays' exit.
Jinx walks onto the mid wave. JDG are hanging around the Elder to try and find something, but they might have to go back to their base. Scout and Ala need to be back for wave clear. Tarzan is caught out on his red buff. They might try and find a stun. They miss it, and now they're out of position for the base. Inhibitor minimum will go down. Remember, the Baron buff for AL still up. That will help mitigate the wave clear. Inhib goes down, and Hope gets himself potential threat of him. Resets to jump forwards. JDG have brought us to 45 minutes. AL realistically should have won this game many times before, but JDG just clutched it out. Elder started up again.
Anyone's legend up 8,000 golds. Use the Baron, they're back towards the Elder. Shun is around, has no flash, does have ult.
I don't think they can see. I don't think they can do anything about this. You can't die for it either is the problem. If you die for it with a minute left on the Baron and then him already down, that's it. That's game. Even if you were to win the Baron buff, the Elder one. After that point. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, I really hope you're enjoying this. It has not been the cleanest League of Legends, but by God, it has been entertaining and it's been exciting. The early games in the series were more clinical, but I think as the day wears on, as your nerves start to fray, not unexpected to see a game like this. The winner of this will get to finals. They'll be the first team there. Anyone's Legend will be their first finals as an organization. JDG, they've been there many times before. Anyone's Legend, though, were the team to watch really in a lot of ways. Flandre jumping forwards.
Wait for the Ala TP. Not going to get a chance. Pays is gone! He's deleted! The shotgun comes on through into the killer bunny rabbit with the sharp, pointy teeth! They delete her! 3 members down. Shun, Ale are going to stand and be executed. Dragon roars a few more times. It took them 45 minutes. A hero's entrance in elation. Ching Dong, the witch is dead.
JDG will fall to the lower bracket, and Anyone's Legend with the lineage of Rogue Warriors will make this team's first ever finals. 3-2 with the silver scrapes. Anyone's Legend with Tarzan and Tabe joining this team over the last year and in the off-season and last summer, respectively, show why they are to be respected, show why there was belief in this team. No longer are they just an awesome logo, they are a team to be feared here in the LPL.
The quick run over was a little bit too late getting on in. Look at the smiles on their faces. It took Game 5, but I feel like I've seen a team out in the East that's just had to make a load of Game 5 runs to get to finals and win it all. HLE or something? How exciting was that run? And Anyone's Legend, trialed, tested. We know what fire does. It tempers iron, and they are looking ice cold, iron hard, and ready to prove exactly how far this team can go.
Oh, Anyone's Legend. I thought this team would be good. I thought this team could be our second best team in the league. They are now in finals from the upper bracket. They go in as favorites. They have shown the least weakness of teams. They have shown a hell of a lot of strength. It took 5 games here. and they will play against the winner of whoever comes up to face against JDG. JDG awaits BLG and Top Esports in the lower bracket. That game, target BLG and Top Esports, will be played tomorrow. Come watch it here, folks. If you don't know who we are, my name's Nymaera. This is Initialise. We are casting brothers, and we do this because there is no official LPL English broadcast anymore. We hope you are enjoying our coverage of this, and we are so glad that you are here to witness a bit of history here. Shanks makes his first finals in his career. Tarzan makes his back-to-back finals again. Really, for me, I don't know whether he's MVP of the series, but he's definitely had a great run on this team. Hope, first finals since 2022 summer.
Huge.
This team, and Flandre as well, former world champion, beats down his ex-teammate and scout to make it to another finals too. It is so cool to see these teams go at it like this and have a close 5-game series. So, look, I know it's not the cleanest, but the excitement is second to none.
That was very entertaining, wasn't it? That was really entertaining, and, you know, Shanks pulls it off in the end. Hope, holy moly,
Yeah.
the Jinx. Kyle as well, great Lulu. I think in the end, it was the difference. That Jinx plus Lulu was just untouchable. They couldn't get to the Jinx Lulu.
It was just better, folks. So, we're going to wait around to do MVP and highlights after this stream. If you're watching on Onivia, come and watch it on our stream. It won't be streamed on that channel there. We're going to do a podcast where we recap the LPL and choose the best games for you to watch. And we debate some players to put onto the fraud wall, where we judge our players good and bad and see what you think of them as well. We'll do that podcast after this. We're going to take a quick break. We'll probably keep the streams on.
I'm going to go get things prepped for that.
You go do that,
Could you drop me a Discord message if you can with what game you'd like to focus
I'll
on?
figure that out.
And that's fine. Don't worry, I've got things to do.
We're going to turn the camera off here. We'll have the highlights on, and later on this channel, we will have a podcast here discussing all things LPL and recapping things. Thank you so much for joining us. It is an absolute pleasure and an honor to bring you these games, and we really hope that you're enjoying a little bit of brotherly love on the cast. Whew. That was a great clip to end that, Sam. That was awesome. Well done. God damn, that was good. Is someone could hang on, folks? Can I ask someone cheekily in Twitch chat to, if they can do a clip of that Nexus call? So we're gonna keep the stream live, folks. We'll keep the stream live. If it's on YouTube, we'll stop it there. We'll re-upload it later. But if you're watching on Twitch, we'll still be live here. God damn, I love League of Legends, folks. The ending call with the sharp, pointy teeth was great. Missing hasn't been playing his best this entire split. Well, we put him on the fraud wall. We put him on the fraud wall, folks. That's what we did. Holy moly. Flandre had some crucial picks in that last game. He gave up a lot of individual advantage to make sure that he could be there for the team. It did mean that he was losing in the side lane against Arla, but hey, he had some incredible picks onto Pays and Scout in general. Oh, man. Thanks, Kiwi. Oh boy. Oh, Missing. Oh, Missing's not had a great while. Last bit of his career, has he? I'm so sorry, JDG Scout is best. It is a difficult time, isn't it? Okay, I'll put some more chill music on as well. Put some more chill music on. I need to choose some game. Folks, for those LPL enjoyers in chat, which games would you suggest people watch out of this playoffs run? Talking like individual games. Oh my god, what a good game. We've had a lot of good game 5s. A lot of good game 5s. This one, yeah. I think this game 5, this one has to qualify. Gets you into finals, gets Shanks into his first finals. Oh, it's so cool to see, man. Folks, you were all here to see Shanks make his first finals. Flandre, man, he still got it. Flandre still got it. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed our stream today. If you're on Onivia, the stream will stop now, and if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for watching as well. If you would like to watch some more more LPL content, you can come join us on Nymaera on Twitch TV, and we'll be doing a podcast there to recap some of our games, as I was just saying before. I am dog tired. I am so tired. There's been so much work over this last weekend, but I wouldn't trade it for the world, and I hope that you all have enjoyed this too. So yeah, I'm going to leave the camera off for a little bit. I've got to get myself another cup of tea, and then Sam and I will be back on Twitch. Well, I'll keep the stream live, and then we will go do our podcast. Thank you, Amber.